I did. And let's see if anybody shows up on your channel.
Curtis is all rocking it like he's in Anonymous or something.
Like Angelina Jolie's going to come in pretty soon and be all sexy hacker girl for him. There you go.
Nice.
Works fates, right, Curtis?
From your mouth to God's ears for Curtis.
Well, Tian Tori, you go enjoy that housework. And if you want to jump on and simulcast with us at some point, since I know you do have a new YouTube channel, you're more than welcome to. Don't worry, I'm going to keep track of the Southern Confederates today. They get a little uppity when you get too many of them together in a room, so I got to keep them on track. What's up, Curtis? Not Curtis, Hunger. Everything okay?
I got a message from a number I don't know saying Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you. 10 memberships just got gifted by Tian Tori. Who got them? Let's find out. Let's go take a look at who got them. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart.
Yep,
let's see who got them. All right, let's see.
Okay, we are.
Mark Goldfine, Nosorian, Wolfhelm, Table Runner Crispy, Walter MC, Mar Hockman, Archive Channel. I don't know who Archive Channel was. I got someone who had a channel. Norwolf, Darth Loverboy turned loose, and 4 beers ago. Well, there you go. Thank you.
That is a great name.
That's so kind of you. Thank you so much.
4 beers ago. That's hilarious.
That is really funny, actually. I kind of like that one. I won't lie. There you go. So, Curtis, how was your Christmas so far?
Oh, it was great. It was very great. We celebrated it on Christmas Eve because that's just what my mother's side of the family does. Mm-hmm. And then we had a great time. We woke up to coffee and some eggs and bacon this morning, and then I packed up my stuff and I came back home.
Bacon. Hey, Nick H, what's up, buddy? Merry Christmas to you too. I might join later, but I got to focus on painting the goblin miniature that I'm turning into an ornament for my sister. Otherwise, I won't have a Christmas present on Christmas. It is Christmas. You are on the 11th hour, sir. When is the Die Hard watch party? Not this year for me, man. This year I'm going to be doing this instead. I'm going to be hanging out with people, with the family I choose over the family I don't really have. So there we go. Yeah, Wolfie, you're legit now. So was that Hungar?
I would have been with my family, but extenuating circumstances.
Well, we'll take your misfortune as our blessing. How about that?
Oh, I would have been on the stream with them too.
All right. New goal for 2024. Buy a new chair. God damn it. Jesus Christ. I'm actually saving up so in April or May I can take a week off work and go out to Vancouver and see some friends for a week. So that's my big save up for this year. So if Heroic does really well, I'll take a nice trip to Vancouver. That'll be nice. And everyone will be like, I can't believe you took a trip to Vancouver, but the book's not out yet. You know how people are.
Justin sent me a message on my phone. Hey, man, I know you're probably having a shit Christmas, but eat some Jell-O for me and, at least one more day. LOL.
Justin, listen, I'll tell you this right now. Justin's a good kid.
Yeah.
But he's a kid. You know what I mean? And he gets a little excited sometimes. And, I know Boivin and I like to police him a little bit and go, okay, dial it down, where you encourage him. You're like, go harder. Light more things on fire.
Justin is always saying that he's got Tuesday for the day that I die in the poll.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Me and Justin are always joking that I have a death poll.
Death pool, yeah.
And Justin's got Tuesday.
Okay.
So every time I'm in the hospital, like I go to the hospital Friday, he's like, you got to last 3 more days, buddy.
Is this guy from your channel?
Yes. Or
I like gloves. What kind of gloves? Okay,
he makes jokes about gloves. He's done it a few times on my channel.
Hey, Tian Tori, you are always welcome. Let me send you the message on Discord. Hang on, I got to find you again in my list of people I've conversed with. Tian Tori. Get you in here to class up the joint a little bit. Tori, send me a message on Discord because you're buried somewhere in like the chats and I just can't find you right now. Just send me a quick message and I'll throw you the link there.
I'm guessing T and Tori lives in Tennessee.
I don't know. We'll find out when she gets here. How about that?
She might have to get together with me and GM Cody.
Have a game night?
Yeah, that would be awesome. Hell, I'd be happy with just a lunch.
Yeah, but why not have a game night while you're at it, man? Come on, that'd be way
hang
cool.
out and BS.
Why not? That sounds like a fun time.
Yep. I can't wait to go to ClareCon next year.
Yeah, man, you better be there. I'm going to be super upset. Because if I'm going, you better be going. I'm just saying.
I'll swing by and pick Justin up and bring his goofy ass with us.
Wolfie, you don't have a YouTube channel, Wolfie. Ah, you son of a bitch. You don't even play any of my games right now, Wolfie. You're not supposed to be here, man. I'm sorry.
Just put the one on pause.
I have to maintain the rules. I've created rules for a reason.
Wait a minute, didn't we put the one on pause?
Yeah, but it's on pause.
Or did you? Ah, shit.
I'll let you hang out for a little bit, but this is a creator day, man.
Fair enough.
I gotta stick by the rules. I'm not trying to be a Nazi, but I'm gonna be a Nazi about it. I'm the Christmas Nazi.
Not trying to be Justin.
You can be as Nazi as you want. I'm not gonna judge.
Well, you're Slovenian. You don't have much of a choice.
Hey,
you gotta take it like a man.
Buddy.
Never did. Kinda sad I missed all of the Star Trek announcements.
Yeah, how did you miss all that, man? What the hell?
I was doing 2 courses on European computer driving license for data analysis and some other stuff, so I was completely buried in work.
Oh, that's so sorry, man. Yeah, you missed out.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
Everyone's kind of like, when's your 4th game coming? And I'm kind of like, never. I'm not doing another goddamn Super Star Trek game. 3's enough, man. 3 is more than enough.
Oh, sad.
But there'll be a heroic game coming in the new year once we get the playtest ready. So I don't know if you like superheroes or not, but there you go. Hello, Tien Tori.
Hello. How are you guys?
Hi, Tori. Tori, do you live in Tennessee?
I do not. I live in Montana.
So then we had asked, what's the TN for?
It refers to dynamite, like TNT.
Oh, TNT.
Nice. Nice.
I actually, I have ADHD, and so it's a joke on the nonstop energy that I'm always bugging people with.
So here's another way to do that joke that'll really work well for you, and it'll get a big laugh in every room, which is to go, I have ADHD, and so do I, and then just keep going from there, and then that just people will be like, what the fuck did she just say? What? And then you
my nickname my entire life has been Hoss, like Hoss Bonanza, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So when I was a semi-truck driver, my CB handle was Hoss style. HOSSTYLE. Because I could be hostile, but I had hostile.
Yeah, Hungar, Tien Tori, Hungar. This man beside me is a force of nature. You have been warned.
Okay, fair enough.
You're a more beloved YouTuber in this community than this guy. This guy is like everybody's favorite grandpa.
Tien Tori, I just subbed to your channel.
Oh, thank you so much. I've been I was not expecting so much support and so many people, so it's kind of nerve-wracking because I now I'm like, oh shoot, I got to put out something, I got to get something out, I got to get another video.
No, you don't.
Listen to me. Stop that feeling now. Just do what you want to do when you want to do it. Don't. This is not your job, right? Don't worry about algorithms. Don't worry about, just have fun. Do what you want to do when you want to do it. Do you paint miniatures? No, you craft. You do needlepoint, right?
I do needlepoint. Actually, I started because I started thinking kind of what you were describing, where it was going to do me no good to start stressing. So I said, what the heck? And I started a stream last Saturday of Subnautica, which is just a video game I like. To try and relax with it. So yeah, I'm just going to do Subnautica Saturday for a bit.
Set up a camera pointing down, do some needlepoint on stream and talk to whoever shows up,
When I started my channel, I thought that I had to do like high quality videos with edited and stuff. And I made 2 videos, and I've made 4 shorts, and I've got about 100 live streams.
Oh,
and
okay.
my channel is nothing but live streams.
Yeah,
people enjoy them. I have fun doing them because my live stream is Hungar's Chaotic Neutral live stream.
Curtis, you want to throw that link in the chat, please, in the private chat here, so I can post it in the stream for everybody?
For T and Tori?
For everybody, basically, that you're putting up, and I'll post them here so it goes to everybody.
So just do what you think is fun.
Yeah,
awesome.
Exactly. It's just, this should not be a stressful event, right? This should just be something that's a good time. You get to talk to some cool people. You get to tell some assholes to fuck off every now and then, because they will come. You have no control over that. The assholes will come. And you just take nothing personally.
Remember, it's your show.
Yeah.
I'll try to remember that. I really appreciate all of the support that you guys have shown, especially you, Bear, like kind of talking me into it a little bit. But it's been so much fun. You were right, though, because once I put the first one out there, although I did put an improved version, because even I was like, oh, that's bad. So I did it better. I did a lot better. It's still long, but it's still long, but it's like 20 minutes shorter than the original one was. But you weren't kidding. It's like once it went up, all of a sudden it was like, oh, how to explain? It's like the ice was broken, and now I have like sketches and little bits. I have some stitching footage that I will be putting up, but I have some stuff I want to put with it, and like all these ideas just started coming, and it was super exciting. So I super appreciate all of the support from you and everyone else in this community who's been popping in and subbing and all that stuff. And I wanted to show one thing. You mentioned you had an open live stream, and I couldn't resist. But remember when I first hopped on with you in Game Masters and we were talking about the Goodman Games Temple of Elemental Evil?
Yes.
I love that game.
Hang on, here comes Bada Boom, baby.
Yeah,
there it is.
Somebody actually got it for me for Christmas, so I have it. I'm so happy.
Yeah, RPG Dad, stream again when you feel like it, and don't stress yourself over it.
Yeah, seriously, RPG Dad. We're this is supposed to be fun, right?
Yeah.
Everybody gets a kick out of doing it. Everybody has fun doing it. They're going to have a good time. Their channels will last. If it starts becoming a chore, something you have to overthink, it's going to no longer be fun, right? So what do I do on my live streams? As I said, like last night, I had to explain it to a couple of people because I was like worried they thought I was being serious. I do this all night. Oh, Jesus.
Mostly when I'm on the
stream, right? It's especially when this fucking guy's on the stream. But that's the comedy of it all. I'm doing the straight man routine for them all. I'm the what's his name? What was his name? Harvey Korman, right? I'm the Harvey Korman of the group. I'm the guy that just stands there going, really, and then that way we all get to have fun and have a good time.
I'll be right back.
No worries, Hunger. You take care of you. And that's the thing. It's meant to be a good time. Because if we start taking this seriously, it's become stress. And this is meant to be no stress, right? This is meant to be something we do for fun.
It's actually, as you say it that way, it reminds me of DMing, actually, because there's a point in time where it started becoming a chore, and it was like, oh, I got to have something prepared. We're playing this Friday. And it was just this cycle that spun downwards. And it's like, you can't do that. As a DM, I know that you can't do that. You have to just, have fun with it. And then everybody has more fun. So you remind me of that, but thank you.
And thank you for seizing the bull by the horns and getting in. It's good. And don't worry, I'm saying here, Mr. B is going to be here later and bring all of his lovely French-Canadian observations to us, and it'll be fun. Don't worry. Tori, are you streaming to your channel right now that you're here?
I'm gonna.
Nope, I don't think so. I just popped in. I'm actually on my phone because it's the only camera, type device that I have. So it just is. I'm still, the last stream that I did, I have OBS, and there was just a start stream button, and I was like, I've never streamed before. What does this do? Click, and that's how I ended up streaming. So I don't have a whole lot of practice.
When you're here in StreamYard, up at the top, you'll see a simulcast button at the top of the screen. When you select that, it'll pop up for your channel, and you just put a quick title, and then you click stream, and it starts broadcasting this stream to your viewers as well.
I may have to practice with that, but
that's okay. Just saying, listen, you're a noobler. We'll let you off the hook on the rules for today, just like we let Wolfie in, despite we shouldn't have, because you know as well as I do, once you start letting these Balkans in, boy, oh boy, it just gets out of hand, you Balkans.
Two hertz.
Listen, you European. You European.
Anyways, I'm gonna have to pop back into the ether.
What you got going on?
I mean, you said you want to keep this.
No. No one else is showing up. Listen, just anybody who is here that is not a streamer, if I run into, I need to make room for someone, you're going to leave first because that's just the way it is. You can stick around for now. I don't mind.
Okay,
how was that? Now, you're Eastern Orthodox, right, Wolfie?
No.
No, you're not. Okay, so you do your Christmas on the 25th as opposed to January 6th, 13th. When is it?
Yeah, we had it today. Yes.
Yeah. So when do the Orthodox do it? Is it the 6th or the 13th?
I don't remember.
You live in the middle of them. How do you not remember?
Because, okay, the thing is, everyone leaves each other alone around here.
It's a good point. You're the only ones in the Balkans who do that. The Slovenians. You're just like, everyone fuck off. I get it.
We've got Eastern or Serbian Orthodox churches here. We've got Catholic churches here. We've got everyone leaves each other alone. Nobody gives a shit. We're all just partying whenever we party. That's it.
Nice. Okay, Sam, I don't wear gloves unless it's cold, and then I wear whatever ones were cheap that year. So that's what I got for your gloves. Curtis, you got anything for fucking Sam's glove fetish?
I don't have gloves. I have pockets.
There you go. Wolfie, any Balkan glove wisdom for us?
Leather gloves work nicely all year round.
There we go. Tori, any glove thing you'd like to share?
I have lots of gloves. I wear gloves all the time because I'm terminally cold all the time.
Yeah, that's actually called female. Just in case.
Yeah, I was gonna make.
I grew up in a house full of them. I know it's like my entire childhood was sweating because the house had to be 80 degrees at all times. It was like, come on, man, nerds.
Merry Christmas.
Get in and simulcast, nerds. You come in, nerds, and you simulcast. Otherwise, I'm going to be very upset with you today. Very upset. Anyway, well, you know what? Listen, it is. There you go, Sam. You got your glove thing. I say this to my friends. I'm like, how many pairs of shoes do you have? And my male friends may be like, well, I have 3. You know, I've got like a pair of sneakers, and then I got like, a nice pair of dress shoes, and I got like a work boot, right? All of my female friends literally do this. How many pairs of shoes do you have? And then they start doing math in their head, and it suddenly becomes like beautiful mind, and there's equations going around. 30, 35? How do you wear all these shoes? But there you go. So you're the glove version of that. Got it.
Yep. Actually, it's funny.
They have a pair of shoes for each occasion.
Most of them, it's so we have a little area over here where we to take off our shoes, especially when it finally starts snowing. And there's like a pile of shoes, like 10, 12 pairs of shoes. I have one. One of them is mine. I have tennis shoes. That's it. I have 1 pair of slippers, 1 pair of tennis shoes. That's it. All the other shoes belong to my husband. He has more shoes than I do. It's kind of funny.
Nice. Yeah, that's the new world, right? That's just the new way it is. Men are getting more feminine. It's like, what the hell's going on? Don't buy that many shoes.
Well, to be fair, my grandfather was a very traditional kind of guy. So he had sneakers, he had inside shoes. He would always switch between the shoes. And then he had work boots, and then he had like those long rubber boots whenever he had to go out. Whenever he went out fishing. And then he had 2 sets of nice dress shoes. One was for weddings, one was for funerals. And I think that was the most he had.
Well, you know what? That's under 10 is acceptable for a man. You know what I mean? Under 10 pairs.
I have 3 pairs of sneakers, Adidas, that I wear. And then I've got 2 pairs of boots. And then I've got a couple of pairs of vintage Adidas.
So you're an Adidas man. So you're going to move to the Balkans soon with Wolfie and just pop a squat in your Adidas all the time. Right?
I had a bunch of different shoes, but when I got out of the coma, I had drop foot, and my Adidas were the only shoes that I could actually wear.
Fair.
At the time, so
fair. Wolfie, what do they call gopniks in Slovenia?
We don't have them here.
Bullshit. I've seen pictures of the Balkans. You have the exact same thing as gopniks.
Okay. I know there's a bunch of guys running around wearing nothing but Adidas here.
Basically,
was that, Wolfie?
Basically gopniki or something similar, because we don't have we have so few of them here. We don't have so much of a word.
because like the rest of the Balkans are crawling with them, right? Romanians have a lot in Romania. My Romanian friends are always sending me videos about that shit. Like, look how funny our country is. I'm like, this is not funny. This is scary.
No, it's sad. We don't
it's
have
very
it here.
disturbing that you have these gangs of idiots in Adidas wear hanging out in your city parks harassing people.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw some shade on the rest of the Balkans. We're more civilized.
This is why you guys fight every few fucking years.
I know.
You can't get along.
I know.
I saw an article once where it's like, if you're visiting Russia, do not wear your Adidas. Because if you go out in Russia in an Adidas tracksuit and your Adidas shoes, there's a good chance that you will go home naked.
Oh, we lost Tori. Yeah, no, well, there you go, right? And that's the danger. If you're in Colombia, don't take your cell phone out in public. Like that's just a rule. That's just like a survival rule. Do not take your cell phone out in public because you will get robbed.
And their Orthodox Christmas is January 7th.
January 7th?
Yes.
Okay, so because 6th is Old Christmas in the Catholic Church, right?
Yeah.
So you're supposed to throw your tree out on the 6th. That's the day you throw it out. So are you still frozen, or are you just staring blankly into the screen?
Oh, I am. While you guys were talking and I was listening, and I was looking into what you mentioned earlier about broadcasting it over to my audience. So yeah. So I'm setting all that up. So I can't actually see you because I'm over on another page, but I can hear you guys. So I was just listening in.
Merry Christmas,
Bo. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Robert, I'm alive. I'm like Pearl Jam. I'm still alive, yeah.
DM James is going to be the mix master.
Get better soon, Hangar. Get better soon.
Yeah, seriously, please get better soon, man. Well, anyone who's on Tori's channel who's now joining us, Merry Christmas. Welcome to a YouTube Creator Christmas stream. Everybody here has a channel except for Wolfie. He gets in on a pass because, he's from the Balkans. He's the poor kid we're helping out, right? He's our Christmas charity case this year.
Do they know it's Christmas time at all?
We're going to do a charity stream for you there, Wolfie. Get Wolfie an Adidas gift kit. No, you take it, but you take it and then you sell it. Of course. To the Hungarians, and then you get your money, right? That's how it works out.
Sell it. I'll give it to my dad. He likes
it.
What country are you in, Wolfie?
Slovenia.
If you were in Bulgaria, I'd ask you to go visit Dodal and take a picture for me.
Fair enough. Why?
This is a Red Dwarf skit. Bulgarians, they're very simple people.
You say that about Canadians a little too often, too, Hungar.
I wasn't going to say it about Canadians today.
Oh, you've chosen peace. You've chosen peace today, have you?
I've chose passive aggressiveness today.
That works too. That works too. Whatever gets you.
I'm not chaotic neutral today. I'm chaotic good.
Well, that's an improvement.
And yes, Tori, I heard what you're talking about DMing.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have everything, set up and mapped out, and that's how you should do your YouTube. I've DM'd a lot of games, and when I first started, I'd draw out the maps and do everything, and now I just tell them like, hey, some guy said that there's some stuff going on over here. What do you want to do? And then I just wing it.
Yep.
I think that's kind of what I ended up accidentally myself into when I started the Subnautica stream last Saturday. I was hosting Christmas, so I had a bunch of cleaning to do, and I always get up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and I was like, I just want to play a game. And then I saw the stream button, and I was like, well, what the hey? Why don't I just try this? And it was so freeing to just not care and not worry about it. And I was like, oh, this is how it should be. As I accidented myself into it. But I definitely appreciate all of the support from people. I was at work on one of Bear's streams. It was like the second stream I was in and I just had it on my phone in my headphone, and I was like, "Oh, hi, Bear," and he's like, "Oh, hey, it was excuse me, it was Wednesday with the yield. What was it called? The yield.
Yield Geeks over on
Yeah,
Yield Geeks John's channel. Yeah.
yeah. You stopped and you called on my channel like, everybody join T and Tori's channel, and I literally started blushing, and then right about that moment, one of my bosses comes in and he's like, "Is everything okay?" Because I was like giggling and smiling because I was so happy that you were throwing me kudos there, so I appreciated that. But it was kind of funny. I had to like explain like, "Oh, I started a channel, blah blah blah." So yeah,
Listen,
that was
that's
fun.
good, man. That's good. Listen,
Now,
you're having fun. You're having fun. That's all that matters.
now,
Curtis, I'm
now
trying to
you're
figure out where
doing
your
your
goddamn
YouTube
channel
like
is.
that. Now you're doing your YouTube like that, and you're doing your.
Oh,
D&D
hang on. Let me
games like
get
that.
you my link.
I got it.
Yeah.
I'm good. I found it.
Now you
Okay.
can do your entire life like that. That's what it really.
Oh, there's food for thought. The just living it the way we kind of want to live it, and not stressing too hard about what other people think.
I don't stress about anything, and I'm
Drive
in
it like you
intensive
stole it.
care. I'm in the ICU unit at the hospital right now, and
And
I'm laughing. See,
yeah,
life's short and hard like a bodybuilding midget. You gotta have fun.
That's a good one.
Don't get 'em
that's good
started.
advice though. It's a good thing to remember, for sure.
So Neil Gaiman, once I saw him speaking about writing, and he had this fantastic thing. He says, everybody says to me, "How do you plan out your books? How do you plan out your books?" And he says, "I plan my books like I'm taking a trip. There's 4 or 5 sites I want to see, so I mark them down on the map. How I get to those sites, we'll find out when we get there." And that's how he writes books. And that's kind of how I think everything in life should be. You should have some ideas of what you want to do, where you want to go, and then let the events take you there. And you will have much more fun. You will have much more interesting time. If you plan everything out in meticulous detail, you'll get an ulcer. Because then when things
Yeah.
don't go the way you want them to go, you get stressed. But if you have no expectations, how are you going to get stressed?
It's true.
Work
It's
with the
kind of
chaos.
No, go ahead.
There's-
Steve.
That's right.
I was gonna say it amazes me even still, and it shouldn't amaze me because I know better, but it still amazes me how much skills that you learn as a DM, and as specifically when you're trying to be a good DM, is so applicable to so many other things. It's amazing how much that hobby bleeds out into so many other areas.
Now imagine how much fun you can have when you're trying to be a bad DM. That's even more fun. When you get to the point where you're comfortable enough to start going, "And tonight I do nothing but fuck with my players all night long.
And tonight I try to kill you all.
And watch them lose their minds trying to outthink me when I've got no thought." It's just
I like what a nerd says. I'm only in the hospital because all the nurses got depressed when I left the last
Yeah.
time.
Oh, I remember.
get in the goddamn stream, nerds. I sent you the message on Discord.
There was a room. We were doing a campaign. I dropped him into the room. It was they had been in a dungeon for like 2 sessions or so. So there was kind of this air like they were in the final room. It was this great big giant room with a circular depression in the center, filled with sand, like Zen garden style, with just sand. And the whole point of the room was that there was nothing in it. And they spent the entire session just squirming in their seats because they were convinced there was some sort of boss fight or something in this room, because there normally would have been. But the whole trick was that there wasn't. So they were like trying to interact with the sand, and then like the tabaxi touched it, and they're like, "No, don't touch it." And they were freaking out, and there was no boss fight. It was kind of fun watching them squirm.
I've often started a session with no ideas and just listen to what my players say when I do something like, "There's a red door." That's all. "There's a red door," and watch them go into fits over a red door as they're trying to figure out, and they're talking out loud, and you're like just going, yeah, no, yeah, oh yeah, and they just have fun with that. Trust me, chaotic reffing is a good thing. Malachi, I'm glad I could be a bad influence on you.
I like when the people who are searching for traps wrote almost good enough, but not quite. And then I tell them that I think there might be a trap there, you think that there is a trap there, and they spend like 5-10 minutes trying to disarm an imaginary trap.
Oh, that's terrible. I've
I
done
search
that
for
with
traps.
stealth
Did I
checks.
find any? Roll. I got an 18. Did I find any traps? You don't find any. That's all you got to say. You don't find any.
Yep, I've done that with stealth rolls. They're like, I roll a stealth roll. I'm like, what'd you get? He's like, I got a 15. And I was like, okay. She goes, am I hidden? And I go, well, you think you are.
Exactly. From your point of view, you think you're
How the
really
hell should
well
you know
hidden.
if you
Yeah,
are?
you feel like you could walk in the middle of sunshine and nobody would see you.
Yep.
Exactly. It's that moment in Emperor's New Groove when he's sneaking through and then he hides in front of the painting and he's like, whoa.
Yeah, the theme song.
You're
I
well hidden.
always think of Young Guns. We're in the spirit world.
Yeah.
Why can't they see us? We're in the spirit world.
Anybody else see the size of that chicken? I love that scene, man. It's a good scene. Buddy of mine was high as fuck, apparently. He was telling me this story one night. He was going to see his buddy. It was like middle of the night. He's got his Walkman on, and he's got his mixtape on, and he had forgot that he had put Young Guns, I think, one of the tracks from Young Guns 2 on it. And he goes, it went dead, silent. He's walking up the stairs, and then suddenly he hears in his ears, "Ooh, I'll make you famous." He goes, I spun around and fell down the stairs because I thought someone was coming up behind me. I'm like, fucking buddy.
Nice.
That's good, man. That's good. You thought Billy the Kid was behind you. Well done, sir. I think you think you are absolutely, Malachi. I agree 100% on that one. So what'd you get for Christmas, Tori?
The books that I showed you. I'm trying to remember. Some like house stuff. We've only been in this house for a year, so we're still trying to get, and we both owned nothing. This is our first house, so we're still accumulating. So little stuff like that. He got a Moss Isley Cantina shirt that I'm super jealous of.
Nice.
Nerds should not marry. That's how clothes get stolen. Come on.
Well, thankfully, we're sort of two different type of nerds. He is sci-fi, and like that's his whole thing. He loves sci-fi stuff. I like one or two different sci-fi. Like I like Star Wars, but I know nothing about Star Trek and don't really care about it.
Okay, you're allowed to be wrong.
We all make poor life decisions. Is that it? I'm more of a Lord of the Rings, like classic fantasy. I have a book list from my dad to go through that has like David Eddings and some more Salvatore and other things on it. So I'm more of like the fantasy type.
Nice,
so
nice. Nerds.
Oh,
Merry Christmas! Woo!
Merry Christmas, nerds.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Shadow and Son sent me the complete dwarf splat book.
You must be happy.
AD&D 2nd edition. I'm
Complete
so
book of
happy
dwarves.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the first D&D book I ever bought when I was a kid.
Nice.
Oh wow, nice.
Nerds, you gonna simulcast to your channel or not, lady? Come on now. Come on, nerds.
I mean, I barely have a channel.
You have a channel. And you
Curtis has 2
absolutely
subscribers, me and his mom. Come on, you can do it. I'm teasing, Curtis. I'm sure you have more than 2 subscribers.
Shit, nerd.
Surprisingly, I have like 26. And I'm like, I don't even know how this happened.
You have the best video ever, nerd, where you're talking about the Hungar the Starvarian miniature.
You know, if it was anybody else, I'd be accusing them of egomaniacal behavior, but it's you, Hungar. It's just like, yep, that's Hungar. Oh, that's who it is. Are you a Leo by any chance, Hungar?
Capricorn, the best.
Because you have that Leo tendency to just go, yeah, it's a nice conversation, but let's talk about me now.
It happens.
My best friend is a Leo, and he does that. He'll be like, we're having a fantastic conversation. And go, yeah. But anyway, me. And he'll just start talking about something he wants to talk about, which is not related to the conversation at all. It's like this Leo trait. Maybe you're a Leo ascending or something. Who knows? Nerds vanished. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
She'll be back.
Maybe having technical difficulties.
See? She's already back.
Oh, see.
Oh, Curtis, you threw me that in the private chat? Yes, you did. Visit a Nerd's Nerd. Guys, I'm throwing up everybody's channel in the chat. Go subscribe to them. Come on, guys. If you aren't subscribed to Curtis and Hungar and TN Tori and Nerds Nerd, you should be. Go subscribe to their channels, please.
I'm subscribed to everybody here who has a channel, and only subscribe to me if you like chaos.
We all need a little bit of chaos in our lives sometimes. Keeps us alive.
That's better. Yeah, no, chaos is fine, man.
My,
I don't
my
think I know any
show,
lawful people.
what do you get when you got a guy who gives like 0 Fs anymore and a couple of idiots that are on the show every time he has a live stream?
Hunger's chaotic neutral live stream.
Yeah. Which
I was about to say a police ticket.
Mage's Musing actually named that show.
Yes, he did. Hey, Mark, what's up? By the way, you may notice someone, TN Tori, bought everybody a bunch of memberships, and you got one. So welcome to the membership club there.
Nice.
So there we go. We got a Slovenian in the chat in the video, and we got a Swede in the chat. So we're doing well. We're getting internationals this morning. That's nice.
Heck yeah.
Americans and Canadians.
Yeah, we're brothers. It's we're like family. You know, we don't count as international. We're just like, we all look at England like, fuck you, mom.
Yeah.
Crafty.
Unless we're gaming with ADHD and they're like, did you hear about that time I went to England?
When I was in London, when I went to England, I don't say it so much. Yeah, okay, Brian, you don't say it so much. That's like Max saying he doesn't do disclaimers and then proceeds to give a disclaimer before every hot take he has. It's like,
yeah,
just accept that you do disclaimers, buddy.
Merry Christmas, Crafty.
Yeah, that's the right attitude. But Crafty, do you have a channel? Does Crafty have a channel?
No, I think he just goes on other people's channels and talk shit.
Oh, well. Sadly, he won't be able to come down and talk shit on this one today because this is for creators only. Sorry, Crafty. You guess you should have made a channel. Mm-hmm.
So, Nerds, how was your Christmas?
It was good. We had a Christmas Eve dinner, some nice ham, and then this morning, kids and us opened our presents, and now we're kind of hanging out, munching on cinnamon rolls and killing time.
Did you
get
like
the
a big bag of
Crayola?
What?
Not this year.
Did you eat a bunch of sugar plums? Because you're all like, hey, like I've never seen you this animated before. What's going on, nerds?
It's Christmas.
I am sugar high.
Damn, Crafty, you got some cool kids.
My kids left whiskey and cured meats out for Santa. Jesus Christ.
Nice.
Yeah, I agree. Wolfie should have a channel because Wolfie does have a great voice. What would you, Wolfie, if you had a channel, what would your YouTube channel be about?
Honestly, I should probably just stream some games I play on occasion. Don't really play that much anymore. I've just been working on my RPG and some stuff recently, so haven't been doing anything other than that.
It'd be kind of funny if you did like a channel like, how to play D&D in the Balkans. In regular D&D, you go to dungeon and get treasure. In Balkans, you go to market and get attacked by barbarians. Just have some fun with that, I think.
I don't need to play D&D. I can go to the market.
We don't play D&D. We live it.
In the Balkans, the D&D plays you.
Exactly.
Depends on the region.
Holy shit, we have no snow here, Mark. None. Like zero. It's gray everywhere in Canada right now for the most part. How's it down where you? Anybody else got snow yet?
No. Zero.
Fucking Swedes hogging all the snow again.
I didn't move. I didn't move out of Florida to not have a white Christmas.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I think Wolfie should do that. Wolfie is okay. So Slavs have a lot of Viking blood in them, even if they don't want to admit it, because my people kind of went everywhere and went, have some of our blood, have some of our blood, have some of our blood, and just left it behind, right?
Yeah, rivers go far down south.
Yeah, they do. It's really fun when you explain to the Russians that they're actually from Vikings and that's where Rus comes from the river. They're like, no, it's not true. No, we're Slavs. No, you're fucking Vikings. Just accept it. Your name,
Raven. Of course, you have snow in Colorado.
Yeah, but Colorado doesn't count because you're a mile in the air plus. Of course you have snow. You have snow in July sometimes. Come on, man.
That sounds so nice.
When I was in college in North Dakota, I got a sunbird one day in April, and then we had a blizzard with 6-foot snow drifts.
The latest I've ever seen snow in Montreal was one year we had snow on June 15th. I mean, it lasted for 2 hours and was gone. But we woke up and it was snowing, and we were like, what the fuck? You know, and that was pretty weird.
I kind of miss those days, actually. We get snow in April and various things like that, but last year we didn't even hardly get snow until like the 24th, like it was literally Christmas and it started snowing, and then this year just nothing. Just
you said you're in Montana, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Isn't Montana normally like snowed in?
Supposed to be, yeah, but we haven't had a normal winter in probably 5-6 years. I mean, it's like I could walk outside in a t-shirt. It's like barely 60 out there. I think it's so warm for this time of year.
It is currently in Montreal, and I went for breakfast with my buddies wearing a hoodie. You know what I mean? It's 5 degrees, which for Americans is 41. It's really mild here today. It's insanely mild.
What's up, Big Bad RPG?
Big Bad, what's up, nerd?
It is 54. And
so Tian Tori, insert name here, wants to know what other game books did you get? TOEE aside, Temple of Elemental Evil aside, what else did you get?
Those are the only D&D books I got. Everything else I got. We got some whiskey glasses. We're big bourbon fans, and we got let's see, a container for like flour and sugar because my husband does a lot of baking. Oh my gosh, I can't even think. I'm drawing a complete blank. I can't even remember, and half of it's sitting on the table over there. Oh,
nice.
Yep, just stuff.
Nerds, what'd you get for Christmas?
I got a smoker, so pretty excited about that. Gonna start smoking meats all the time.
Nice.
Got some cool jammies and the Robux or Alpha Strike.
Oh wow, nice. Curtis, what'd you get for Christmas?
So far I've gotten 12 pairs of black socks, which is exactly what I wanted.
Oh, that's so nice.
I love new socks.
I mean, don't underestimate good socks.
No, seriously, but at the same time, when the Slovenian's going, oh, nice gift, that's a bad gift, man, because their gifts are all based around survival.
I also got a video game from a friend, so that was pretty cool.
Nice.
When I was younger, I only wore socks once. Because I just like the way that brand new socks felt on my feet, so I'd wear the socks, wash them, and then give them to my brother.
Adino wants to know what brand of smoker, nerds.
It is a Traeger.
Oh,
nice.
So nice.
Top of the line.
I have no idea. What's a trigger?
They make Traegers, and then they make smokers, and if you're lucky, you get a Traeger.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a brand of wood pellet smoker, and they usually have a lot of really nice features on them. Like we have one. Well, actually, it's a pit boss at work, but he actually has an app that he can watch the temperature on it and walk away from it, but still be able to see what temperature it is. It's super nice.
Interesting.
Some of them do, yeah.
I don't have a backyard. I can't do no smoking. Sadly, I'd be out on the sidewalk in front of the apartment building. To the neighbors and be like, I live in a mostly Muslim neighborhood, so they'd just be walking by looking at me like, what the fuck's wrong with the white guy?
That would be kind
of fun, actually. What's that, Hunger?
Smoking a pork butt.
Yeah, exactly. Haram. Really drive the point home. That would be good. That would be, no, I'm more of a get along kind of person when it comes to my neighbors. I don't try and antagonize them.
I get along with everybody.
Oh yeah, you get along with everybody, but that's you. It's like your superpower.
It's like that song in Team America World Police.
Oh boy.
Everyone has AIDS. The whites and the black, the gays and the straights, and the whites and the spades. That's what I get along with. Everybody.
It's my fault. I brought him in.
Big Bad, I'm in Tennessee still. Chilling in the ICU.
Oh, Robert Bell, you're hilarious. That joke that's a dad joke. You must have kids. That's a dad joke if I ever saw one. I've never been a big fan of smoking. My dad was a smoker and I was asthmatic. Ba-dum-bum.
It is
Tien
hard to rub.
dang. All right, something Tien said made dang happen, so that's awesome. What happened to Hungar? He owed me money, and
Don't fuck with bear, man. Don't poke the bear.
listen, I'm a nice guy, but if you owe me money, we're gonna have a conversation. I'm watching
He,
you.
he was like Brian on Family or Stewie on Family Guy to Brian.
Hey, you got my $5, man?
Give me my money.
You got money for fake mustaches? Yeah, exactly. There you go. I fear no brisket. Even mediocre brisket is reasonably tasty, and messing it up just means I get to make more brisket. There you go. That's the spirit.
That's
Nighthawk, you have the best outlook.
Hells yeah, nerd. Look at that. Everyone's having a grand old time talking about brisket. I actually had smoked meat for breakfast. That was my sandwich at the cafe. Was a smoked meat sandwich. It was quite nice.
You either like brisket or you're wrong.
Well, yeah. That's fair. Hungar is recovering from some overenthusiastic Slanesh worship. There you go. There you go. What are those?
Yeah,
what
that's
are
just
those
the other guy.
No. What are those D&D monsters called? The ones that are like kind of alien ripoffs. Is it Slan?
the slot.
Slod. That's it. Slod. There you go. Yeah. Hungar was
Okay.
doing a Slod surrogate mother program, and they finally had to take them out. So that's why he's in the hospital. And you get those Slod out before they popped out, right?
Yeah.
He and Hungar had an argument about Critical Role. Hungar lost. Listen, when Critical Role's involved, everybody loses, okay? Let's just put it evenly straight across the board. Oh, Tori, are you a critter? Have I just offended you on some level?
I haven't really watched the show. I don't have anything like against it, but I don't like actively watch. The only show I actually follow is Acking with Perkins and Crawford and Hulkins and all those guys.
Acquisitions Inc.?
Mhm.
I loved Acquisitions Inc. And then, what's his name left?
Perkins left, yeah.
No, the dwarf. The guy played the dwarf.
Oh, Scott Kurtz. Yeah,
he left.
he
I
did
was
leave.
like, okay, this is going. I'll stick with it. And then Perkins stopped being their DM, and I really stopped enjoying the show after that. And then I heard Jim Dark Magic left too, and I'm like, okay, Jim Dark Magic left. There's no reason.
No,
to show.
he had like a couple of shows that he wasn't in, but he didn't like leave. Like he's back in later shows. I think there was just scheduling conflicts for some of the live events. Perkins came back as of series 2. But when, and I kind of hear you, when Perkins left the first time, I only watched a couple of the Crawford shows just out of sheer, okay, let's see what this does. I still prefer Perkins's DMing, but I kind of eventually the Crawford DMing sort of grew on me a little bit. So I have on my, I've created a playlist of all the acting from the original podcast, but separated into sort of eras. And I separated out all the Crawford episodes into their own era. Yeah, because then Kurtz left and they did all through, and that was when Tomb of Horrors came out. Mm-hmm. So Scott left, and then they did one with Cathris, and then they did about 2 more, and then they did Tomb of Horrors, and then that's when Perkins left, and then they did and then on series 2 he came back, which was super awesome to see.
Yeah, I didn't care for Perkins' GMing style, but I absolutely loved the way Jim Dark Magic would fuck with them. And then there was, of course, the Patrick Rufus bullshit. I mean, there's
Pat Rufus. Yep.
Nothing is better than Pat Rufus bullshit. Have you ever seen this, Hungar?
No. I don't watch Critical Role, but I do like Legend of Vox.
So Acquisitions Inc. is another live play that they were running through the WotC gang and some like not Ready Player. What was that fucking channel?
Penny Arcade.
Penny Arcade and stuff like that, where they were all playing together, and they got this one guy to play who had never played D&D before, so his character is Jim Dark Magic of the New Hampshire Dark Magic. So he's like this fucking stage magician wizard, and he's fucking hilarious.
That's
awesome. Hilarious. But then they got Pat Ralphus playing the writer, and Pat Ralphus will just go, "Is there a way that I could do this, and this?" And he'll string together like 6 crazy ideas, and Chris Perkins always go, Yeah, I'll outroll.
Yeah.
So they just started referring to Pat Ralphus bullshit. They're just like, what Pat Ralphus bullshit is he going to do tonight? You know, and it was fun to watch because they weren't taking themselves seriously. They were having a good time, and that's what made it fun to watch, right? Unlike Critical Role, where I always feel like I'm watching them audition for something, and I'm like, I don't
Yeah.
fuck off.
I watched a couple of episodes of Crit Role because it was one of those like, okay, let's see what all the hullabaloo is about. And I don't know, they were taking themselves too seriously, and I just prefer Acking because Perkins's DMing style is actually kind of a little more reminiscent of my DMing style, or at least I find beats and tendencies that are like that's similar to, namely in like the NPCs. He comes up with these wild NPCs, and my NPCs tend to be pretty ridiculous sometimes. And yeah, we're not there to take ourselves seriously, so I prefer that show because it's a reminder of like we're here to have a good time. We're people at a table playing the game. It's not a performance.
Yeah, I don't hate Critical Role. I don't, it's just I tried to watch it and I was like, it seemed fake. So then my ex-wife, she's like, you got to watch Legend of Vox Machina. It's great. It's by the people who do Critical Role. And I'm like, I'm not going to watch it because I didn't enjoy Critical Role. She's like, you will like it. Trust me. So I watched the first season. And I was like, this is freaking comedic gold.
Yeah, I could see you being a big fan of Scanlan, to be honest.
Percy.
Oh, really? Percy's your one. I like the twins. Like I really like the twins. Like they are worth like that. I don't care for the cartoon overall. Like at the end of the day, it's like whatever. But I mean, what's her name? Not Laura. The one that does the Vex or Vax or whatever her name is. The Ranger. What the fuck is that actress's name?
I don't know.
Anyway, she's amazing. Like that's Travis Williams' wife, and her voice is amazing. Her skill as an actress is everyone else on that show, from Matt Mercer right down to them. I hear them in a cartoon and I go, oh, it's Travis Williams. Oh, it's Matt Mercer. Oh, and then I find out later that was her. Oh, wow. Like Laura Bailey. She is a fucking chameleon with her voice. She's so good. Like she blows me away. The rest of them, whatever. You know, most voice actors are going to sound like themselves. So you get those rare few who can do a bunch of different voices. She's one of them. She's like amazingly talented. Hey, Janet from another planet. You going to join us at some point today, Janet, or are you just hiding out there in Sasquatch land? What's your plan, Janet?
Damn it, Janet.
Damn it, Janet. And we won't go any further than that because it'll get creepy. Laura Bailey. There we go. We now know it was Laura Bailey.
Who was it?
I don't know. Laura Bailey's Irish Cream. I don't know. I'm lost at this point in time. With CRU,
I never understood.
It's a bit much. Sorry, go ahead, nerds.
I never understood how heated people get over Critical Role. Like, it's not the good show for us. It's reality TV for D&D. If you don't like it, why don't you watch something else? Like, people get heated, like ready to throw hands over it.
Well, and the worst part is the critters are so overly defensive of it that if you say anything like, I don't like it, I don't care for it, or in my case, I talk shit about the guy who plays Scanlan. I'm saying, like, this guy annoys the fuck out of me, and if I knew him in real life, I'd want to slap him. Holy fuck, man. They, like, ratioed me into oblivion, and they just hate comments from all the critters. It was like, holy Jesus, apparently we're not allowed to have opinions.
Hi, Janet.
I can stop in. All right, Janet, you can stop in. Do I have you on Discord, Janet? No.
I'll go ahead and I hate to leave you guys, but I have some other stuff that I was gonna do. But at least I got to pop in and say hi for a little bit. But I'm gonna go ahead and bounce now.
Listen,
and get on day as planned.
The whole point is people can jump in and jump out as they see fit. So there you go. Thank you for stopping by. It was a pleasure seeing you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Great to
meet you. Merry Christmas, everybody. Bye.
All right, Janet, you can use that link. And if you want to stream, it would be good if you simulcast. It's up to you, your choice. We can get all those X people in again. I don't know. So there we go. As Crafty says, they've dished out death threats to YouTubers who reviewed Critical Role products badly. Like they're creepy. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. Having been on the receiving end of some critter hate in my time, it's like, they're kind of culty.
Indestructo Boy, he he did a review of their game, of the game that Mercy.
Candle Obscura.
Yeah, and he was all like, please don't send me death threats. And it's like, wow.
Now I'm curious if they did or not.
I don't care.
You know what?
Couldn't
Couldn't happen to a nicer fellow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, when your whole gag is, I'm going to make a channel disappear. Like, okay, why are you picking shit with people, man? Like, why you got to do that? That's just silly. You know, just let it go.
Because his high horse is 50 feet tall.
Again, the jokes I could make that I won't because I'm going to choose peace today because it's Christmas.
Okay, that's fair.
Spirit of Christmas.
Spirit of Christmas. Well, I have to because I don't know if you guys know or not, but I am the spirit of Christmas, right? I'm the spirit of Christmas present. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that I'm the spirit of Christmas present? Did you know that I am the spirit of Christmas present? I will prove it to you. And if you don't believe me, you're going to know in a second that I am the spirit of Christmas present. How you like them apples?
I didn't know you were that old, Bear.
Apparently I am. Apparently I was in the 1938 Christmas Carol as the spirit of Christmas present.
The resemblance is a bit uncanny.
It's disturbing. A friend sent that to me like 5-6 years ago when my beard Carol had color in it. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? You make this in Photoshop? He's like, no, the wife and I were watching this movie and we saw you in it and we freaked out. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Raven, the internet fandom is crazy. You should see my fans.
Oh, your fans are... Well, I'm one of them, so I guess that's
fanatics,
up, right?
Fanaticals.
Fanatic Titanic. There you go. There you go. So, come on, talk. Otherwise, Hungar's just going to go off and start taking over the stream again. All right, yeah. Everyone say nothing until Nerd talks. Let's see how long the silence lasts.
Here I go. Here I go. Here I go.
See, Hungar cannot do silence.
Yes, man.
I've never lost that challenge.
Hungar is the world's largest 6-year-old. It's amazing.
Hungar fans make 3D prints of him in 76mm. That's right.
That's very true. Mm-hmm. Yes, and one of them is in this chat right now who created the print. Nerd.
A nerd is the coolest.
Oh, yeah.
I tell myself that every day.
Well, I say that every day I have a stream. So, yeah.
Nerds, you're exactly the kind. Mana, only people with channels, buddy. Sorry, man. Only people with channels, Mana Ray. You got to have a channel up, so you got to throw the link into me, and we'll see what's going on. But otherwise, no. It's creators only today, sir. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. That's the rule today. It's a
we planned this out last week.
Exactly. This is something we've been planning. This is our big moment in the sun to show how incompetent and untalented we all are at the same time.
None of us are as dumb as all of us.
Oh, there is nothing stupider than all of us together. That's a whole other level of retarded.
Yeah, I remember that stream we had the other night.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I had almost blocked it out.
The dildo of what was it? Karma shows up unlubed.
Jesus Christ. So what? I was bored the other night, so I just threw on a stream after I did my fail of a ghost video on the other channel because Nuke's Top 5 let me down. And I was just hanging out with people, and man, Crafty Matt showed up drunk as a skunk, and he started telling us stories about hunting for porn as a child, and it was insane. It was pure raw. It was funny, like we were laughing our asses off, but it was raw insanity. And it's up on my channel. You can go. You got 7 hours to kill. That'll do it for you. Nothing personal, man, and nothing. Merry Christmas to you too, sir. Merry Christmas to you too. Wolfie's it's the No Homers Club. Wolfie's the one homer who's allowed in right now.
And if somebody with the show wants to pop on, we have to boot Wolfie.
Nothing personal, Wolfie, but we're going to treat you like the Balkans.
Yeah, of course. Natural.
Restart your computer, Janet, from another planet. I love Janet.
Go
Damn
ahead
it,
and restart
Janet,
your computer.
I love you.
Damn it, Janet.
But anyways, I'm
you.
gonna have to make room anyways. I have to eat something and go to
Brad,
sleep a bit early.
Janet, Rocky.
You guys have fun. Merry Christmas to you all, and
Are you leaving, Wolfie?
yeah,
You ass.
yeah, I'm hungry.
It's good to see you, buddy.
What are you eating
Same.
tonight?
Probably something that's already cold. I'll have to see. Rice?
Nice.
Probably rice.
Probably rice.
That's such an order of nerdity.
So,
That
Wolfie,
is a great name.
am I holding a seat for you at the heroic roleplay in the new year, sir?
Yeah, that sounds quite nice.
All right, man. You got a seat.
What day are you going to run that, Bear?
Don't know yet. Don't know, but Coco, Curtis, and Wolfie and Jason get first shots because they had superhero games with me or had other games with me that got put on hold, so they get the first choice to be in the games. That's just only right.
Anyways, have fun, guys. Hunger, get better. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Wolfie.
The Esoteric Order of Nerdity. Hi, man.
That is a great name, isn't it?
Hell of a name. Yeah, I got to say, that's a hell of a name. Carver was halfway through watching that stream when I saw the time to start this one. Jesus, buddy. Carver, I'm so sorry for the mental health damage I've done to you.
Mark, you have a good day. Merry Christmas to you, buddy.
Mark, take care, buddy. My best to the wife and the kid, and you stay healthy, please, and don't get 15 more colds this year. It would make me really happy, Mark. Please don't die. I need you. You're amazing. Don't die.
No dying allowed.
No dying. I'm putting a moratorium on death for 2024. All of you have to do that. Crom be with you, Hunger. There we go. Well. So, yeah, here we are. I guess I should let some spicy people in because at least the conversation happens when they get all spicy, right? Like, geez, we're just all like,
Did you know you could use raw garlic rubbed on your finger to pick up egg yolk?
You put garlic under your fingers.
Raw garlic. You get a bowl and you take the peeling off of it and you rub your fingers on raw garlic and you can pick up an egg yolk right out of the white and just like do.
Really?
Yeah.
Citation needed. There's now a bunch of people fucking up their eggs right now with garlic going, why would it work? What the hell? Hungarless led me.
Cool. My grandfather is like 98 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And we were sitting talking one day. And he's like, I'm going to live to 100. And I was like, that is awesome. If you do, when they put you on the news and ask you what your secret is, will you tell everybody you ate a pine cone every day?
What?
And he said that he would.
That's hilarious. Oh shit, I love that.
I want to see a bunch of these weirdos eating pine cones.
That is fucking brilliant. That is good, man. That would be hilarious. It really sucks that the Chuck Dixon Conan RPG license fell through. I didn't even know there was a Chuck Dixon Conan RPG license.
Yeah, he was working on Conan ACK type game, and the bunch of bullshit.
So I wonder what happened.
They pulled his licensing.
But why? Like, I wonder why they pulled the licensing.
I do not
There's
know.
Usually a reason, right?
I do not know all the deets.
Well, didn't Chuck Dixon piss off a lot of people recently? Didn't he take like the anti-woke stance and get into like a lot of like cancel culture against him because he was like, fuck you, you fucking weirdos?
Kind of,
no? Yeah. Maybe that's it.
That's
I would hop on, but Robert, you have a channel? I didn't know you had a channel, Robert.
Raven just asked a good question there, Bear.
What's the population density of superpowered humans in the heroic universe? Is there a superhero team in every town? No. So I have created probably for the Zenith universe somewhere in the area of about 400 to 500 superheroes globally. But there's always room for more, right? There's always room for more of those types of things. So your population density is very low for superpowered people. That's people with actual powers. That doesn't count people who have cybernetics or have been, are super spies or stuff like that. But I'd say 1980X, the population of the world somewhere around 5 billion, and there's only about 500 to 1,000 globally. So I suck at math. So what would that be? Anybody good at math? 1,000 into 5 billion? Okay, really.
You just have to drop some zeros, right? It's 1,000. You just drop 3 zeros.
Yeah.
Right. So that would be 500 million to 1. So, or something like that, or 50,000 to 1. I don't know.
0.0002%.
5 billion divided by 1,000 is 5 million.
Right.
So 1 in 5 million.
So 1 in 5 million. So yeah, it's not a huge population density that you're going to see, Raven.
Did you learn that in WWNAM? No.
Chuck Dixon referenced stories that are not in the public domain. The license holder is now going after Chuck Dixon. So he tied. That's what happened. There we go. Okay, and Raven said that as well. Okay, so now we understand. Okay. Now we have our answer as to why Chuck Dixon doesn't have his Conan shit going on anymore. And then someone said Alexander McChrist was supposed to be doing it. Was he designing the game for him? Is that what happened?
You know,
I don't know.
I'm going bounce for a little bit.
Yeah, dude, you rest up, man.
I'm feeling tired.
You're going to miss Janet when she gets back,
I'll see Janet later.
The river was deep, but I swam it, Janet. The future is ours, so let's plan it, Janet. There you go, man.
Janet, Brad, Rocky.
Dr. Scott, Brad, Janet, Rocky, Dr. Scott. Yeah, exactly. You have yourself a good afternoon. Come back when you're feeling up for it.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas.
Have yourself a hungar little Christmas. Jesus Christ. Giant heads. Well, like one superpower. Well, no, but it's not. It's no, sorry. And yeah, technically that would be the distribution, but you're obviously going to have clusters of heroes and villains in areas. Like Montana might have one. You know what I mean? Whereas upstate, or New York City might have 20, 30. It's all going to be based on stuff like that. So it's good. He was always going to use Adventure Conquer King 2E. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I knew nothing about this, and now I know something about this. Hungar left, and we lost viewers right away. Look at that. We're like, Hungar's gone. I'm out. Fuck this place. Screw them. Nerds.
Yes?
Do you like Conan?
No. I am aware of Conan. I have enjoyed the film.
I'm sorry. You're aware of who? Stop saying Conan, Americans. It's Conan. Swear to God, I was watching the Jason Momoa film and everybody kept calling him Conan. And I'm like, who the fuck is Conan? And then my buddy's like, this movie sucks, but we could accept it because it's not a Conan movie. It's a movie about some guy named Conan. So we're okay, That'd be like if you guys went and saw a Spider-Man movie and started referring to him as Spider-Man. That's Peter Spider-Man. He works down at the law offices of Spider-Man, Daredevil, and Get 'em. So there you go. 1 in 5 million is a good ratio. Yeah, I mean, let's what's the population of the U.S.? 400 million?
Currently 360 million.
All right, let's say 400 million just to make my life easier. And we divide that by 5. What do we get? Yes, Hungar. I am the word police, and I will happily be the word police. Thank you.
Hang on, you said 300. You said 400 million divided by what?
5.
5 million?
No,
Or
just
5?
5.
Just 5?
Yeah.
80 million.
80 million?
400 million divided by 5 is 80 million. Yeah.
Now drop the zeros. For some reason, you went from 1 in 5 million to 1 in 5.
Yeah.
Okay. I see what you're asking for.
How?
Okay.
Buddy, with the claws today.
Okay, so
The number you're looking for is 80. There would be 80 superheroes in the U.S.
So clearly that's not an even distribution, right? Like that's the
Yeah.
whole point. So, there you go. Welcome back, Janet. You still got the link or do you need it again? Yes, thank you, Crafty. Conan. I swear to God, it drives me up the wall. Conan. Ugh. And Ron Perlman should
I'm a
have
big
known
fan
better.
of chinning the bobbinin.
The Marvel ratio is much higher because they have thousands of characters, right? So, I mean, that's the difference in the Marvel ratio. The Marvel universe is lousy with superheroes. DC, too. Like, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting a costumed freak. And that could be your superpower identity, dead cat swinger. So there you go. Tis what it is.
Wouldn't surprise me if it was, to be honest.
Yeah, can I
Janet.
reserve that for the heroic play?
I'm sorry, what was that, nerds?
Can I reserve Dead Cat Swinger for the heroic play?
You can do whatever you want for your own personal private heroic play that you want to do and play goofy shit with. You're more than welcome to. Have a grand old time with that, my dear. How you doing, Janet? You're muted, Janet. We can't hear you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm good. How are you? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, we're getting an echo back from you, Janet. Careful.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. We'll get you there. Don't worry. So what's on the plate for Janet for Christmas?
Got a ham in the oven warming up because they're already pre-cooked. So he's supposed to heat them up, and then I'll make all the sides, and they're not supposed to be here till like 2:33.
And who's all coming?
And nephew.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 3 little ones. It's gonna be fun. And I already have my daughter here, so
nice. Nerds doing the big family thing as well today.
So it'll be fun.
Curtis, is anybody with you today, or are you by yourself for Christmas? You're muted.
I was with my mother's side of the family this morning, but I've gone back to my place, so yeah, I'm pretty much alone for today.
There you go. Little one is going to chase chickens. Baron, you're not helping. You're not helping, G-Rock. You're not helping. We're not doing another goddamn chicken podcast today, sir. That's just not happening.
Oh, yeah, it's Turkey Day, right?
It's Turkey Day, Garbage Day. There you go.
Turkey and Ham Day.
Nobody gets the Garbage Day joke?
What about spam?
Spam's delicious.
I like spam.
Spam is absolutely delicious. Oh, I forgot to mention, everybody, by the way, something I wanted to mention earlier and had completely forgotten to because, well, Hungar showed up. So that's always going to be the distraction for me, that I'm going to just pay attention to that crazy old man. But hang on, I got to swap out my mouse battery because one just died, and that's okay because my work one's right here. So I'm going to swap that out. And I'm going to show you guys all something that makes me happy.
Is it legal?
Wow. What did you think it was? Wow, Janet. I don't think, Janet, I'm a little shocked. Janet, you seem like such a nice, fine young lady who's only ever seen 3 porn in her life. You know, the one with the guy with the eye patch?
Yeah, that's right.
Still the funniest thing I think said on
his nickname was Deadeye, but I won't talk about it today.
Don't want to know. Hey guys, look at this. We're at 197 of 200. If we get 3 more people saying that they want to follow this project, Backer Kit will treat it as a serious endeavor that we can undergo. So wow. Thank you everybody who's signed up with multiple email accounts, nerds.
Where is the link?
Throwing it in the chat right now, Janet.
Because I'll go.
You can grab it from there.
And I'll share it. Is it okay if I share it on?
Absolutely. So the goal, when we do hit Backer Kit in February, the goal is to raise $5,000 for the project. The game's already written, so the money that we're raising is for three things: paying the writing team, paying the layout team, and paying the artist. That's what it's all there for.
I'm going to share it.
So there'll be no fear of anyone who backs it not getting the game. You'll get the game, just your support will help make it pretty. So please, 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 please. All right, that seems like a very good superheroic ratio. Enough room for heroes to be extremely special, but numerous enough for them to each deal with each other at some point, and also for newcomers coming in. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, the Zenith universe is going to be presented to you, and you guys can do what you want with it. Did she find it in a forest? Oh my God, Crafty, shut up. Just shut up, Crafty. In a box. Oh my God. No, Crafty, no. And no, we're not doing yogurt jokes today either. Thank you. Thank you. Move along. Thank you. So, Janet, what'd you get for Christmas?
Well, one thing I got was these. They're heated socks. They're plugged in right now, so I can't do it. I can't use them. Because, I do a lot of stuff outside because I'm not going to talk about, but they use a coop and they lay eggs every day.
Yeah, those would be chickens. We're aware.
Yeah. I know, but you said not to mention those.
No. I didn't say you couldn't mention them. I said let's just not turn it into another "What Kind of Chickens We Have" podcast.
Well, I have rubber boots and my feet get cold, so so someone was nice enough to get me some warm socks with batteries.
So how many chickens do you have in total? Like, what's your number?
I have 12.
12. Okay, so that's not so bad. The stink isn't so bad.
It's backyard chickens.
Where I grew up, they had chicken farms, and my Jesus Lord in heaven, was that a stink. Like, chickens are not a pleasant smelling creature. Let's just put it that way.
No, you got to keep them clean. They're coops.
Yeah, well, when they've got thousands, it's kind of hard.
Yeah. You can do that when you have just a couple.
Well, yeah, exactly. So do you have fresh eggs every morning for breakfast?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
don't eat them every day for breakfast. Sometimes I'll just eat a boiled egg or, or make egg salad sandwiches. But I'm always asked to bring deviled eggs, for dinners and things like that. So, and I give a lot of eggs away.
When I was a kid, I used to find it so strange that we'd go to a church function and someone would bring deviled eggs. And just as a kid, I'd be like, what? That doesn't make sense.
They're good, though.
They're delicious, but why are they in the church? It makes no sense. Why are you bringing the devil's eggs here?
Oh, devil's eggs. Okay.
Well, deviled eggs, right? But I was like 10. So for me, it's
I know, but I still didn't connect it because I don't know.
I think that's the problem. I think most people don't connect it, and I'm just fucking autistic, and that's what that is. So there we go, There we go.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So what else did you get other than socks?
I got some earphones, some Bluetooth earphones, but they go into your ear and they stay in, almost like the little Bose sleeping ones, so I can work out and not be dropping them all the time.
Nice.
And I'm trying to think if I got anything else. I think that's it. And a couple cards and a picture of my dad. My sister sent me a nice picture of my dad. It made me cry because it's so much work for her to have to get him in and out of the car and take him to a professional place because he hurt his leg and he has a real bad atrophied leg. So she has to help him.
Okay. Well, that's sweet.
It was sweet of her.
Well, people, we hit 200. Keep going. Keep going. Don't give up. Keep going. Make that number go up just so that way they think it's an even better project. But yay, we're at 200. Yay. Thank you so much.
I shared it on my ex. I got almost 7,800 or something like that followers.
Wow. That's quite the
I wonder if I could share the link on my other channels, like
share it wherever you want. You can go look, you want to print it up and hand it out to people on the street. You do that. That's
TikTok.
You, man.
I got TikTok and Rumble.
I can't do the TikTok, man.
Well, that's where I started, because I made my very first video and I sent it to my friends, and I was on an elliptical and I was looking at the camera and I was looking at my lithographs of Wolverine because I love Wolverine, and I was like, I'm coming for you, Wolverine. I've been on a dry spell so long, I'm gonna tear your ass up. Like that. And I sent it to my friends and they just thought it was hilarious. They said, you need to start a TikTok. So that's why I started. That's what I started doing for fun.
That is disturbing.
Well, That's what I do. Most of my stuff's shorts, but it's fun. I do it all for fun. So I'm not monetizing anything yet. So
Well, there you
just
go.
do it for fun.
Well, thank you, everybody that got me up to the 200, and let's see where it goes from there. Matt says, of all the gifts I got, the one my oldest daughter got me is really awesome. She commissioned her friend to recreate a portrait of my Baldur's Gate 3 PC. Is he with a bear?
Cool.
Is
Yeah.
he having sex? Is he seducing a bear? What's going on with that picture, Crafty? I mean, it's you. It can't just be a normal picture, Crafty. What's this? What's the hook, Crafty? Come on. What's the hook?
That meme will never die at this point. Every time someone mentions Baldur's Gate 3, that meme is always going to show up. Oh, did you fuck a bear?
Well, dude, whenever I'm on John's Ye Old Geeks channel, he has one of his codes in it is exclamation bear, and it says, "Did you enjoy my cameo in Baldur's Gate 3?"
Perfect.
And then that turned into everybody making the joke that I need to start a new channel called Only Bears, which they don't understand probably already exists.
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
I can Google it and see.
No, well, that's your Google, not mine. My buddy told me this morning. He said he explained to his Italian mother, who doesn't speak English, the my bipolar bear experience with usernames on the internet, and she apparently was howling with laughter that she thought it was funny. So what happened was, Janet, I'm a big fan of the character Bipolar Bear from The Tick, whose entire thing is, oh, there's trouble afoot, but sometimes I just can't get out of bed. You know, the idea of this bipolar superhero. So I went on to a forum, I signed up and pick a name, and my brain went, oh, I'll be Bipolar Bear. So I put bi-polar bear, Bipolar Bear. Apparently people are reading that as Bipolar Bear. So I got a lot of pictures I never wanted to see in my DMs on that. I was like,
I can imagine from both sexes.
No, it was all penis. It was all
penis.
There wasn't. I listen. If there had been one set of tits to balance it out, I would have been like, all right, it was worth it. But no,
well, that's one thing I've always been curious, and it's I got a couple guys on here I can ask. Why is it that when guys are always wanting to have threesomes, but when the girl asks, well, let's bring another guy in, the guys always say no.
It's a competition thing.
Yeah,
I know, but why is it okay for the women have to share a woman, but the guys don't want to do the opposite? I just don't think it's fair.
So let me ask you a different question, Janet. If you were to poll and survey women on whether they think two men together is hot or not, and you poll and survey men on whether two women together is hot or not, you will see a very different number on the yes, it's hot. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. I know a lot of women who are like, ew, two men together, that's gross, so it's like, okay, so there you go. It's a nice painting, man. That's awesome. That's a really great present. That's really cool, dude. It's nice, Crafty, and you kept it wholesome, dude. You're getting better. But I would never have a threesome. My Jesus Christ, I can barely pay attention to one woman. I couldn't imagine two in the
That
bed.
was my thought, and people called me freaking stupid.
Like, these guys are like really overestimating their abilities. I think at this point in time, it's like, son, you can't make one woman happy. How you gonna make two happy? A friend of mine had that. He had a threesome. I said, how'd it go? He goes, at one point in time, I just went and had a cigarette while they just kept themselves amused. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, yeah. Most of my friends are guys, and they're always talking about how they're the best thing ever.
Like, guys.
Yeah, the guys are always like, they're always talking themselves up, talking smack about themselves. And I'm like, well, I hope I never meet the girls that you've supposedly conquered. Yeah. Because I'm going to ask them, since, they're the guys are my friends, I'm going to ask them, how was it? And they'll say, oh, it was this big. No, I'm just kidding. But, I don't think anybody should brag about themselves. I think that it should be private. Yeah.
Jesus, Malachi. That's dark.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at in the chat a while ago.
And then Robert Bell's like, "Ever seen Jack Reacher?" This conversation is uncomfortable. Let's talk about a different thing. Okay. That reminds me of being new to the internet and seeing how many people were also into British TV, but I also said I was into BBC. Oh, fuck. That's funny. You guys don't know what BBC means in the dark side of the internet?
I don't want to know. But I'm going to know.
What does it mean? Can you put it in the private chat?
No, it just means big black cock. That's all that
Too
means.
much information. Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
I asked. I did ask though.
You did ask.
I deserve it. But yeah, it's just weird. All that stuff's weird. But I don't know how people deal with all these apps, these dating apps and stuff. That's a lot of. I don't. No, I got a lot of friends that do it, and I'm like,
mostly
you guys are
desperation.
crazy. It's too dangerous.
I spent some time on the international dating web pages for a while, meeting women from other countries. And the thing I learned was is that, okay, so for every 100 people who message me, 90 are a scam or want me to go to their OnlyFans or go to their Chatterbait page or whatever it is, whatever. Of the 10% that are left, 90% of them just want to get out of their country and they're looking for a doorway into the first world or something like that. So, and then of the 10% that's left of that, those 10 women, so of those, one of them is a serious human being who isn't just a complete fucking train wreck. You know what I mean? Like, it was really weird. But as a result of that, I've met women from all over the world, made some really good friends. I've got friends in Romania, Colombia, the Philippines, Russia, the Ukraine. It's really nice. It's really kind of cool. And one of the things that's really refreshing about it is when you start talking to women from other countries as a white heterosexual man in his 50s in North America, you realize that you still have value because you're not immediately dismissed for not being a young buck, a young stud. You're actually you're a man, and they appreciate that about you. Sorry, was that?
More serious.
Yeah, whereas,
settle down.
Well, and they're also
women that I talk to that are 30 are like, I'm just sick of the players. I just want
that's the thing, right? And these women,
a real relationship, not just okay, let's go. How many times can we sleep together?
Well, and they want a man who spends less time on his hair than they do. You know what I mean? Like, let's just,
yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
Now, I got them covered on that front. I spend no time on my hair, so I'm good to go. The last thing you need is knowing mom knows what BBC is. That's but no, that's the thing, right? It's just we are so into a weird place right now in the dating world, and my best friend's son is in his 20s, and I just feel bad for the kid because he's having a miserable time, and it's just like, yeah, man, it's not like the old days, son. It's changed. The world is a very different place in Western culture, and I don't envy young men's lot in it because all men get painted with the same brush now. It doesn't matter if you're a good guy or a bad guy. You're going to be treated like shit automatically as the default stance, and that's not good. That's wearing on the psyche of a lot of people, and it leads to weird things like Andrew Tate worship. And Andrew Tate is a fucking twat of the highest order. Hello, American Bob. I'm assuming you're from Janet's World since your opening was Merry Christmas, Janet. So Merry Christmas, Janet, from American Bob.
Hi, Bob. Thank you for stopping in. Yeah, he's one of my friends.
This is a nerd channel where we talk about geeky shit, so you might not like it if you're here for Janet's regular.
No, I talk about my comic books, my cosplay, all that kind of stuff.
What do you cosplay as? What are your cosplay choices?
I've done. I love Star Trek, the original Star Trek, but I like I've been an Andorian, I've been a Romulan, I've been a Vulcan, I've just been a regular Trekkie, or person or whatever. I've dressed as Trinity. I've been Magenta. I've been Janet. I don't know. I've been a whole bunch of different
Magenta,
characters.
Really?
Yeah. I did Rock Your Picture Show. I told you I do that a lot.
Yeah,
too.
Yeah, I know. I just cosplaying as Magenta. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I have a video from my last Comic-Con. I was a Andorian. I got to meet Christopher Lloyd and William Shatner, and I got my Federation of Planets manual autographed by them. It was awesome. I had a lot of fun. And then the following weekend, I went to Rock Your Picture Show as Magenta this time because I'm always Janet. Everybody wants me to go as Janet. I was like, oh, of course. Boring. So I want to do something different.
Sadly, I was always a Columbia guy. That was the thing for me with Rocky Horror. Little Nell was just to me,
Yeah, I've been Columbia too a couple of times years ago.
You don't have the hair for Columbia. Come on, your hair's too long.
Wigs. I got over 50
women
wigs.
in your wigs ruining the world. I swear to God.
Blonde, brunette, redhead, short hair, long hair. I mean everything. Yeah. I get so many compliments of blondes. It's like men all want blondes. It's just the way it is.
Actually, that's a lie. I like blondes. I won't lie.
Well, I mean, that's the videos that I get the most views on are all the blonde wigs.
Fair.
Blonde.
Wigs will save your marriage, says Bruce. Oh, God.
Yeah. Hey, Bruce. Good morning.
I hear the hounds at the door, Curtis, the ones that always turn these streams into a nightmare for me. Look at them. They're sniffing around the door. RBG Grandma will be here soon,
Oh,
too.
no.
That fucks Cody and Brian when I need them. Yeah,
we need some lawful good in this.
We really do. Like, my goodness, this gets a little too into the chaotic sometimes, right? Well, what's your comics you like, Janet?
Well, my favorite comic book series of all time is called The Midnight Suns. Have you ever read it?
I know the
I
Midnight
love
Suns.
the dark arts. I love Doctor Strange. I love Morbius. He's one of my favorite anti-heroes. And then I love Ghost Rider, and they're all in the Midnight Suns, which I love. And then Hellstrom. But
Damian
I
Hellstrom, the son of Satan.
Wolverine. I love Wolverine, and I love Deadpool. And I've got a lot of Deadpool comic and cable.
What you're telling me is you don't like superheroes.
Well, you
like
there's
anti-heroes.
another series called The Boys. Have you ever read that?
I hate that comic.
Oh,
So let me explain why, Janet.
I love the show.
Let me explain why. I love the show. I think the show is amazing.
Yes,
but that's
it is.
because the show actually respects superheroes while pointing out their insanity. The Boys comic, okay, Garth, we get it. You hate superheroes. Stop writing comics about them, please. We understand you hate superheroes and think they're all idiots. We get it. Thank you. Stop. So I read the first 20 issues of that thing, and then by then I was just like, okay, Garth, you hate superheroes. Why am I reading this shit? Because
well, the thing is, it's not so much the comic book; it's his view on it. His view on superheroes. Because if you really think about it, look how many obnoxious assholes you talk to every day online, every single day. Okay, they're behind a keyboard and they push everybody around. They treat you like shit. No, you're showing your face. I'm talking about people that are anonymous people in every single app. Okay, you don't know who they are, and they're dicks and assholes. Okay, and they treat you like shit. And the fact that they can do that is just the same thing of being a superhero that's all cocky and thinks he's better than everyone. That's why Homelander, to me, is a perfect representation of what you'd most likely have if you had people that were superheroes treating everybody with disrespect because they're better than everyone. Yeah,
but that's the show. If you read the comic, you learn very quickly that Garth Ennis's view of superheroes is that they're all incompetent, degraded, reprehensible,
drug addicts.
Yeah. So he doesn't see them as having any capacity of anything good. They're just all shit from the word go, right? And that's why I lose interest in it, because I have a deep respect for the superhero. So when I watch Mystery Men or I watch The Tick, I can see, even though they're making fun of the absurdities of superheroes, they still love superheroes. When I read The Boys, Superman's my number one, man.
Yes, mine too, because Superman was raised to respect life. Because he had two parents that adored him. Basically, they weren't his parents, but the ones who found him, his Aunt May and all them that took care of him. So the thing is that he loved them too. And then when he found out who his real parents were and stuff, he loved them. So the whole difference between Superman and some of these other ones is the fact that he respects life, and everything he does is to protect it. How can you down that? How can anyone not like Superman? I don't know.
So I can explain it to you if you'd like, Janet, but they've all heard me say this before, so I don't know how many of them want to hear me give my Batman Superman conversation again. So maybe we'll save it for later.
Okay, later on in Discord.
Oh, you want to hear it, Curtis? You want to hear it again? All right, here we go. So the biggest problem with Superman.
You couldn't see, but I was thumbs down.
I know you were. I could feel it. But you're going to hear it anyway, nerds. The biggest problem with Superman is no one understands him. That's the first problem. So when you hear people, when I was a teacher, I used to ask my students, okay, who do you prefer, Batman or Superman? And then invariably, 90% of the room, Batman. Okay. And then I would ask the next question, why? Invariably, the next response is going to be, well, he's a self-made man and Superman was just born with his powers. And I go, great. Now, let me explain to you why you're wrong. Superman did not know he was Superman until he was 18 years old. He was Clark Kent. He was raised as a good country boy who was taught values, and the biggest value he was taught was to never show off, Never, ever, ever show people up. Just do everything you have to do to get the job done, but don't try and make other people look bad while you're doing it. He then later finds out that he's actually the last son of Krypton, Kal-El, sent to Earth to lead them, to show them the way, and to bring them into a better world. Or as Jor-El says, they want to be good people. They are capable of it, and they will follow you. They will stumble, they will fall, but they will follow you into the sun. So the whole point of Superman is that he is supposed to be a role model for us. Superman could end crime overnight if he wanted to. Superman could just get rid of all nuclear weapons overnight. He could stop war with his super brain, his supercomputer. He could end all disease. But he understands one simple, basic truth, which is this: if you give it to people, they will not appreciate it. Anything given is neglected. Anything earned is defended. So Superman must provide the role model. Therefore, Superman is a father figure. And in the 70s, father figures went out of style real fucking quick in Western culture, and suddenly Batman, for the first time ever, became more popular than Superman. Why? He's a self-made man. He drives a good car. He kicks people in the ass. He does all this stuff, and people could relate to that. Batman is the cool uncle. Superman is the disapproving father that expects us to do better. Well, we live in a world now where we don't want fathers to tell us to do better. We want uncles to tell us to get the bag. Batman is a revenge fantasy. If Bruce Wayne really wanted to put an end to crime or diminish crime in Gotham, he would not take his millions and millions of dollars and dress up like a 6-foot bat and punch psychotic clowns in the face. He'd open up schools in the poor neighborhoods. He'd create Wayne Tech jobs for poor people to come have something. He'd put free health care all around the city because he would understand that the core root of crime in America tends to be poverty. But instead, he dresses up like a 6-foot bat and punches people in the face. Superman is a role model. We don't want role models anymore. We want them to go away. And that's why Superman is not popular anymore. And it's sad, because more than ever, we need Superman far more than we need Batman. But that's how I feel.
That's kind of how I feel about Captain America, because Captain America was my favorite as a kid.
Mm-hmm. And
that's my other favorite.
Iron Man is the one that, to me, that was the bad boy that all the girls wanted, because he had a lot of money. He was never serious. All he ever wanted to do is have a good time. And lots of my friends liked him. But see, I liked Captain America because he had morals. He was in love with a woman and all he wanted to do was be with her. But he couldn't because she would die. Because we don't know how long he would live, just like Wolverine. So maybe that's one reason why I liked some of the characters I liked, because they were a tortured soul, and all I wanted to do was, hug them and be there for them and try to be the woman, to help them feel good when they were with me. I don't know. I don't have a clue, but I'm just saying we all want something in the characters. That's why we love them.
So, Flady, what you're doing is you're not listening to the words I sang and you're interpreting them as something other than what I said. I clearly said Superman understands that anything given is discarded and anything earned is defended. And that is what I said. I did not say giving away things does not have value. I never said that in the heartbeat of what I said. You must always listen to the exact words I say, because I am the person that chooses his words for a reason.
I think he meant the part about Bruce Wayne just giving people schools and hospitals and whatnot.
No, he said the thing about he said literally, you said giving stuff away has no value. And that's my reference to Superman giving us freedom, giving us crime-free world and all that would be discarded because it is not cherished, because it wasn't earned by the people. They would just feel like they were being lorded over by someone who gave them a perfect world. And we've seen through experiments like the Mouse Utopia and stuff like that, if you give people perfection, they will destroy it. But if people earn it, or destroy themselves.
It made me think of politics immediately when you said that, because you have whole neighborhoods that are built and then they put people in them for free. And next thing you know, within 5 years, it's graffiti and trash and holes in the wall, and it turns into a dump. And that's because they don't have to earn anything. Everybody's just given everything. And it happens all the time. That's why my dad
very well
make us work for our money.
Well, but humans do very well with a little bit of challenge and a little bit of adversity. Too much, we can get overwhelmed and then just descend on ourselves, and not enough, we become complacent and self-destructive. But if you give us just a little bit of adversity, we can rise to the challenge. We're very good at that. We're very good at stepping up when needed to be stepping up. problem with our modern world is, and this is a dark topic for Christmas, and we'll move on real quick, is the adversity is starting to outweigh the advantage of fighting it. And that's where we're starting to get now as a society. We're starting to feel overwhelmed by it all. And that's a sad thing, because and that's why I say we need Superman. We need Captain America. We've had enough Iron Man and Batman. Let's get some noble heroes back on our side.
I know in the Spider-Man movie, like the detention video with Captain America there.
I love that video.
It was played off as like a joke, but I'm sitting here going like, no, our society needs this. They need that role model, reminding them of the best parts of themselves. Like, we need that in life. And people were like, ha ha, funny joke. And it's like, but we need this. Like,
yeah, humans aren't really good at dealing with what we need, right? Merry Christmas, Ace of Spades. You got a free membership because TN Tory bought people memberships. I think yours was on that list. So congratulations, man. Yeah, you can't force freedom on people. People have to earn freedom, right? You can't force your culture on people. People want to embrace that culture. So this is the thing, and that's the primary difference between Superman and Batman for me. It's a deep thing.
And even if you
piece of paper, go ahead, nerds.
So even if you step away from like the philosophical side of it, having Superman take care of all crime is not a healthy, permanent plan for the planet, right?
No,
we need to be able to develop our society and manage it ourselves rather than, oh, Superman will take care of it. Let's just do whatever we want.
Well, and this is why Batman's villains, if you look at Batman's villains, they're fucking insane, right? They're a psychotic Joker, a horribly scarred split personality, a man who thinks he's a penguin, a person who thinks the riddles, a guy who wants to use fear gas to make everybody hallucinate. And why are they so insane? Because they must be crazier than the guy who dresses up as a 6-foot bat. Because if they weren't crazy, we'd be going, why is this motherfucker dressed up like a 6-foot bat? Then when we go, oh, psychotic clown, yeah, that makes sense. We're good, and that's just the way it is. It's superheroes are a truly American mythology. And like everything else in America, they are a culmination of other ideas that came together and fused into something truly American. And that's why I love superheroes to the end of time. I think they're a great thing. Superman is the one before all, right? He is the one that blazed the path. He is the one that was the first, that he's the one who showed them how to be. So Superman should always be that guy. And I have seen it in role-playing games. When I've run a DC Universe campaign role-playing game and I have Superman show up and go, I need your help. We're going to go do this thing and we have to get it done. All the players are like, absolutely, Supes, we're in. Like, they don't even question it. If I'm running a homegrown game, it's like, Megarion shows up and goes, come on, guys, I need to go do that. Like, who the fuck are you? Fuck you, Megarion. It's like, no, it's Megarion. Everybody loves Megarion. They don't give a shit. But if it's Superman, they're all like, yes, sir, Superman, we're happy to do it for you. It's like, he is a very important mythological character. You can get into the deeper aspects of it, where he is basically the immigrant story in America, which is a very cool thing. And he's also a Jesus or Moses analog as well. And that's a whole other level of getting into the character at that point in time. But at the base of it all, in the heart of hearts, Superman is good. And we would do a lot better to aspire to be Superman in our lives. Just saying. That's like Spider-Man.
Every girl, as me, as I have one daughter out of 5 daughters, and I was the middle daughter, and I was the tomboy, and I did everything with my dad. We hunted, we camped, we mowed, we, did all kinds of stuff outside. He taught me how to use a gun, how to fish, how to clean a fish. I looked up at my dad like he was Superman, Yeah. That's how I admired him.
Girls want to date Batman and marry Superman. That's the difference between the two, right? It's like, that's the difference between the two right there. Because Batman's going to drive the cool car and take them to the great restaurants and do all that good stuff, where Superman's going to go put the house together and plow the field. You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference.
Also,
why do they always say that about girls be having daddy issues if that was the case? Because girls tend to always want to go towards someone they look at like their dad or something. That's what I hear. I don't know if that's true or not, but
it's at 53. I can tell you from all my male friends, boys also have mommy issues.
Also, bear in mind, Superman actually married the love of his life. Batman has yet to do that in any timeline.
No, he married Selena Kyle in one timeline.
Did he?
Yep. And they have Huntress as their daughter, Helena Wayne.
I did not know that.
Aha! Welcome to the Earth 2 DC channel. I'll be telling you all about the alternate universe DC.
Oh, is it Earth 2? Do I care about Earth 2?
You get the fuck out. You get out. You leave. You fuck off and you die. No.
I only say that because I know nothing about Earth 2. So
Earth 2 was when in the 50s when they relaunched the DC universe with the new Flash, the new Green Lantern, all that stuff. They still had Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman. So they sort of were like, I don't know, what do we do with all this? And then Gardner Fox did a comic called The Flash of Two Worlds, where Barry Allen was reading comic books about Jay Garrick, and then he winds up transferring through time and space and arriving on a world where Jay Garrick's a real guy, and that became Earth 2. So all the Golden Age adventures happened in Earth 2, and all the new Silver Age Plus stuff was happening on Earth 1. But then in the 70s, Roy Thomas and all these guys brought back Earth 2 and started telling stories about it. And they did the All-Star Squadron, and they had the JSA comics come back. And I love that shit. That's the DC universe for me, right? It's just the way it is. So my Superman has gray temples. You know what I mean? Like, that's my Superman. So I'm quite content with him. Let me just sneeze. Hey, God. Thomas and all these guys brought back Earth 2 and started. Okay, I think I'm okay. Yeah, I know. That was always the joke. Why are they Earth 2 if they're the first one? Yeah, I know. But it's okay. It's fun. If you want to have some fun getting into that type of mentality without getting into the Earth 2, Earth 1 stuff, read Robinson's Starman series. That's really good. Or pick up the Golden Age 4-issue Elseworlds. That is amazing. It's probably one of the best comics I've read since 1985. It's really, really good. But ultimately, everybody has what they love. And as long as you love it, there ain't nothing wrong with it, right? That's the point. It is just what it is. It's just what you love. And that's okay. I never got into the arguments. I never got into the Earth 1's better than Earth 2 and Marvel's better than DC. Like, people have asked me this. Are you a Marvel fan or a DC fan? I'm like, I have to be one or the other. I can't be both.
That's true. Yeah, fair enough.
You know? I prefer Star Trek, but I don't hate Star Wars. You know, I watch Star Wars. So, you know, I watched Bad Batch. I watched Clone Wars. You know, I loved Mandalorian up to a point.
Yeah, same here.
You know.
I really liked Republic Commando. That was a video game, and I really enjoyed it.
There you go. Right. And this is the thing. We just need to understand that it doesn't have to be tribal. We don't have to be tribal about shit all the time. We can actually just enjoy things, and it's okay. Unless you enjoy Star Trek Discovery, and then you're a bad human being, and I don't like you. Because you have no taste.
I only watched the first episode.
I love Star Trek.
Yeah, which Star Trek's your favorite, Janet?
The original series, because that's what I watched with my dad. And I always dreamed one day I could maybe join the Federation and, you know, be equal with everyone else as long as I was good at my job, but get to go do things, interesting things. But I like different things about different Star Treks, you know, like I like some things about Second Generation. I like some things about Deep Space Nine, you know, it's just here and there, but I haven't watched the cartoon or any of the newest stuff. I haven't watched any of it because everybody said you won't like it. So don't watch it. It might hurt you. It might hurt your feelings. So I just haven't risked it.
Well, I love the original series. Like, I mean, you know, I came up when there was no other Star Trek but the original series and some movies, right? TNG is whatever. There's episodes of it I like. There are episodes of it I don't care for, but overall it's whatever. I love Deep Space Nine. I'm rewatching it right now, and I'm just absolutely just having such a grand time. It is my favorite Star Trek that isn't Star Trek 2, 3, and 4. Wrath of Khan, Search for Spock, Voyage Home. That is quintessential Star Trek for me. Voyager, hit or miss, mostly miss. Enterprise, again, hit or miss, mostly miss. Everything after, pure tripe, except for Star Trek Prodigy is really good because it's the only show of the modern batch that understands what Star Trek is about. Hope. That's what Star Trek should always be about, is hope. So it's really good in that regard. Season 3 of Picard was nice because it was like a wrap up of the TNG, so it was kind of nice that they went back to the well for that. And to answer your question, Crafty, I fucking hated Lower Decks when it first came out, And then based on Brian Gaming with ADHD pushing me, I rewatched it and I watched all 4 seasons of it. And now at the end, it's not bad, but I still hate the primary character there, Beckett Mariner. I can't stand that fucking character. But overall, I don't mind Lower Decks and I'll watch it. There you go. That's my Star Trek.
If you could pick
Sorry,
one person, if you could pick one person, not not the actor, but the actual character from one of the shows that you could meet in person and spend the day with them, like eat dinner, hang out with them and stuff, which person out of all of the characters would you want to hang out with?
From all Star Treks everywhere?
Yeah, all of them, from every single thing. You could only pick one. But just the person from the show, not the actors.
Yeah, the character, the actual character. Good question. Who would be the least tiresome would be how I would rate that. Like who would I like? If I'm gonna spend all day with them, who would I get to the point where it's like, okay, just go away, please, and leave me alone? Dr. McCoy.
Okay.
Sounds like we could get drunk and cause some trouble. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the day would be a really interesting day with him, you know?
Yeah, it was hard for me to decide. But after watching Deep Space Nine and, and little bits here and there, and then really thinking about it, because someone asked me that, and I was like, I couldn't think. I couldn't just pick one. But over time, I was like, okay, do I want to be with somebody that I'm going to be dreamy over the whole time, or someone I could actually laugh with, not know what's going to happen next? So I would say Quark. Yeah, I think I could have great fun with that person.
Worf, Quark, and Kirk are off the list immediately because the odds are high I'm going to die if I hang out with them for the day. Because I'll get in the way of one of their enemies, you know what I mean? And I'll just be the red shirt in that scenario. So fuck that. Cisco, interesting. You want him to be your dad? Oh my god, should I start calling you Jake? Should I call you Jakey?
But Cisco's a good man. I mean, he's a very good, strong character.
I agree. He figured out the secret to get rid of Q. Punch him, and then Q goes away and never comes back. It's awesome. Picard, Janeway, they indulged Q's bullshit games. Q kept coming back. Cisco popped him in the jaw, never saw him again. There you go. 15-year-old me wants Tasha Yar. I was into martial arts. 48-year-old me wants to hang with Cisco and still hang out with the actor who played Cisco. I would never want to hang out with Avery Brooks. I've seen him interviewed too many times. That guy is a weird dude. That guy's got some strange thoughts. He's like the anti-Morgan Freeman or something. I swear to God, I saw interviews with him and I'm like, holy shit, he's a good actor because he is a nut bar. Like, he's a weird dude. Least tiresome, Morn. Yeah, hang out with Morn all day. That'd be awesome. Just oh, the fight's on. Picard didn't have yes men. What are you talking about? Okay, girls, you're both pretty. We'll take you both to the prom. Okay, no fighting in the chat, boys. No nerd wars. No nerd wars. Well, where the hell is Max Boivin? He was supposed to be here. He was like, I'm going to get up, take the dog for the walk, lift some weights, and then I come. And he's now 2 hours later and still no sign of that French bastard. I hope nothing bad happened.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's quiet. Guys, anyone in the chat who has a channel, wants to come on in and hang out for a bit, please come. Like, Bruce, if you want to come in and hang out for a bit, let us know, man. Like, I don't mind. Malachi, if you got your channel set up, let me know, man. Come on, let's do it.
I keep looking at my clock to make sure, because I don't have to go in there and get my stuff out of the oven.
Nerd shared something. Bears bingo. She made something called. Can you zoom that in? I can't see it, sweetie. Rand. Okay, can you send me this, please? I need this. Send me this image, please. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. Hates on minis. Oh, nerds.
Oh, Kate, you'd be fun up here. I wish she did have a channel. Sorry, I was reading her comment.
I see that. Nothing wrong. I'll be here soon. He's like Beetlejuice. You say his name 3 times, he appears.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Nerds, please send me this on Discord. Pretty please.
Sending it now.
Thank you. That's funny. Brushes his beard. You shut up, lady. You're so mean. You're so mean. You would spend the day with Q, Mr. Boivin? Oh, no. Pizza prep. Can't do that. That's right. You're making your crazy pizza. Got it. I have a channel, but just set up the streaming today and it won't be available. Yeah, you got to do the 24 hours thing before you're allowed to have that. That's true, man. That's true.
It's weird because I got approved instantly.
Yeah, but you had your channel for how long?
Oh, I think I started posting stuff in like 2016, I want to say.
Yeah. When you set up a YouTube channel, you cannot live stream for 24 hours.
Okay. That makes sense.
Well, when
How
I
do you
get
set up a channel, Janet? Kate wants you to tell her how to set up a channel, Janet.
Okay, when we get on Telegram or on X, we'll have to DM each other, and I'll show you. I'll send you a live, a thing, and invite you to my channel, and I'll show you how to do it from behind the scenes.
Let's go ahead and share this, and we'll zoom in on it. So we got Bears Bingo made by Nerds Nerd. Here you go, guys. Random cat attack, changes Bastard Sword's dice system, talks superheroes, no one asked. Thank you. I'm not going to tell bouncer stories, tells bouncer stories, eyebrow malfunctions. Eyebrow malfunctions?
You have some pretty wicked eyebrow functions sometimes, man.
What the fuck are you talking about? Mr. Max is misogynist, hates on minis, translates for Mr. Max. That's just Quebecois. Imitates Mr. Max, brushes his beard. Free space. Back in radio school, visibly bored. Yeah, that happens too much. Insane hand motion while waiting. Taught over 3,000 students. Uses the dad voice. Connell midget joke. I'm not going to talk Bastard Sword. Talks about Bastard Sword. 20 years in film. Talks Star Trek. No one asked. Stop playing D&D. Tells viewers not to subscribe. Okay, fine. I resemble all of those statements, Nerds Nerd. Thank you. Part of me is honored, and part of me wants to hold your head under the water till the kicking stops, but that's okay.
Exactly what I was going for.
Well, and you succeeded, young lady. You succeeded. That's funny.
I shared something in the private chat for you because someone's asking for it.
Now. Twitter. Oh, Janet's Twitter? Okay, well, I'll share it, Janet, but I'm an anti-Twitter kind of guy.
Well, it's X now. It's Extreming.
Oh, well, that changes it completely then.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I can't help it.
So there's no Brian talks about England. Well, no, because it's about me, Brian. Come on. She'll do one. It'll be maybe me talking about Brian talking about England. That could be there. Malachi can't stop laughing. All right. Yuck it up, fuzzballs. Enjoy it while it lasts. At Bear the Genesis GM is now my mission to get a square on that bingo. So weird. So weird. I have a Twitter. I never use it. I have no interest in it. I find Twitter just.
I'm on my fourth account. I keep getting banned. So.
Well, what are you getting banned for, Janet?
Well, the other ones were all, I got banned because I did all politics stuff on there and I get pretty mouthy. But now they have spaces. So I just go in there and bitch and moan and say shit. And they don't care about so much about that. But this time I tried to focus on, my comics and my nerd stuff, basically. And then I have, at the top, I have my book. I've been reading my book out loud in like small bite-sized pieces on my channel. So I have that bookmarked at the top. So basically that's when I started doing streams so I could read my story.
What do you mean by this? I don't understand what you mean, Mobius. We're all canned as soon as he figures out how. Oh, on YouTube. As soon as I figure out how to ban people on YouTube. Yeah, you're on the fucking list, buddy. No, there's very few people I would ban. It's only the people that come in and cause shit that I would ban. People that come in and just cause fights for no reason or just trying to be assholes to people, they can fuck right off. But everybody else is more than welcome.
He's only had to time out like 2 people, and I don't think you've had to ban anyone.
There's only 2 people I ever timed out: L and that Connell Sword guy that was basically accusing, went on Cody's channel and was talking shit on my channel. That guy, yeah, he got the fucking you don't see the channel treatment because
you can block here. You can block people on YouTube?
No, you used to be able to. Now you can do is hide their comments from the channel so they can still interact with your shit, but their comments won't show up. I wish I had a Latina in Kenya.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta go check my food. So, but thank you for letting me stop in and say Merry Christmas.
Always a pleasure to have you on, Janet. Feel free.
Maybe after we cram food down our throat and you're, if you're still up, I might jump back in and burp a little bit.
We're running till 8 p.m. Eastern minimum tonight, so you're more than welcome to come back later if you want.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much, and you guys have a wonderful day.
You too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
See you, Janet.
Bye,
Bye,
Janet.
everyone.
Now back to you, nerds, nerd.
Uh-oh.
So you think you're funny, huh?
Yes.
Yes. Baron, are you going to stream to your channel?
Possibly.
Janet's still got us streaming on her stuff. I think I'll remove it because, she's not here, so no point in objecting her fans to us without her, right?
Hmm.
So, Janet, if you're watching, I'm going to remove your streams since you're not here, Nothing personal.
Yeah, that feels like an insane level of trust to stream someone else's content, but you're not supervised.
Yeah, I don't want to have her get in any trouble for our bullshit and our shenanigans. So again, nerds.
Tell me one lie on that card.
No, they're not lies, but man, you couldn't have put some nice stuff on there too? Jesus Christ. Bear gives an inspirational speech about how we need to be better. Bear talks about the community. Any of the nice stuff I do, it's just all the shit. Man, I'm sensitive.
So welcome to the internet.
Yeah, well, I was about to say welcome to the internet.
Wow. Okay. That's fine. All right. That's fine. If you've been naughty on Bear the Gen X GM channel, Santa already warned you with coal. Listen, lady, just like people shit on Superman, I'll assume I must be doing something right then. There we go.
I'm going to switch over my laundry real quick. I'll be right back.
You have fun with that. I was blocked by Jenny D and I never interacted with her. I think it's because I follow Legion of Myth or Dungeon of Diversity. What, on Twitter? Oh, there you go. Nothing wrong with me brushing my beard. Just because y'all don't got no damn facial hair is no reason to give me shit for brushing my beard. But I wonder what you mean by the eyebrows. Do you mean my eyebrow expressions or that they just go chaotic sometimes? Nerds.
Sorry, ADH kicked in. I forgot I was alive for a moment.
Okay, well, now that we know you're alive, what did you mean about the eyebrow thing? I want to know what that one is.
So 3 times now, I've seen you look up at your eyebrow, see a stray hair, and have to pluck it on stream.
Yeah. And therefore, what's wrong with that?
I've never seen anyone else do that a single time. Therefore, you have eyebrow malfunctions.
I understand now. Okay. Thank you. I can't help it that I have Muppet eyebrows, okay? I was born with them. Nothing I can do about it. Thank you, Carver. I appreciate you saying that the brush's beard isn't a negative one. You're very sweet. Crafty, are you having a fucking second stroke? What the hell was that, man?
I think that was the cat.
Must be the cat. Must be the cat. Yeah. You trust me? That was your first mistake. That was your second mistake.
Yeah, never hug a bear because a bear hugs can hurt.
I say nothing. I need to make a cup of coffee. That means I need to step away from the computer. I need to know that I can trust you guys to actually talk about something while I'm gone making a cup of coffee, because you two are not the most chatty people I get on here.
Palladium, World of Darkness, or Battletech?
You know what? While I'm gone, Battletech your heart out.
No, because I just got some new Battletech stuff.
There we go. Talk about your Battletech stuff. I'm going to make a cup of coffee and be back.
Yeah, I never played BattleTech, so I'm minority in this.
Why not?
Never was really into it.
It's a great
just
game.
Not a. See, I mean, I've done minis games. The first one I really got into was the Privateer Press War Machine, and I played that. Of course, I decided I was going to play all Mercs, so I lost every single thing I ever played. So yeah, but I had fun.
The audience has rolled over Battletech. They want Palladium instead, apparently. Which house? So I like a lot of the house. The ones I play most are the Lyrans, so House Steiner. And I'm interested in making a free Worlds League army. But I really like the Draconis Combine and the Capellington Federation. They're excellent villains, and I think it's hilarious that all of the not majorly white nations are the bad guys.
The the one I've got, probably going to cut out here, but Beyond the Supernatural, I really want to dig into this a little bit deeper and get into it and see exactly what kind of fun I can come up with that. Because I think that's an interesting genre, and not a lot of people really gravitate toward that. There's not a lot of people that really talk about, the Beyond the Supernatural and all that. Usually it's like, oh well, riffs, which is like the 400 pound Sasquatch in the conversation.
Yeah, I looked at Rifts about a month ago, and I was like, it's kind of cool. I like the kind of wacky nature to it. Like, I guess it's called Gonzo style, but it was so much. Like, it's
Yeah,
every faction is this crazy thing that's almost independent of everything else. It's something a little more consistent is probably a better way to kind of step into Palladium.
very true, very true. And well, that, and even looking at it, I'd even look at one of, being that Bear's been talking about it so much, is taking a look at the fantasy, because I'm kind of wondering how, just the world building side of it. So give me 1 second. My poor little boy is just barking his head off. So give me one.
Dude.
You were talking about BattleTech earlier.
Yeah, I mentioned up, then a bunch of the chatters threw a fit.
Why would they throw a fit? Hang on.
I'm grossly exaggerating. Someone simply said, "Oh no, I wanted to talk Palladium instead."
Ah, okay.
And since Baron hadn't played BattleTech, I figure it'd be weird to have one person talking about something no one else played and no one else wanted to listen to.
But no, I've been an enjoyer of BattleTech for the last when did I get into it? Like 95, wasn't it? So almost 30 years.
Yeah, I got there, was the 35th anniversary box was my first purchase, right before the Kickstarter for the Clan Invasion, which is when I got really into it.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of people got in on that Kickstarter because that was when a lot of the 40K people like started fleeing ship and came over to BattleTech. That was when
Mm.
techs got really big. That was when like all the stars aligned for BattleTech and things just kind of exploded from there. Yeah.
Like, the main complaints I heard about it was people saying that the minis and the art was just so outdated. It was like 80s napkin scribbles. And some of them I really love, and I kind of like the original dorkiness to them, but I think updating the art was massive because it's hard to give the game a fair try and want to like it if you can't get past these minis look really bad.
Well, to be fair, they were made in the late 80s when things like Robotech and whatnot were like the name of the game, and they were drawn by people that didn't understand engineering, but they understood like that sort of like 80s anime sort of flair. So they had like these really weird proportions, and some of them just literally looked like goofy, 80s robots. So
Yeah, exactly. The new ones, but I liked them, and they're definitely made for more mass appeal. But I think if we're being honest, overall the design language is much more consistent. I think it's overall a stronger games. I like the way they look. Most of the new releases, I'm like, I always wanted to like that mech, but I couldn't get over how dorky it was. And now
yeah,
it looks awesome. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna care about what happens to it. And when his head explodes from an ammo crit, I'm gonna be very upset.
yeah, absolutely. My only criticism for the modern art is that mechs a lot of the mechs are starting to look very similar to one another, as opposed to things that different manufacturers have created. So, like for example, like if things developed by one manufacturer looked significantly different than another manufacturer, but they both looked realistic enough to work, that would have been my ideal. But but they only had so many artists and 3D designers for that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean, I think you got it right, and that's the ideal. But the amount of workload and overhead you would
yeah,
add, even just researching and confirming which versions of which mech were built by which company and which planets, and then just having a different design team for each one to keep their languages kind of consistent within the factory, you're talking tenfold order of job.
yeah. So this, like what they have now, is basically the happiest medium, I think.
The problem is that when they lost the Robotech stuff, their mechs looked like shit. The ones they designed, and now they're coming back around with some really great designs on the new stuff I see. But there was a period there that was a real dark age for BattleTech on mech design, visually.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hello, all.
As someone who came in, hey, Mr. Max.
Oh, hello, Mr. Lloyd.
So I came into it kind of after that had happened, all settled, right? I got into it, maybe 10 years ago, if that, probably closer to 5. And immediately it was like these unseen and great designs. They're so much better than almost anything else until they started making the re-releases.
Yep.
I want to point something else out, Nerds Nerd. Hungar got a fucking mini, and I got an aggressive bingo card. This is not nice. Man, I'm hurt.
It's all in love, no?
Actually, I think it's hilarious. It's really good. It's really cute.
Yeah.
He's got a space station.
Yeah, but that's
Get a
different.
space
The space station isn't me. That's my point, lady. No, the space
Put
station.
his face on the space station.
I will stab you in the throat. It will happen.
Hey, I'm just trying to help.
You're not helping.
I'm trying to be one of the good kids again.
Like your parents have told you many times, you're not helping.
Man,
Yeah.
Garrett, you're quite ginger without the beanie.
The
Yes.
beanie. Okay, come on,
Tuc.
man.
Yeah, I'm talking to him, so he
Yeah,
can
but that's okay. They need to learn. They need to learn proper terms.
Yeah. Hey, look
Yeah,
at
I think
it's Bean.
that's not Beans. Beans is behind me, but that's the other Beans. What's that one's name?
It's Pinto.
Pinto?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a type of bean. A pinto
I was
bean.
about to say that is a type of bean.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, there was that dark age of BattleTech designs that were just that's what made me give up. By the way, when because I played BattleTech in high school when it first came out, we really liked it, and then all those technical readouts came, and they had the ugliest fucking mechs in them. I'm like, this is shit. I'm not playing this game anymore. Fuck this, and we stopped playing. But now I see they've come back around. They've actually got some really nice designs now. Some really good stuff.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, my whole experience with BattleTech is with the video game.
Hey, j'ai oublié à dire, mais joyeux Noël, man. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. And the card game, the TCG card game. I never played the miniature game.
Never played it.
No.
Yeah, TCG is kind of its own wild animal.
It was fun though.
It's out of print, obviously, but
yeah,
there's some folks online that still keep it alive through computer programs and whatnot.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. That way you don't have to hunt down all the different cards and whatnot. The computer has all the cards for you. So
yeah. And do they make new cards as well? Like I know, like Overpower.
I know.
TCG.
I know some groups like they create their own homebrew cards and they'll go through play testing and heavily curate it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame it didn't get more popular than that. But all TCG like from the 90s fucking died, right? Just like only Magic survived. And
there's Connell.
Yu-Gi-Oh survived, but that's because that's for specifically the weeaboos.
Oh yeah, but that didn't reach us. Where was it? Like so. I wasn't aware of it.
I guess Yu-Gi-Oh was like a post 2000s thing. Actually, now that I think about it,
was he? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh.
The only reason I know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh is because my wife used to work down at the bar doing coat check, and the door guy used to do tournaments.
Mm.
So
Really?
that was the only way that I know anything, because he would try to explain it to me, and I'd look at it and go, "That sounds awesome, cool."
I played Magic, I played Legend of the Five Rings, and I played Wildstorms. Those are the only CCGs I played with, and
Hellfire is still
and Jihad, and I played Jihad.
Mhm.
Those are the only card games I ever played to any degree that were the CCGs, and really of those four, Magic and Wildstorms were the ones I played the most.
Hellfire
Yeah.
is still around though.
Yeah,
Is it?
Yeah, it's still around.
That's one I missed. And that's also like a role playing game. Like I'd like.
Yeah,
to try.
it's more like a communal story card game than
Yeah.
specifically a strict TCG.
Yeah, it's all about the lore and the release and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Like a lot of the card interactions almost like unfold a story between these two clans and whatnot.
Yeah, I really like the Overpower TCG.
the Marvel one.
Well, they did Marvel, DC, and Image. And even though like I was not like a superhero guy, like I just liked the mechanics of the game played. Right, it was just like just fucking fun. I know that Sean Musing apparently still play. I know like Max Liao was a big fan of Magic the Gathering when it came out.
I heard Max Liao was a big fan of trading Yu-Gi-Oh cards for hand jobs in junior high.
Yeah.
Hi Max, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. You're talking about card games? I can just leave again.
Yeah. Oh,
Max.
okay. Cool. Let's talk about card games.
Oh.
No, I apologize for being fiery with you. I'm just working off some of my anger towards Nerd because she made something awesome that was funny, but was very making fun of me. So I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, the first time I ever played Magic, they cleared out the room at War Games West in Albuquerque and said, "Hey, get rid of all the BattleTech, get rid of all the D&D, get rid of all the Vampire, et cetera, et cetera. We got this new game we're going to test." And this is like 92, 93, somewhere around there. And they're like, "We want to see if this is going to be a game that the people want to play." And everybody from the age of like 12 to 50 was jumping over themselves. "This is the best thing ever." I'm like, "This is the dumbest POS game I've ever seen in my life. Get it out of here." And I actually was like, "This game will never sell."
Yeah, you were wrong on that.
It's still a crap
Boy.
game.
Well, you were wrong on that one. That's for sure.
Well, people like dumb games. People like World of Warcraft. I mean,
Well,
Are you
people are dumb.
simulstreaming this, by the way, Mr. Max?
no,
Yeah.
I don't know how long I'm going to be here. I still got to call family and so forth. So
Okay.
I want to pop in and say hello.
Mr. Max, that's me.
Oh,
Listen, moi là, je m'en fous. You know, at the end of the day, I don't
Wow.
give a fuck.
Yeah, I haven't been like simul-streaming either. I should.
You should. That was kind of the idea today, right? That we were going to be
Yeah.
creator YouTube orphan Christmas. So
He made me simul-stream, and I've never streamed before. So.
I made him.
He grabbed him by his arm.
The only
twisted it
people who
behind
are
his
allowed
back.
in the chat today are creators, and it would be nice if you simulstream just so we can try and bring our communities a little more together. That's all. But if you don't want to, I understand. I won't force you to. Curtis,
I'm
that's
pulling it up right now.
Here's the way
There
I
you
look
go.
at it, Bear. If I'm going to
And
visit
now
a
we're
friend's
live on my
house,
channel as well.
he tells me to take off my shoes and wear a tie. I'm gonna take off my shoes and wear a tie. Come on, man.
Yeah.
That's fair. Also, now that we're streaming to Mr. Buevant's channel, we have a 50% increased chance of Stormfront sightings.
and we're not
Hello,
talking
all.
about the weather.
Yeah.
Where was that square on the board? Makes fun of Mr. Buevant for being a pseudo-Nazi. Come on, man. Jeez, lady, you missed the street.
I heard you making fun of his misogyny and making fun of his inability to speak English.
That is true. I do that. That's
So you got
true.
the
You want-
trifecta.
Do you want to see this, Max? Do you want to see this awesome, fucking, somewhat insulting thing she made that I actually kind of love?
Wait a moment. I'm actually alt tabbed out for a moment.
Okay.
You what?
I don't know how you can alt tab out of a tab, but okay.
All right, get your bingo cards ready. I'm brushing my beard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's be fair. Max Liao is from an era of the military where internet browsers didn't have tabs.
I think everybody in this stream remembers internet browsers without tabs.
I mean, that's fair.
I remember when we didn't.
Not
have
to be
internet browser.
contrarian,
Yes.
and I probably had an internet browser without tabs at some point, but I don't recall it.
Okay. So this is
Hey.
what she made. This is the
Yes.
Bears Stream Bingo. So we have random cat attack. We have changes Bastard Swords dice system. Talk superheroes no one asked. I'm not going to tell bouncer stories. Tells bouncer stories. Eyebrow malfunctions, which is apparently my wild eyebrows. Mr. Max is a misogynist. Hates on minis. Translates for Mr. Max. That's just Quebecois. Imitates Mr. Max. I don't do that ever. Brushes his beard. Free space. Back in radio school. Visibly bored. Intense hand motion while waiting. Taught over 3,000 students. Uses the dad voice. Connell midget joke. I'm not going to talk Bastard Sword. Talks about Bastard Sword. 20 years in film. Talks Star Trek. Nobody asked. Stop playing D&D. Tells viewers not to subscribe. I think she's kind of got it. I think she has a better understanding
Yeah, I
of my
think that's
channel
spot
than I
on.
do. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the thing I know in my heart. She couldn't have done that if she didn't care. So I feel the love.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be taken, I think. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
take
all
what you
those
can
things,
get.
right? So,
Take what you can get. Yeah, it was love. Whatever. Fuck you. Yeah, all right, nerd. I'm
you know,
on to you.
any attention is better than no attention.
The first step in solving a problem is admitting it, yada, yada.
Yeah, then clearly you failed at that, but that's all right.
Well, I admit to a whole bunch of problems. I just don't care to fix them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You only take
You
the
need
first
to
step.
Admit your problem,
Oh,
not others' problem.
No, that's just not. I don't have any problems. I'm perfectly happy with who I am.
Justin said
Well,
earlier that
that's
he
good
had
for you, I
played
guess.
Spellfire. Justin, was it any good? I never played Spellfire. I hear
Yeah,
some people say it
did
was
play
really good.
Spellfire as well.
Did
Yeah,
you?
it was all
Or
right.
you-
Yeah,
It was all right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all right.
I've legit heard people say it was better than Magic. And I'm like, well, that may be, but Magic won.
Yeah, I think it was much more not as deep in the mechanic. So people, if you want just like a simpler game, like it's fast and stuff like that, and still fun, that would hit the spot. But it was not like the same kind of depth that Magic had with the deck building and stuff like that for 13-year-old. But all those
Whoa.
games always like pay to win in a sense, right? Just like
Yeah.
I guess
Absolutely.
they now have like a format that try to alleviate that a bit, you know. But it is what it is, you know, and that's what I don't like.
So I forgot to ask, what'd you get for Christmas, Mr. Boivin?
I didn't get nothing. Who's gonna make me a gift?
He got baby Jesus.
Well, you know, if someone's
Yeah.
time traveling, they can get you that autographed copy of Mein Kampf you've always been wanting.
That's pricey nowadays.
No, that's why you got to have time travel.
He knows.
It's
Can't you get it in
pricey.
PDF?
It's really
Well,
cool.
not-
There was
it's not the
there was
same.
a fantastic SNL gag years ago where they were talking about this bootleg copy of Mein Kampf that they could tell wasn't real, because if you look at the real, you see how Hitler dotted his eyes, and they zoom in and the dot on the eye is a little circle with the mustache. It was like, okay, that's fucking fun. That's really good. What'd you get for Christmas, Max Leal?
I got a steak dinner.
Oh, that's nice.
That's not bad. What kind of steak?
Don't know. Steak.
Is it
Steak.
sirloin? Is it?
I
know,
don't know.
I know.
I'd have to ask my wife.
Hamburger steak.
Oh, so you haven't had it yet. You're getting it later.
No, I ate it. It was in front
And
of
you
me.
don't know what kind of
I'm
steak.
not a steak connoisseur. I just like it. I know
It's
if
like,
I go
I
to
love
restaurants, I
meat.
get a porterhouse, but you know,
I don't know what to say to that. I honestly
it's made
have
out
no
of
words.
cow. It's good.
Until you have the liver, that is.
Oh Jesus!
How do you like your steak?
Not medium rare.
Medium rare? All right, it's acceptable. But it's
Yeah, I like mine medium. I'm just a medium kind
Oh,
of
really?
person. Yeah, I don't mind
Hmm.
medium.
The thing is,
I
they've turned medium rare into medium in the States.
Have
Yeah,
they?
Yeah.
that's yeah.
That's fair then.
Yeah, and it depends a lot on the cut, right? And you get like some really good marbling in a ribeye, and you
Yeah.
can't eat that rare because the fat doesn't melt down. You
That's
need to
it.
go at least medium rare.
Yeah, but it's not.
Do they even
not a-
allow rare anymore? Most restaurants I've gone to don't even allow rare. The medium rare
It's
is like,
because they're stupid and they don't understand how things work. It's because of E. coli, right? And
Yeah.
E. coli only lives on the surface of beef, which is why you have to cook a hamburger all the way through, because that gets folded in the grinding process. But if you've got a steak, it can only live on the outside of the steak. So when you cook it, it immediately kills the E. coli right away. So you can have rare. But people don't understand shit, and then therefore they make stupid rules.
But it's even like with the getting attacked.
Or they got.
Oh
or-
God! Oh
or they-
no! Xenomorph returns. So was that Chris?
Or they served someone some bad food, and then the person that got sick doesn't know if it was from the steak or from like the vegetables or whatever, or from the potatoes. And we're just like, I'm gonna sue you for giving me food poisoning. And then the restaurant is just like, you know what? We're just not gonna do rare anymore.
Well, it's a thing. It's not just one steakhouse. It's a thing. Like everywhere I go, it's like, what's the rawest I can get? I just, because my real dad used to want raw. Like he'd say, cut the cow and just bring it to me. I like mine at least warm and pink.
Yeah, I've got a buddy of mine. We went out one time, and he's like, "Okay, this is what I want you to tell the chef. Put it on the grill, 15 seconds. Flip it over, 15 seconds. Then bring it to me."
Yeah, it's called Blue Rare.
Yeah.
That's
For me, I just like when the center is like body temperature warm, and then I'm good.
Body that's not
Dude,
creepy at all.
He just goes up to him, just chews off a haunch.
Well, you know, if you take your steak outside a long time before and you like let it thaw, you can like eat it like more rare because of that, right? Because or if you sit on it for a while, you know, just like.
Anyone else got the feeling he's got a pit somewhere on his property and it puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose?
No.
That's why he had to move.
Yeah, exactly. Too many random places to bury the corpses, right?
The Mounties were getting too close.
You overestimate the skill of the RCMP, sir.
Well, you know, they have to practice all this horseback riding, so less time for police work.
less time to hunt down the serial killer of the backwoods.
I always figured they were more like the Swiss Guard, where they're just kind of there to put on a show.
No, they're real police.
They're still real police. They're still real police.
Mounties are.
You're getting arrested by someone in a Halloween costume. Like
they don't wear that uniform except on parade formation, sweetie. They dress like cops all the rest of the time of the year.
Like even Americans know that the Mounties have some some sick marksmen in them.
And they always get their man.
I've got friends who are Mounties. A, they don't always get their man, and B, some of them are chuckleheads. But what are you going to do? You know,
well,
it's
that's
like
true
any
with
other
every
sport.
Yeah, every organization has its chuckleheads, though.
It's too weird.
Anybody else got something cool for Christmas, Baron?
I got nothing.
Did you already do the roam?
I was up late last night, actually redoing some because I did a bunch of like logos for friends of mine about a year and a half ago. So I stayed up and was redoing them for, you know, kind of the new year, kind of like how I've redone mine and everything else, kind of reimagined it and whatnot, and was working on that for them and whatnot. So yeah.
You're not married, are you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you are married, are you?
You get children as well. You're married with children too, no?
Yeah. My son's 23.
Yeah. Soon
He's
to be
married.
a grandfather.
Oh God, no. If he is, he's adopting. Because I don't think his husband is going to be able to provide that for me. But that's okay.
They are talking adopting.
Oh Lord. Here we go.
There you go.
I don't know if you heard my wife or not.
We did.
Yeah.
So Crafty, I'll tell you a funny story. My buddy Gertch is an RCMP officer in Vancouver, and one of his first places they had him was in the Richmond branch, and Richmond is a suburb of Vancouver that is 100% Chinese. And he told me two funny stories. He goes, nothing was more annoying than getting this call on the radio. Suspect is a male Asian between the ages of 30 and 50, between 5'2" and 5'5", dark hair. He's like, so I should just arrest everybody I see at this point in time? But I'm like, yeah, that's fair. He said, or he'd pull over a car and some Asian girl would be driving and she'd hand you a driver's license. It's like, is this her? Is this her mother? Is this her aunt? I don't know who this person is. And it's like, yeah, they got it rough out there, man. Trust me. And I feel it. But yeah, no, the RCMP are just cops. They're just cops at the end of the day. And yeah, they are Trudeau's lackeys, but they're whatever the prime minister is. They're the lackeys of Ottawa. That's what they are. Sad to say. 6 markmen always get their man. Yeah, you're just going to softball those in there. What? Shadow, stop. Stop, Shadow, stop. Lol, grandma, everyone chatting. Chat is happening over on the mainstream. Bear. Oh, thank you, Malachi. But that's okay. They can chat there too. Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, so there we go. So it's Christmas. We're all fucking tired. I can feel it in everyone. Everyone is tired. I can see it in your
My
faces.
sugar rush is ending.
Yes. Go get more sugar and try not to be so mean to me today. You know, bears have feelings too. Just saying. Max, what'd you do this morning?
Me or
Yeah.
yeah?
Fuck, just one of you talk. Come on.
I had to call my mom this morning because I couldn't get her last night. Like she was like, I fucking called like at 9. She was already in bed. So like, hey, it's fucking
God,
Christmas. Fuck's sake, right? And then after that, I went to walk my dog around the beach again. It's a pretty nice walk, so I like going there. I met the neighbor. That's why I was late. I met the neighbor, and then we chat for a while. Well, then she was walking her dog as well.
Quel âge? How old?
I don't know. She's not young. She got like two daughter as well. So you know,
Oh, and that'd stop you because
because I'm a narcissist.
Yeah.
She doesn't want a used woman.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Hey, it's a jump start on those 11 you wanted.
Well, her daughter are a bit too young even for me. So there's that. Yeah.
Oh, that went creepy. All right.
And then you asked him to start talking, and you're
Yeah. No, I own that. That's on me. That is on me. And Leal,
that's what I did. You know, it's like it's very warm today. It's like 5 degrees. Like
yeah,
it's
here too.
Insanely warm from.
I was surprised because it's going to hit 50 here in Missouri today, and I was like, wow, on Christmas, holy cow.
Yeah, dude, I went
it's 55 here
with my buddies, and I wore a hoodie. You know, I mean, no coat, a hoodie, and I was fine.
In America temperature, it's 68 here.
Well, in America temperature, it's 41.
Are you in Florida? Isn't that cheating?
No,
Alabama. He's in Alabama.
Alabama, yeah. Still, isn't that cheating?
He's in Tickland.
Not after living the formative years of my life in Minnesota. No, this is a vacation.
Yeah, fair. That's fair.
Well, it's a vacation from the summer as well. Because now, it's nice in the winter.
Yeah, but he's got so he traded mosquitoes, black flies, and dragonflies for fucking tick infestations. It's not really a fair trade, right? Like
you probably have ticks. You probably have ticks in Minnesota as well, no?
Alabama is famous for its ticks.
Oh yeah.
There's Minnesota ticks and then there's Alabama ticks.
Yeah. I used to watch this one YouTuber, was this guy, and he had bought a piece of land in Alabama, and his channel was all about how he was building his homestead for him and his wife. And then just one video was him cursing out Alabama ticks for an hour. He's just like, these fucking things are everywhere. It's like,
and it's not like some places where you'll have like a tick that's like the size of your pinky nail. Like Alabama has ticks like the size of your thumb. It's like, it's nuts.
Ooh. Great, I'm never going outside again. Good job.
That's it. I live indoors from now on.
Because I mean, I like dragonflies. I like damselflies. You know, at the Minnesota State bird, you know, the mosquito, I don't really like that so much, but it only lasts 3 months out of the year, unlike Florida. So, you know, I can deal with most of that stuff.
Dude, the ones in Florida are so fucking big, too.
It's the same in Minnesota. It's just like I said, they last all year in Florida. They don't last all year in Minnesota.
Listen, we have the same kind here that you have in Minnesota. They're good size. They bite you. You go, fuck, you feel it. I got bit by a fucking mosquito in Florida, and I was like, ow, what the fuck was that? And then I saw it. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, are they on roids down here? What the fuck? They're South American mosquitoes, I found out. They migrated up from South America, basically, these fucking things.
I missed those when I was in Florida, thank God.
Yeah.
It's probably like the killer bees.
Well,
I haven't met one of them yet.
They're a little hard. They're a little hard to spot when they're like, you know, ping pong sized.
Hey, Mar Hockman, just so you know, TN Tory bought 10 memberships on my channel today, and you got one of them, sir. So if you ever come back over to my side, you're a member for a month for free. So enjoy that.
Woo.
Grandma, I'm not sure if Grandma's making a comment or a joke, but yes. Yes.
And dinosaur mosquitoes are huge. Okay.
Yeah, do they have Lone Star ticks in Alabama? I think they do.
No.
I
haven't dealt with ticks here. The only thing I've dealt with here are I saw a beetle when I wish I would have taken a picture of this damn thing. I've never seen anything like it my entire life. The beetle was about a third to half the size of my cell phone, and it was over on its back and it was kicking. Its legs were like as big as my pinky. I said, "I'm out."
You didn't know
Yeah,
that?
I remember that one, Bruce. That's a fucking terrifying one when they talk about the Montauk thing and how so basically what happens, you guys know Plum Island, Montauk, New York, that whole thing that went on where Lyme disease comes from.
Oh, yeah.
They found out later the American military thought it would be a really good idea to see if they could weaponize ticks.
Yeah.
And one of the species they chose to weaponize was the Lone Star tick, the only aggressive tick in the world that actually hunts its prey as opposed to waiting for it to wander by. And then they released them into the wild, and they've been tracking them, and they're like spreading and spreading and spreading and spreading. And they're now almost into Canada. That's how far they've spread now, these fucking things. Yeah, I love that shit, right?
And those are the ones that make you allergic to meat.
Yeah, they may, and that's the thing. The Lone Star tick, if you it doesn't automatically, but you get a chance of becoming allergic to beef.
Same thing with Lyme disease, right? You don't automatically get it, like, but there's a chance that you, and they have to be on you for like, I've been like bitten by ticks a few times, right? Just like where you used to live.
You need to roll a 5 or higher to resist.
On a D4.
That's what I want. June bugs. Who here knows what a June bug is?
Well, I do.
Oh yeah.
God's literally dumbest creature ever.
Yeah, but they're sticky. That's the worst fucking part. They're sticky. So when they hit you, you're like, fuck it, fuck. And you're like fighting to get it off your shirt, your skin, your face. It's like, God damn it.
Yeah, if you wear like something light, they stain you.
Yeah, like back when I was still smoking regular cigarettes, I literally watched the same June bug like ram his head against the side of my house, like just for like an hour straight. It was just like, seriously, like the dumbest creatures I have ever seen.
So I have a question for you, Curtis. If that was your entertainment, how the fuck are you not a meth head? Because that's the kind of, like, when that's your level of entertainment, crystal meth becomes an option in your town, is what I'm saying. The kids are like, well, fuck it. It's either watch the June bugs or smoke meth. Let's go.
No, I think it's just because I'm easily amused. I think that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you watch us.
No-see-me's should be dealt with in Florida. What are no-see-me's? I don't know what that is.
I don't know either.
I like how we mentioned this, and the chat has come alive with discussion about insects and Nazi fucking experiments, and this is fucking amazing.
Well,
I've taken the temperature of our chat, and I know where it lives now.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying to fucking deal with all those fucking bugs. It's like the outdoor, like people that live in the city, like they see a picture of the outdoors and say like, oh, it seems so nice.
So
I wish I could be there and stuff like that.
Oh, it's so
like,
nice.
Yeah, but when you see the picture, you don't get the fucking bug. You don't get all the fucking shit that you have to deal with, right? Just like, you live in a cabin there in the wood, like, oh, it looks nice in picture. When you do it for real, there's always like nature is always trying to eat your house, right? It's always trying to, it's a constant struggle. People like have a romanticized view of nature.
Yeah, no, that's true, and that is absolutely true. Because it's the same thing for me. Whenever I see these videos, like these movies where the kids are in the woods or they're at camp, whatever the fuck, and they're not, all, I'm like, that ain't real. That's not real at all. Because I remember going fishing with my dad and being like, why is this fun? Because you spend like you either got so much goddamn deep woods off on you.
I was gonna say you didn't bathe in DEET.
Yeah, well, that's what you've either got so much DEET on you can taste it, or you're just like fuck nonstop. Like I don't get that.
Yeah, it makes you fucking insane. Like at some point you fucking learn to ignore it. But like fishing is something I never got, to be honest. Like I don't see like, oh, it's fun. Like fishing and even hunting, a lot of hunting, right? Just like you like, I'm just supposed to like stand there and wait in this hidden spot, right, for hours until I can see a deer and then shoot it, right? And during this time, I'm not allowed to talk because he was scared the deer away. Like fuck, man, just like I'm gonna fucking bored out of my mind. Can I go fucking track something, try to run and catch the? I don't know, man. Just like this type of hunting, I can fucking get. Same thing with fishing. I'm just there on the boat and we don't talk. You're gonna scare the fish. Fuck! I can, just like I'm just gonna go buy a fish.
You understand like why modern man fishes and hunts, right? Or at least our father's generation did, and their father's generation did. You know why, right?
To get some quiet.
It wasn't for meat and fish. It was to get away from their wives.
Yeah.
So that's why it's no talking zones. It's like just shut up, just sit here and enjoy the world without having words.
Yeah. But like I like it. Like I'd much rather I go on a hike than what I mean. Just like
Also, a great way to get a lot of meat for the winter.
Yeah, again, when you have a grocery store, you don't worry about that so much,
That's
is what
fair.
I'm saying. And I grew up in
but
the
you get
country.
different meat though.
That's fair.
You get
I
different.
don't know.
meat.
It's great to have some deer every year. I mean,
Yeah.
deer is a delicious thing, but
Yeah.
I don't need your fucking fish.
Yeah, it's
Trout's nice
Mr.
and all, but
Mr. Max likes to go after bigger game, so he just goes for hand-to-hand combat with a moose.
yeah, he goes
Yeah,
for
no,
bigger
I-
game, like single
like,
mother.
Yeah, man is the most dangerous game of all.
That was gay.
Someone had
No,
to
it's
say
like
it.
it's a fucking first blood thing, no?
What dice system does the game of men use, Mr. Max? What's the resolution mechanic?
It's probably D1000.
D9
Oh, no,
millimeter.
I don't think Bear knows there's actually the game called Men out there.
No, not being gay. I must have missed that one. I'm sorry.
Oh
No.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's 2D12. It's a D12 system.
Yeah, don't read it. I know
Oh,
some
it's
people think
enter-
it's funny. I got about, I don't know, maybe halfway through it and I couldn't deal with it anymore.
I think it's an entertaining read. It's like you have to not take it too seriously, but it's like
Yeah,
for
but
a
the
like-
jokes get old pretty quickly.
Yeah, but there's always
And then
like
it
a
gets
new
into,
one
then it
around
dives
the
into
corner.
Epstein realm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that sucked all the air out.
Clearly. Well, fuck, I might as well kill the rest of it and start talking about Star Trek, right?
Go for
You
it.
did talk about Star Trek already.
You shut your whore mouth and go back to Whore Island where you belong.
Damn.
Jake.
Or
Yeah, I've never read Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I've also never had the desire to read Thirsty Sword Lesbians. And also when I heard the name, I went, well, that sounds stupid. Have any of you read and or played Thirsty Sword Lesbians?
No, I know that.
This is
Not
the
gonna-
panel to ask.
I'm not
for
gonna
sure.
lie. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was like a roundabout way of advertising for like specifically lesbians to get together with lesbians. So that's why I didn't touch it, because it was like clearly this is a game meant as like a sort of honey trap for a very specific type of person.
Well, it is Honey Trap, but he was written by like a trans woman, right? So it's like anyway. But
I don't delve that far into other
They
people's
live in the
sexuality.
desert.
no, anyway.
But what is
Not to
like, what is
go
the
all
game?
turfy here, but
Have you read it?
no. Victor Gorchev made a character for it on his channel. He had
Okay.
a series like Victor makes a character, and he didn't make it. So if you're like, somewhat curious, you can go look at that.
So is it a serious game or is it meant to be a comedy sort of spoof?
I think it's serious.
It's an agenda-driven game.
Yeah, it's an agenda-driven game.
Well, then there'll be zero humor in it. Okay, fair enough.
No,
Justin,
it's
the only
probably
people
full-
on here today are people who have channels and are creators. This is a creator stream, sir. I'm sorry. I apologize if I've had to tell other people they can't be on today because they don't have channels. We've been planning this for over a week. This is what we're doing today. I'm so sorry. So, okay, so it's not the new version of Macho Women with Guns, is what you're telling me.
Oh no, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you
I mean,
sick?
Macho Women
Woman-
with Guns actually
Woman-
sounds
yeah.
like it could be fun.
Justin's in the house.
You mean the game, or you mean in real life?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Although it looks like Brian got Star Trek for Christmas. Don't know what he got at that Star Trek, but he got.
Oh, you
Star
want to see what he
Trek
got for Christmas? He showed us on my Discord. Hang on, I'll show you what Brian got for Christmas. Since Brian can't seem to be arsed to join us, let's go ahead and show everybody what Brian's family got him for Christmas.
Why you see that? Why I don't see like Brian's coming?
There you go. Look what he got. He got a nice Star Trek shirt with a bunch of ships on it.
Nice.
That's very cool. Very nice. You got the D, you got the Reliant, you got the Stargazer, the Enterprise. That'd be the Grissom, Voyager, and probably the Defiant hiding down here. And he got Lower Decks by, what is this, a comic? What is this? I don't know what this is. But it's got her on it, so it must burn. I agree with your cat.
Sorry.
Someone's going to go. I'm like,
Yeah, it's
"Oh,
my
yeah."
cat. My cat is very vocal. He talks a lot. This Pinto. How do you feel about those Star Trek ship design, like the Federation one with the two like? Oh, fuck, I forgot the name.
Nacelles?
What?
2 nacelles?
No, like the saucer there in the front.
Oh,
like
there's 2 saucers?
No, there's one saucer, but no, I'm thinking general like the Enterprise. You know, they all have like the same kind of like. And he was showing this shirt there, and they even like the different version of like those Federation ship. They often have like a similar design, right? With the saucer and then like the engine, I guess. The
warp
engine.
nacelles.
Yeah. Oh, nacelle. Is that they call nacelle? Oh. That's a weird use of the word nacelle.
I personally, I like the movie version designs the best, but that's me.
But as if we just like talk like general sci-fi, how do you feel about like this ship design? Do you think it's a good one? I've never been a big fan, to be honest. I always thought it kind of looked goofy.
Space, dude. Who cares?
I know, but it's like you're talking about nerd shit, you know, like your favorite, like fucking, like you look at the Battlestar Galactica ship, you know, they have like their own style, and you look at the Yamato, they have like their own style.
Thank you, Michael Chad. Appreciate that very much, sir.
I feel the same way, Max.
I mean,
after watching the series, I've really warmed up to it personally.
Mm-hmm.
So Omanal, Sula, Lacutius, Loki Tech, Chen Sun Chu, Andrew Dustman, Johnny Blades, Brent Nortman, Big Bad RPG, and Jack Klompus all got memberships off of Chad's gift. Thank you, sir. It's very appreciated.
Nice.
I only recognize a couple of those names. I got a lot of lurkers, man. Fun stuff. Oh, thank you, Baron G Rock, for sharing that as well. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
I actually have the stream open, another window on mute.
Oh, okay.
Max, listen, I'm not going to talk about Star Trek. I'm just not, because at the end of the day, it's going to just be that trope that I'm going to avoid for the rest of the day, because I'm not here to make. I'm not your dancing bear.
But I just wanted to say,
but hang on. There are some sci-fi designs I really like. Like I like the original Battlestar Galactica from the 70s. I love the design of that ship. I love the design of the Vipers. If you pick one sci-fi starfighter, the Viper will always be my favorite. It's beautiful. Second is the Starfighter from Buck Rogers. I love that one too, from that period. Beyond that, dude, there is very few sci-fi that design ships that actually look like they belong in space. Expanse.
Which one did you say before, Buck Rogers?
The Viper, the Colonial Viper.
Oh, see, I'm the opposite. I love the Cylon ship. The
old the Raider's beautiful.
The original Raider from '78.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Yeah.
But I love the Viper. I mean, when I was a kid, man, the Viper was it. You know, fuck X-Wings. But I was more of a Battlestar Galactica fan than I ever was a Star Wars fan.
Yeah. So what about like the general like ship design for Star Wars? I think it's a lot of them like are kind of cool, you know.
I personally like the ship from the last Starfighter.
Yeah, the Gunstar's pretty. Look, man, all ships look stupid. What do you want me to say? You know what I mean? They all look stupid because they're designed to go in space, but they make them look like jet fighters, right? As opposed to just bricks with guns on them, which is what they should look like.
Yeah, they did it right, and nobody likes that design.
Who did it right?
Sorry, who did it right?
The Borg cube.
Oh,
yeah. The Borg cube is a perfect example of what it should look like. Bear says, I have to simulstream, Max. Really? That's the title of your simulstream? You fucking deuce.
But I don't know, like it doesn't bother me like when especially like when they do like the small ship and stuff like that, and they say like they expected that they can go with atmosphere somewhat to some extent, you know, like then it makes sense that they look like fucking jet fighter. But for the bigger ship that say always gonna stay in space, I say like yeah, make them like look like fucking boat or some shit. That's what I like, you know, like big naval ship, right?
What?
Well, that's why I don't like Forever Yamato, right? Because the whole idea of like a battleship converted into a spaceship. Well, that's dumb. You know, but that's me. I'm just like,
but I agree that it's not. It wouldn't be the most efficient design. You know, like yeah, like nerds say the Borg would just get it right, just make a fucking big cube because it doesn't matter, right?
I also give credit to the Star Destroyer if you consider it as a design to put as many weapons facing the same direction as possible. Having a triangle makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's the other thing I love is all the weapons go that way. So what happens if I'm behind them? Well, fuck, they didn't think of that clearly. You know, it's like that's so
Turn around.
weird.
Well, but I guess the Star Destroyer, you have like a bunch of them, like a line, you know. So you just like go ahead and as a line.
Just make sure one's pointed backward,
pushing.
flying in reverse the entire time.
Just one guy doing this the whole fucking time.
No, but it's like it's like Roman legend with shit, right?
It's actually what the TIE fighters are for.
Yeah.
Okay. There is nothing stupider, forgive me, in sci-fi logically than fighters. Like they are such a dumb idea. You know what I mean? Given the vast distances of space, like little one-man snub fighters are just like really, you're just obsessed with World War II at this point, you know?
Why shoot a missile when you can just put a little gun on the tip of the missile and shoot him with that instead?
Exactly.
I don't know how to answer that question.
That's the Japanese in World War II.
Wow.
But I think no, if you want to do like because obviously when you do like sci-fi stuff, like you have to now the rule of cool, right? You know, you don't want to do like something that makes sense for space because so you're gonna go with something dumb anyway because like it's more fun, right? That's the whole point, right? If you just like make think for space, you're like big ship that are just like a long ass fucking particle beam that would shoot like some other ship that is like hundreds of kilometers away that you never see or thousands of kilometers away, right? But
if your ship
boring.
does not have a rocket with a long trail of fire coming out of it, going light speed, it is not good sci-fi.
Yeah, it's boring.
So you're saying you like 50 sci-fi best?
Sure. I'm making a game on that, so I have to say yes.
Yeah,
you have to say yes. Oh.
I do. I love the quirkiness of pulp sci-fi. I do.
But
I'll agree, Malachi.
You want your sci-fi to have like a reason to have melee combat for some reason, right? And of course, it makes no sense. You're fucking like, but you know, it's more fun if you can include that. You want to do something different, right? Just like, and the same thing with the fighter. And there's some way you can kind of somewhat justify it. And if you have like enough buy-in, you can just say, "Oh yeah, fair enough," you know. But, yeah.
Well, let's be honest. Mecha in sci-fi, right?
Yeah, it's dumb.
It make no fucking sense.
Don't take my giant stompy robots from me.
No, I love giant stompy robots. You know I love giant stompy robots, but they're absolutely absurd.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? And I kind of get a kick out of people who take them super seriously. It's like, so my buddy, we were playing BattleTech, and they had the ground forces with the flame units and stuff like that. And my buddy was all about that shit. So all he would do is just swarm the legs of the other guys with the flamers and drive up their heat as high as he could while the tanks would just sit there taking pot shots at them. And it's like, yeah, he could take him, like the guy could stomp on like entire units with his foot. But by the end of the fight, we were having ammo explosions from heat overload. You know, it's like, that's fucking genius. You know, like because that's what people would do. They'd be like, what, you brought 40-foot tall giant robots? All right, how can we fuck with those? And the entire War Department would be finding out, how do we fuck with those? First thing we do, we're going to flood the entire battlefield with water to turn it into mud. See how that works out for them, you know? And then when they're stuck in the mud, we're going to throw napalm on them and, you know, whatever. So I just think they're silly, but I love them. That's the weird part.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
they are cool, but when they shoot their gun, they should fall on their ass.
Big time.
Not for shooting lasers.
Well, how about the rifleman? What size bullet is the rifleman firing?
Autocannon 5 and it's autocannon 5. I don't care. I don't care what the diameter is. Autocannon 5.
Launch lasers and AC5.
Yeah. AC5 is not even the biggest.
No, it's not even close.
No,
it's the second smallest.
Right? Yeah. 20 is still the biggest, right? AC20.
Yeah.
Did they ever do the
Mac? And strictly, you do have a Gauss rifle 40.
Okay, if it's not 3025, it's not BattleTech.
Yeah.
Oh,
and did you ask if they did the Mac 3? Yes.
Yeah,
they have nobody plays with them, but they do have the oversized mechs that go above 100 tons. And I think they tried it as the Behemoth, if I remember correctly. I'd have to look at the books behind me, but then they did it again with these jumbo mechs or whatever the nonsense was called, where you could go above 100 tons.
Do you guys ever notice that on his channel, Mr. Liao is much friendlier than he is on my channel? What the fuck's this all about?
Oh, the super heavy mechs, yeah.
He's so pleasant and smiley on his channel. He tries to be so engaging. Here he's like, meh, fuck that, meh, fuck him.
No, he came here to make you look silly and to hijack your stream.
Oh, but he can't do that because that's what apparently I do on his stream.
Yeah, I'm a useful idiot. I'm a tool and a useful idiot.
No. Here I'm your tool and you're useful idiot, sir.
I got a use for a tool.
Well, I've got a tool you can use.
All right. It sounds like we have. What?
Shall we present Mr. Max as the tool you can use?
I would like to get back into BattleTech. I really would. And I'd like to play it sometime and stuff like that. But the problem is it's like Warhammer to me now. It's just overwhelming. You know, trying to get into it now is over fucking whelming. And like the encyclopedic knowledge people have about the noble houses and the timelines and the this and the that, it intimidates me at this point in time. Intimidates the shit out of me, you know?
So there are two ways that we played. We played what we called canon games, which essentially was, hey, pick mechs from your house, yada yada. I mean, a lot of the older books were really good about that. The newer ones are more homogenized. Or we just picked 4 mechs that we like. We didn't use battle value. We always thought it was stupid. We were just like, let's take 2 heavies and 2 lights. All right, and let's just put them on the map board and go.
Yeah.
And just
the Actor and an Awesome are perfectly matched.
Oh, what an Awesome?
Archer.
A Charger?
Oh, Charger. Sorry. What's a Charger?
Charger and an Awesome.
What's a Charger?
They're 80 tons. Fair match.
That's why you use battle value, because a Charger does not equal an Awesome.
It depends on a lot of aspects. It depends on terrain. Now the Charger, the original Charger, that was a joke.
It has a 6-shooter for a small laser. The original art, they gave it a revolver small laser.
And it only has 5 shots.
Yeah. But yeah, there's definitely ways to heavily curate your experience, Bear.
Yeah, but
I played the BattleTech MMO that everybody hates because it was free one weekend. So I went and I played it to see what it was like. I'll tell you this: the one thing I loved was the laser effect. When the laser effect would hit and you'd get that glowing line down the armor on the enemy mech and shit, I was like, God damn, that looks way cooler than I ever thought that would look in my head when I would play BattleTech. So I kind of liked it for that.
It's a good giant stompy robot game. It's just a horrible BattleTech game.
Why is that? Please explain.
It doesn't handle heat right. It doesn't have. It doesn't slow you down when you're in water. It has pinpoint accuracy, which is my number one complaint. The mechs are about 3 times bigger than what they're supposed to be.
The pinpoint accuracy is why they had to fudge the numbers for weapon damage and armor rating, because otherwise everyone would die immediately.
So here's what they did.
That's actually what happened in beta, because people just died immediately in the beta.
Well, yeah, that's why they doubled the armor and well. So when they first advertised the game, they went after the grognards that were like, look, we're going to make BattleTech. I used to have it copied. I snipped it and had it as a graphic for about 2 years. And because what they did is they got to go back. Sorry. So they got the grognards. And once they got the grognards and weren't making any more money, they decided to flip over and went after the action gamers. Well, the action gamers only wanted pinpoint accuracy. I would have been okay with conical fire. I mean, conical fire at least has some randomness in there. Unless you're up in somebody's face, that's fine. I could hit your leg, I could hit your head, I could hit your center torso, whatever. But the action gamers like, nope, if this isn't an action game, we're not playing it. Well, they realized they're going to make a lot more money off the action gamers than the grognards. So they actually, after about 2 years, removed that from the FAQ, saying that they were going to emulate BattleTech. There were a bunch of people. I was going to, I didn't because I had enough friends that were still going to play it. But there were a bunch of people who asked for and got their money back from PIG before PIG relinquished everything and just let it to PGI. But
in the board game, in the tabletop game of BattleTech, are the LRM useless? Or are they good?
They're not as useful as in that game.
It really depends.
Yeah, they have a specific use case, and they contribute, but they are not the hailstorm of fury and death that they were in MWO.
Right.
Okay.
The way, so
unless they're clan, because they weigh half as much and you get twice as many missiles, and they're just bonkers.
Well, the other thing is back in the 3025 days when we played, you wanted mix. People would be like, I want my mech to focus. That's just going to be perfect at this. Well, you never wanted that kind of mech because you first of all didn't know your terrain. But secondly, you use the LRMs to hit them at long range while you're closing. You use your large lasers and your autocannon 10s and your more medium range PPCs while you're even getting closer. And then you finished off with the most effective weapon in the game, which is the medium laser. I mean, that was how it was supposed to be. That's why you had combined armed. Yes, if you do the math on it, the medium laser is the most
efficient by a long shot.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why there's mechs that have like 18 of them.
Yeah, I hate those.
Is 3025 pre-clan?
Yes.
I'm in. Let's go. Can I use the visual looks of some of the later mech designs that they did a really good job on, other than those scratchy, shitty ones they did?
They redid all the old mechs too.
Oh, did they? Okay, cool. Because I hated that scratchy shit.
This is the best freaking book. I'm not this one. Sorry, this is sorry. That's the worst book.
That's the shit that made me hate the game.
This is the best book. These mechs are gods, and there's no complaining about that. Was that Rifleman?
Yeah, that's a beautiful Rifleman. Show me some of the others though, because I want to see if they have the shitty scratchy mechs in there.
What
So
scratchy
not
mechs you talking
unseen mechs.
So not unseen
Show him
mechs.
the cicada.
I don't have a problem with the cicada either. I mean, I don't use it as a mech, but
I like the
cicada. That's assassin cicada. So speed lines, buddy.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Now the ones that people usually complain about are the Ost mechs. Those are the ones that everybody hates. By the way,
Those are
everybody
pretty
hates on this one too, but this is one of my favorite all-time mechs. The Whitworth there, 40-tonner.
Pretty fucking ugly.
It fights well.
Yeah, but it's ugly as fuck.
The mech of mechs, you don't need any other.
What's that?
Which one is that?
Vindicator.
That's ugly.
How heavy is it?
What's that?
How heavy is it?
45 tons.
Heavy. 45?
45. Yeah.
That was the backbone.
It
for,
slots between
Liao.
a Panther and an Enforcer.
Well, it's the
fucking
backbone mech of
Karita Davian
the,
mechs.
Well,
Isn't-
I thought the Vindicator was a Liao mech.
It is.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's why I like it.
Yeah.
And-
Doesn't the Panther suck?
It
No,
depends. It
does
depends. It really depends.
It's annoying. It's fast enough. It stays back, and it's got a thin pre-PC on it. It does what it's supposed to do.
In my campaign, I had to go into a battle with 24 of them. Like Jesus Christ.
But you say it's fast enough, but it's not like super fast. No, it's like
No, it's
one of
very
the
slow.
It's one of the slowest light mechs in the game.
And I present to you the redesigned Vindicator, which I think looks vastly superior to that piece of shit you just showed us.
Oh yeah, I like it.
That's looking way better already, right? That's a better looking mech. I like this design. That area you're showing might have great builds, but the fucking art was garbage, you know? And it really turned me off at the time.
Well, see, I don't play a game based on art. Otherwise, I never would have played Earth Dawn.
We don't drink
I
with
don't
on
have
your
alcohol.
channel.
I don't have alcohol.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Beauvais?
I say like the drinking game when it's yours done doesn't count when it's not like a
Drinking is a bad thing. You shouldn't do it. Merry Christmas.
I don't have alcohol.
We still
Probably
need
a
to buy
good thing.
We still need to buy you a new bottle of that, don't we?
They're not cheap, buddy.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
how
not gonna
much?
fucking drink yet because I haven't eaten anything yet.
But I don't disagree, Bear, that the new art is generally better.
Much
I only get when people are, but the one comment you said there is like, well, I won't play the game, or I didn't play the game because the art turned me off. I'd say bye. That's
where did you hear me say I won't play the game?
no,
if the
you
art-
said you said it turned you off.
It turned me off because I was really into the designs, and then we got the new designs, and I'm like, what is this shit?
I don't like a lot of the new designs. That the one for the Vindicator is good, but I don't like a lot of the new ones because they really made them curvier. Like if I pull out some of my other books, like the Huron, it's got this fucking feather background, whatever the nonsense. Like, no, it's I absolutely one of the things I liked about BattleTech, why I picked this over Robotech once I started playing. Let's see, that's a shit mech too. I think what is that? I don't even know if that's a Husser or some nonsense.
That's pretty
Sorry,
ugly.
yeah.
But is because they were boxier, and Veritex and the ninja robots of Robotech really annoyed me. But I love the fact that these things were stomping tanks, and I just went back and read a bunch of the old novels, like the Grey Death Legion series, Decision at Thunder Rift, whatnot.
I'd like to play BattleTech. I really would, and I'd like to play it with people who know it. That would be really fun. And
right now, the best way is Megamech. Megamech is the best way to play BattleTech.
What's Megamech?
Mega MEK. Just if you type it in there, you'll find it. I haven't played.
Oh, that's that weird game or whatever. Yeah, people tried to tell me of that as well.
No, it's just a JavaScript version of the rules of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Or Java, not JavaScript. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't want
what
to play
about
on a
this?
computer.
Yeah.
I want to play at a table or on a just a battle map. You know what I mean? I want
There's
to play the game with dice and shit.
So we'll
The
need to
reason
do,
why I like
tabletop simulator, yeah.
the reason why I like Megamech is because you can play limited intelligence. I think they call it double blind rules now, which really adds a tactical element that I like.
This could potentially result in a Max Liao inversion white spot, but we'll see.
No.
Which
Max
robots are
Liao's
better,
not a fan of
BattleTech or Rifts? No, but he's a big fan of Palladium.
Mm-hmm.
No, but everything has its place.
I'm fucking with you, but which are better?
They're all good. I mean, like everything has its place.
Aren't the Rifts ones much bigger than the BattleTech ones, like in size? Or am I wrong on that?
Let's see here.
Oh fuck! Look what showed up.
You're welcome. Good morning and Merry Christmas.
How's England?
It's like 60 degrees out.
It's overseas. That's how England is.
Yes, it's overseas, exactly.
At least this one is smaller. So the average battle mech is supposed to be around 10 meters. As the game has moved on in years, they've expanded that more and more. But this one's only like 17 feet. What's this one? Trying to find the information.
Actually, Max, I'm not sure that they have changed. Max, I'm not sure that they have changed the size of the mechs.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have. They've made like ones like the Locust now only stand about 5-ish meters. Like they still stick with the 10-meter average, but now there's a lot more variation in there. Like
the Atlas itself has changed from 12 to 14 to 17 meters. Now I don't know what it is today, but it went from 12 to 14 to 17 meters across the books.
Yeah.
Oh, I had not heard that, so I stand corrected.
But you still play the game in the rules as if it's 10 meters because it just makes that a lot easier. These seem to be the same size or smaller, by the way, just from what I'm paging through here. So.
And that's why I play True Scale for BattleTech. Well, at least if I have a table big enough for True Scale.
Yeah, if I was playing on a sand table or using a tape measure, absolutely.
What's True Scale?
True Scale is when, the actual size of the miniature is how tall it is. So smaller mechs are actually smaller, bigger mechs are actually bigger. And you can make terrain that varies in height, as opposed to BattleTech where it's a level 1 building is exactly 5 meters. It doesn't matter what type of building it is. A level 1 building is always, without fail, 5 meters.
Did they change that? It used to be 6.
No, it's they say level 1 is half the size of a mech, so it's like 5 or 6 meters, somewhere in there. But without fail, on a hex grid, a level 1 building is always the exact same height as another level 1 building. As opposed to if you're doing True Scale and making your own terrain, then you can make the buildings have a lot more variation between them.
Are there any STLs of the Rift mechs?
The Rift mechs, there are a few. I don't think they're STLs.
It'd be STLs, 3D models, right?
Yeah, I don't think there are any STLs. They have a few miniatures on the site, but no STLs that I'm aware of.
It would be kind of fun to be able to build some custom mechs and then use the Rift mechs as the stand-in models for them. That'd be kind of cool.
These things are all over the place in size. I've just gone through a bunch of them. I've seen something that was 60 feet down
Bruce,
to like 9 feet.
The pictures. Thank you. It's pissing me off because I don't have pizza. So thank you. I want pizza. I don't know. I
but also,
I want to play Rifts. And notice I'm saying play, not run.
I'm trying to come up with a one shot. Give me some time. I'm bad at this.
Okay, but you don't. Okay, Brian, I love you. You know that. You're like a
Liar.
brother. to me. You're like a
This is the
brother.
breakup message.
Okay. I just think we should see other nerds. What I'm saying
Sometimes
is
you have
I don't
to,
want you to feel like you're the only person that could ever run a game I can play in, right? I mean, I know tons of people who
That's
run
fair.
games. I'm saying someone else step up and run a one shot for fun. You know, it'd be cool. I think it'd be really fun if we could get more of these of our creator community playing games together as one shots every now and then and just having a good time. I think it could be really fun.
I don't disagree.
Thanks for running this, Max.
some people are doing
I'm
it.
getting
Like, I know,
volunteered to run stuff. It's not going to happen. Well, I mean, I could do a Mega Mech thing, but I wouldn't do anything. I don't play online. I don't enjoy it at all. Like if I have to, let me phrase it. If I have to play, I'll play. I'm certainly not running something online. It is just so anathema to my style of running a game that it's not going to happen.
It kind of intimidate me. Like I'm supposed to do it sometime soon. Like because like, I know like a Baron Jirok are doing like one shot with his like crew with the table breaker, right? And now we're starting doing it with my crew of with Crispy and Rick and Big Bad, right? We have like different circle, and I'm supposed to run one sometime soon. I'm not gonna lie, it intimidates me because I don't like the technology. Like sometimes like it's hard, you just miss something that somebody said because like two people talking at the same time, stuff like that. I find it very, very difficult. And also because now I would have to run in English, which playing in English is one thing, running in English is another.
No, you just put one leg in front of the other. We run the same way in English.
I'll run this BattleTech.
Thank you very much, Curtis. That's really kind of you.
Hello, Phil.
Wow,
I
man,
don't
thank
see the
you.
comment from my channel there on the live.
Now I got to figure out how to get it to my bank account. I've never done this. I've never gotten any money on Ko-fi before. Curtis just bought me a pizza, so thank you, Curtis. You're the nicest ever.
I just figured it would probably be better than going through YouTube again.
Well, yeah, because YouTube I won't get it for a month.
Yeah.
But now I got to figure out how to take the money out. Do I have to wait?
Like you can definitely curate your experience to just 3025. In fact, I know some people that like do an alternate timeline where it starts at 3025 and the clans just never show up. Just never.
Well, so here's the thing for me, okay? So, back when I first played BattleTech in high school, right? So late 80s, 86, 87, whatever it was. We read the material and it said clearly a Star League mech, a single Star League mech should be able to mop the floor with the modern mechs because there's systems we don't understand that don't work anymore. The mechs aren't as good. We've lost all this technology. So I'm like, okay, cool. Then they bring in the clans who have improved Star League tech, and they're not mopping the entire battlefield with one guy. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. What happened to the Star League mechs were like these golden era, insane, powerful mechs, and now we get the improvement, and they're slightly better than what's on the field now. I thought that was a really weird choice, and I didn't understand it. Now, I'm not knee-deep in the lore, so I'm going to trust you guys who know way more about the lore to set me straight on this one and give me the deal.
Well, first of all, the clan mechs are more powerful. But Weissman himself said that the clans were not implemented properly. He had a vision for them, and that vision did not manifest in the rules and how it's played out.
What are the
And
clans?
it's also worth remembering, by the time of the invasion, they have recovered some Star League tech, right? 3020 sides and what's the next one? 3037, where they're starting to get some pulse lasers, ER, double heat sinks, and then the clans throw in as an improvement on that. Whereas you take a 3020 size mech versus a high-end clan mech, you're lucky to get a shot off.
Okay, Monsieur Boivin. Alexander Kerensky was like the original leader of the Star League Defense Forces. Rather than risk that his advanced technology be used during the succession wars, he took all of his men and all of his mechs and he went, peace out, we're leaving. And he just went into deep space. And just no one's heard from them ever since then. And he's been gone for like
300
300 years. Yeah,
Yeah.
almost 300 years. And so when it came back, they came back as the clans, because it turns out creating your own society from literally just military vets that just got done with a 20-year campaign to liberate the Star League from a usurper, you only end up with very certain kinds of societies after that.
Yeah, it was Kerensky's kid. Was it Nicholas? I think his name one. He was the one that actually started that whole process. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like it's like a bunch of warlord, and then they're coming back, or
It's essentially clan. That's why they call them the clans. They're separated into 20 different clans, and each one is essentially like a hybrid of Mongolian clan and like Japanese feudal state, and it's kind of a hybrid of like a very caste system, but ultra martial focused society. Like everything is about might makes right.
They're more powerful because like this Alexander guy left with all his technology that was more advanced that the other people didn't have access to.
So he left with 85% of the military. So you have 85% of the trainers, the supply lines, the mechs, the tanks, everything. He took 85% of that, yeah, and pieced out, like you said. The other 15% have been seeing about 50. Now, so look, here's the problem with BattleTech that I have to always argue with people. It doesn't make sense in this regard. Technology increases when we have world wars, and BattleTech technology decreases. That's just you have to accept it. That's just what happens.
Also in BattleTech, people go to war at seemingly the drop of a hat, as opposed to our world where like war is a bit more of a precarious
because it was a dance. The Ares conventions turned it into a dance. Like, oh, this is more codified, like jousting. Okay, we'll send the warriors out there to go joust for a planet. Let's let that happen. Like. It's got a bunch of nonsensical stuff in there, but that's also what makes it fun. It's one of the reasons why I like the older version also compared to the new one, where they've homogenized everything. I've seen the 3145 map, and the only good part about that is that House Liao has a nice penis jabbed into Federated Suns. I think that's hilarious. But other than that, like it's all homogenized now, that nothing looks the same. I mean, whoa, look at this, for 700 years, everything's about the same, but now we're going to change it overnight. I mean, it was a caricature. You had Space Bushido for one, you had Space Western Europe for another, you had Space Sino-Soviet for another, you had Space Balkans for the other one, and the last one was Space Germany, Poland. I mean,
see, I was okay with the new stuff, Max, when they specifically said you can't get tech level 1 stuff anymore. No one fucking makes it, because it would be like here in 2023 asking someone, hey, I need you company to make me 100 Shermans. And it's like, and the company's like, that hasn't been built in 50 years.
Yeah, but they don't know how to fix the factory. No, you're talking after the Forced Succession War, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you, yeah. But the Forced Succession War changed the entire game.
Yeah, I meant in 3125, 3125, 3150, which is where the timeline's at now. They were like, you can't find tech level 1 stuff anymore. It's just not made anymore. And so that made sense to me. And then when the clan the clan invasion Kickstarter, which revamped all the art, awesome. But they also said, okay, you can now tech level 1 stuff is now being produced in 3151. And it's like, what's the market for that?
Yeah, why? That's weird.
Again, that would be like...
Well, that's like Dark Age when you were chopping each other up with agromechs and so forth.
Yeah,
everything went bad.
Yeah, so it's all kind of falling apart because they were like, well, we have to be able to keep the contents of the a game of Armored Combat.
See, if they would have done that with the clan stuff, I don't think it would have been so bad if they wouldn't have just dumped everything from 2750 and 3050 into and then updated it to the clan stuff like within a year. It might not have been so bad. There's some aspects of the new technology that I like. I like Artemis 4 systems. I like the ER lasers because the heat that they give. Yeah, if you want an ER laser, have at it. You can have it. But was it XL engines, Gauss rifles, double heat sinks? Those things got to go.
I'm okay with the Gauss rifle, but it needed to be heavier. It needed to be heavier.
Broken.
It definitely needed to be heavier. I like.
But I gotta drop off. But Merry Christmas, y'all. Keep it going.
Christmas.
I'll see you around.
Nerd. Merry Christmas.
I'm going to drop out too. So
See
I will catch you all later.
Star Trek talk makes certain people go away. Now BattleTech talk is making other people go away.
I have nothing to add, so I'm just taking up space. So I mean,
Yeah,
really,
well, it's not going to line up to get in here, brother.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll make it make people's OCD go crazy again and make it uneven.
Okay, what you wish. Fair enough.
So have you tried like the Steam game BattleTech that has been out for a couple of years?
Yes, it's not BattleTech. It's Giant Stompy Robots.
It's close enough, Max.
No, it is not.
It's a computer game.
It doesn't even it doesn't replicate the game at all. There's no chance that when you're shooting at like 300 meters away that you have an 85% chance of LRMs hitting. That's lame.
Yeah.
And it's Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I'm waiting that when I punch something, somebody's head is going to pop up. It's ridiculous.
I can agree with both Max and Brian. It's about the happiest medium between BattleTech and actual BattleTech that we're ever going to have.
Yeah, well, Weissman lied to me in an elevator about that game.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Weissman lying about you in an elevator? Don't
Well, like
say
to me,
any
not about
stuff.
him, but yeah. He told me. I basically, my friend Garthon and I at Gen Con were talking to him about, hey, we heard the game's gonna be made. That's great. We're looking for something that's more than Megamech, something that's actually sanctioned by the creators of the game, et cetera, et cetera. And he's like, dude, you're gonna love the game. If you love BattleTech, this is the game for you. And we both were like, so it's gonna actually follow BattleTech rules? He's like, it's BattleTech, man, I'm telling you. And then it was Rock'em Sock'em Robots, and I played it for. I mean, it's on my Steam somewhere.
That's the thing about Weissman is that if he doesn't say yes to any question, then it's no.
Yeah.
Like
I didn't know about him. Like I didn't realize about him, but I've seen a lot, and I'm not going to go jump on a bandwagon here saying I hate him or anything like that. But there are a lot of people out there who think that he's a POS.
But what about like in the tabletop game? Is punching not a big part of it?
Not to that, dude. Punching does 5 points for 1 point for every 5 tons of your mech. In this game, it does 1 point for like every half a ton of your mech.
That's kick. Yeah. Punch is 1 for every
10. You're right. Yeah. It's 10. You're right.
Yeah, because I remember like I played a bit of this video game, right? And like like punching seemed to be quite OP. So it's all like always like try to get close to punch somebody. But like I didn't play that much because like there was too much talking. Like this fucking bitch, like
Yeah, the BattleTech computer game is very talky heavy, and it's like we probably could have trimmed down the story a little bit.
Yeah, shut the fuck up! I'm trying to play a game.
I like
that's a problem in modern game design. What? Sorry, go ahead, Brad.
I've enjoyed the story. I haven't finished it yet, but I've enjoyed it because to me it also was a decent throwback to the original Mech Warrior. Like it felt like the story in the original Mech Warrior game.
It very much feels like a hybrid between sci-fi, cyberpunk, and like a space western. Like it finds that nice medium between the three of them.
It's a good stompy robot game. I say the same thing about BattleTech, the HPG, whatever the hell they're called, Hairbrained Schemes BattleTech game that I do about the PGI game. It's a good giant stompy robot game. It's a fun giant stompy robot game. It's not BattleTech.
So, Merry Christmas. That was my gift to you all. I let you talk about fucking BattleTech unfettered for a half an hour.
That's a half hour.
It has not been a half
an hour. That's the fastest half hour of my life.
No, I'll believe it. I'll believe we were talking about it for half an hour. I'll believe it.
I haven't even been in the stream for half an hour.
Shut up, Brian. No one likes someone who takes a gift and complains about it when they get the gift.
Hey, stop acting like my daughter-in-law.
Don't let me come down there and explain to her what Jesus wants. That offer's still on the table. I won't go into details, but someone in his family is being selfish at Christmas time. And I said, do you need me to come down there and have a conversation with her? Which will just be like, and I don't know what her name is, so I'm going to call her Susan. And I'm going to be like, hey, Susan, how you doing? I'm fine. Susan, I hear you have a problem with this situation. You think you're making Jesus happy, Susan? You think Jesus wants to do this?
I think she'll be more intimidated by the fact that it's this 6'6" dude.
6'3". 6'3". I'm not 6'6". I wish I was 6'6".
The 6'3" dude is just like, hey, you think Jesus likes what you're doing? I think she would find your height more intimidating than.
Well, that's the point, Curtis.
Oh,
kind of lean over.
I missed the joke again. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Hey, Grandma, I've been watching you stroke out about football in the chat for the past hour, so I don't know what the hell's going on in your world, lady. Silver and black, we got the ball. I'm like, she's sports balling over there quite happily. And then you were off about cooking. Are you on pain meds today for your ankle?
Hey,
or have you just
she's a
been drinking?
Gators fan?
A Gators? Oh,
Raiders
Oklahoma?
fan.
Oakland?
Oakland
Raiders?
Raiders, yeah.
Are they back in Oakland or are they the LA Raiders still?
No, they're the Las Vegas Raiders now.
Yeah, oh, they are the Las Vegas.
Because if you're going to put a corrupt team somewhere, put them in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
The funny part is they're playing the Chiefs, and these two teams hate each other. They've hated each other.
The Chiefs are losing though, which is
Oh, no. I gave you BattleTech. We're not doing sports ball.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, so about BattleTech.
Now, is there another topic you guys would like to discuss ad nauseum that I usually ban on this channel? Like, is there something else? Shadowrun? You guys want to talk Shadowrun for half an hour?
Yeah, we can talk Shadowrun.
I'm
Is this
not
first or
thinking
second
Shadowrun
edition?
6th edition. Everybody's
How about
favorite.
this? How about this? You guys explain Shadowrun to Mr. Boivin.
No, I know about it, but I don't care for it.
Shut up.
Yeah.
You already got your gift, Mr. Boivin. My friendship.
It's sci-fi D&D set in the United States. What else do you need to know?
Sci-fi
God, sounds like Gen Con gone awry.
Oh, vodkas are pain med. There you go.
Oh my God, are we
Everything
still
I've got.
sports balling? Fuck, talk about mechs again. Let's do. Is there anything that can beat an Atlas? Is the Atlas still the baddest boy on the field?
It depends.
30-25 era.
From 30-25.
I would take a grasshopper over an Atlas, so.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, most of my knowledge, like I said, like most of my knowledge comes from the video games, right? And
Do you count the Zeus as 30-25?
Yeah, it's a 30-25 mech.
I'd probably take a Zeus over an Atlas.
Why?
Zeus
Why
has an
would you
armor.
totally
Zeus has an
take one
armor
over an
problem, but it's a
Atlas?
good mech.
Yeah.
So
Why,
to
Brian?
flip it back around,
It's got better speed, so it can play keep away with the Atlas.
Does it look like a skull?
No, it doesn't look like a
Then
skull.
it is an inferior. It is
Okay.
inferior to the Atlas because the Atlas looks like death.
I mean, that's why that's why they built it the way they did.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, you're going to say something.
I was gonna say, to flip it back around to the which is better, Rifts or BattleTech, I think Rifts is going to give you a better variety of big stompy robots, especially when you talk about sizes, because like Max said, you can go from 9 foot to 60 foot. It's definitely much more in the Gonzo range.
In Rifts, you saying?
Yeah, but also like the one constraint you have with BattleTech is the rules.
Yeah.
Because it is that board game first. There's only so many slots to put weapons, or only so much armor that you can put onto it, and so it really does restrict the kind of designs you end up with. So like at this point, they keep making more designs, but at the end of the day, they're not necessarily different than anything that has come before. It may be a different style as far as how it looks, but rules-wise, it isn't any different. Whereas in Rifts, it's just like, we're gonna put this on and add a few more legs and
I got
three more guns.
I got to tell Justin to get his head out of his ass for a second. Nerds Nerd was simulstreaming to her channel. Nerds Nerd has made videos. Nerds Nerd has made miniatures for all of us. Nerds Nerd is a creator. That is why she was part of the chat. This is a creator's chat, Justin. You want to be part? Get a channel, and you can be part. Or if Hungar comes back, he can bring you on. That's it. I'm not being a dick. I'm not being an asshole. We've been planning this for a while, and the rules are the rules. And I'm sorry you don't like the rules, but it's the way they rolled out, sir. Stop being a baby. Be a man. Okay, sorry, Brian. Continue.
Yeah, no, I mean essentially that was the point. Is Rifts is much more role playing, kind of do something you want and make it work, as opposed to here's the constraints that you have to build every single big stompy robot in.
Well, also you just piggyback on that, the rules for BattleTech, because it's that board game aspect of it. I know like Omenel, he doesn't like the BattleTech stuff because it doesn't make sense in some regard. Where Rifts, you got missiles that fly at whatever speeds, and you got lasers that go 2 kilometers. It's more of a role-playing experience. You don't put it on a tabletop necessarily. Where in BattleTech, like, why does my missile only go, was it 270 meters? That doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah.
No, why does my laser go a whole 90 meters? Not even a football field. It goes 90 meters. What's going on? Things like that. But that's because it has the board game constraint where it's much more of a role play feel. I'm playing a robot pilot in Rifts in RPG is Dumb's game, and I enjoy it, even though he gave me an open. Well, I have the closed air version because it's modified, but he gave me an open air robot, so it doesn't have a lot of strength to it.
You also have to consider that BattleTech was written with the understanding of how war worked from the Vietnam era. Because
also Middle Ages. It was supposed to be, both Bills and Weissman were like, we wanted a game that was reminiscent of just grand melees, just in mech form.
So they had that context. They had their understanding of warfare from like the Vietnam War and World War II. And that's why all the mechs feel like really weird as far as a realism perspective goes for BattleTech, because it's like it's operating from the framework of World War II and Vietnam, not like what they obviously should have done, which was Desert Storm warfare. Then they would have had it.
BattleTech came out before Desert Storm, so
Desert Storm wasn't for another 5-6 years. So
yeah.
90 meters is max damage Rifts, but becomes less after that. It might be. I don't know enough about Rifts damage when it comes to that. I haven't seen damage reduction in Rifts, but BattleTech, it's, for example, the small laser can literally only go 3 hexes, which is 90 meters.
So Cody, you're a BattleTech guy too, eh?
Oh yeah, I love BattleTech. I've been playing BattleTech since I got into gaming. Like that was one of the first games I got into. Yeah.
I wish I would have kept. I didn't know what it was back then and didn't care. I wish I would have kept my battle droids.
Oh yeah, that would have been nice to have now, right?
Yeah, right.
No, I love BattleTech. I only really like classic BattleTech though, like the 3025 to 3039 kind of era.
Ooh, that still pushes it a little far.
Yeah, I'll push into 3039, but that's about as far as I'll go. I will play. The clan stuff or whatever, if other people want to play that stuff, but that's, if I'm going to like organize a BattleTech game, it's probably going to be 3025. That's what I much prefer.
Have you run into the situation that I've run into when trying to do the BattleTech role-playing game? And to be fair, I've only played 1st and 2nd edition. I read through the 3rd one with the life path, and I don't know anything about the current edition because I just don't care anymore. That every time that we try to run it, it either turned into everybody just made mech pilots with a couple extra skills, or you may as well play Traveler.
Mm-hmm. So the BattleTech role-playing game, Mech Warrior, you mean?
Yeah.
Or I don't know if it's called Mech Warrior anymore. I think it's called something.
The first 2 editions were. The first 3 editions were.
Yeah. I only played Mech Warrior briefly back in the day, and basically what it evolved into is we kind of just threw out Mech Warrior and just went back to just playing straight BattleTech.
Well, it's cool. First edition BattleTech really did encompass that. It's like, oh, you want a character sheet for a character? Hold on, let's add like 5 skills, and there you go. But you're still piloting your mech over there.
But I have ran a lot of games where it's, we ran BattleTech like a role-playing game, where they're going through scenarios and making choices and they're running a mercenary company or whatever. And, usually I'll referee, be the GM, and running a BattleTech game like that is a whole lot of fun.
Use the Mercenaries Handbook from 1st edition, because I think the 2nd edition's got some good updates, but I really think that the 1st edition jury rig rules were the best ones in BattleTech, because it really gave that feel of like, do you want to modify your mech? Oh yeah, of course, because small lasers suck and I want to do this. Okay, let's see what happens when we jury rig this new item in there.
Yeah. I've never, I don't think I've ever looked at the 1st edition Mercenary book.
We use the biggest thing we use that for. Let's say you and I are going to play a BattleTech game. All right, you want your favorite mech, which is whatever it happens to be. Well, it says on here you can have it if you roll a 10 or higher. Roll those 2d6. And we'd have a draft list of mechs that we want. I always started with the Grasshopper, and then after that we'll figure out. And the Grasshopper was an 11 or higher. Good luck getting that.
Oh yeah. But running BattleTech that way is a whole lot of fun, where you have those kind of role playing elements, and it's something I've noticed a lot of the modern BattleTech players don't seem to grasp, because that was like a core foundation of BattleTech in the early days. And then they've kind of started to phase that out a little bit more.
Well, it goes. I think that started with the beginning of it, because at the beginning of BattleTech, you weren't supposed to have your own designs. They've had the design rules in there. Again, Bills and Weissman both said that the design rules were created so that you can make your homebrew campaigns. It wasn't for every schmuck to make his mech better than the TROs. Anybody can make a mech better than the TROs. Those things are garbage. But that's also what makes them so fun. But guess where the money came in? The money was in build a mech, pimp your mech out, and that's what everybody wanted to do. And they're businessmen; they're going to go for the money.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, I totally understand it. I totally get it. But I was just saying, kind of the, because back in the day they would have like whole books, and it was just like basically like a role playing kind of campaign. You're supposed to have a referee, and they were supposed to set up the scenarios and have special events and all this stuff, and I have a few of those on the bookshelf as well. But nowadays, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
those are the ones.
Fantastic. But they've kind of phased that out, it seems, and they've gone to more just like a straight up war game, which I understand because that's way more digestible and marketable, right?
Well, they have those rules in the campaign book.
There's they do.
Dedicated to campaign play,
Yeah, but it just doesn't seem like most of the current the modern BattleTech crowd plays that way, right? They want to play more straight up like what you would play in traditional miniature games, where it's like, okay, I'm going to bring my battle value, you're going to bring your battle value, and we're just going to play this straight up fight or whatever, which I don't find as interesting as having like a really cool scenario set up or having a referee setting things up for you and stuff. I think that BattleTech really, really shines when you do that kind of thing more.
DM James says it a lot, where it's like, when people play clans could be interesting if people actually did the batch stall and actually followed the rules of you cannot gang up on people and no physical attacks and things like that. But I've never been in a game where somebody's played that way.
Yeah, it's always just been playing it as if you were Inner Sphere pilots, but you're all better trained and better equipped, and it's like, that's boring.
And one of the things a lot of people don't understand, and battle value aside, is it's supposed to be a star versus a company.
Yeah.
They try to do like Lance for 5 versus 5 or whatever. It's like, well, that means the clan mechs are all medium and you're all assaults or whatever. No, it's supposed to be a star. Five clan mechs versus 12 Inner Sphere mechs of mixed design, not just 12 assault mechs. And you're supposed to fight like that. We did that a couple of times, and I thought that the battles like that were fun because those clan mechs will take out a few Inner Sphere mechs.
Oh, they will for sure. Yeah, no doubt. Well, the other thing, everybody thinks the clans are really imbalanced, and they are if you're just playing, straight tonnage to tonnage. With battle value, though, they're not, though. Like you were saying, you actually have to, if you're playing clan in that situation, you really have to know what you're doing. Because when you're outnumbered 2-1 most of the times, or 1.5 is usually what it averages out to. It can be pretty rough for the clan player if they don't know what they're doing. I've seen a lot of people say, oh, I want to play clan because they think it's going to be, they look at the stats of the mechs and stuff and they're like, oh, these are amazing. And they try it and they don't understand the strategy of playing clan. They try to play them like Inner Sphere and they get their ass kicked, because they don't.
So you're telling me I can have a Dicey with 2 Ultra Autocannon 20s? Well, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Well, and I think one of the problems with BattleTech and looping it back around to the Mech Warrior role playing, like everybody wants to play a Mech Warrior, but then you have the problem of, well, how do we do an espionage game in our 30-foot mechs, and then all of the stuff that we do. Oh, well, we have to get out of the mechs. Well, I don't want to get out of the mech. I'm a mech warrior, and it breaks down as far as the role.
Either their skills really suck in the mech or they really suck outside the mech. That is how we always ran across it. And then you'd have like 3 players who are really into the I want to do the role playing side of it. I don't even care about the mech. I'll be the Aztec. I'll be the info. I'll be the diplomat. I'll be whatever. And then 3 people are like, I want to be in my mech and fight everything. So I have Edge and Hotshot Pilot and whatever else. So I'm level 1. Well, they didn't do levels, but I'm level 1 and I'm already a veteran pilot. What else can you do? Nothing.
That's kind of the failing with 2nd edition Mech Warrior, is the fact that they tried to accommodate every single feasible style of role playing, and it's like but a lot of these are just, they're almost like mutually exclusive. Like you
Yeah.
can't have an aerospace pilot and a mech pilot and a tank crew and someone plays infantry and someone be an espionage guy.
Now,
all
we
in
did the
same
tank crew
campaign.
thing a few times, and that worked out for us because we just made everybody part of that tank crew.
See, I'd say that works, but you can't have one of each
You can
spheres
mix.
of role playing in the same campaign because it's like, how do I write scenarios for this? Like,
And also, can you, when you play the MechWarrior role playing game, right? Does it always evolve like into like a back to war game every time you have combat, or can you just like theater the mind it? Or
in my experience, it constantly devolves back into playing just
I
the
agree.
BattleTech tabletop. It always devolves into that. So
This is where I would say that for the question that came earlier, I'd say that Rifts is better if you're looking for a role play experience. BattleTech is better if you're looking for a tabletop experience or a war game experience.
So it's almost like the MechWarrior role playing game is like almost if you want to add more to your BattleTech game, right?
Yes.
Like something, yeah.
Now, to be fair, I don't know the current edition. I don't know it at all. I can only speak to the first two as played, and the third edition I've read. So maybe they fixed that to some degree. I don't see how. Again, I would say play Traveler if you want to play in a MechWarrior style universe, but actually have role playing. Play MechWarrior if you want, or just play BattleTech if you want to be in giant stompy robots all the time.
because
Yeah,
like,
I would agree.
Yeah, because like in a time of war, again, they tried to split up the spheres of role playing onto the same table, and it suffers the same problem that second edition MechWarrior had. And then they did MechWarrior Destiny, which basically just doubles down on the first edition of MechWarrior. Which
Really,
is like,
the first edition?
Yeah, it's like, okay, you're all mech warriors. You cannot be anything other than a mech warrior. The end. Like,
but here, have 5 extra skills to make it look like you do something else. Yeah,
exactly.
Hi, Bear.
I'm just listening, taking it all
Yeah, I
in.
don't know. I would. Sorry.
We did a failed experiment with MechWarrior back in high school because I had read the whole clan invasion saga. So I was like, okay, this would be a cool campaign to run. And so I combined it with MechWarrior, whatever it was, second or third edition. I can't remember now. But and we had like probably at least 10 people playing. And 2 referees. I was one of them, and we had another guy, and everybody made multiple characters because we were playing all these scenarios all across the inner sphere. So you made some characters for the Draconis Combine.
So you were basically running a Stackpole novel.
Yes, that's exactly what we did. So I took the Stackpole novels and took all the stuff that happened in those and tried to make a campaign out of it. And it was fun. It was just very unwieldy because it was I was biting off way more than I could chew, right? At the time. But looking back on it, I'm like, I think I could improve in that. And that might be like a fun thing to do. But I'd probably just throw out like the Mech Warriors stuff and just focus on the actual war game and have some like role-playing side stuff going on, where it's just like actual like role-playing interactions or whatever, but not actually, I don't think you really need like a full-blown role-playing game to do that for BattleTech.
Yeah, I would tend to agree from what I hear you say.
That was my
The two seem not
experience.
to mix too well.
Every successful BattleTech campaign that tried to do role playing didn't even use the Mech Warrior rules. It was just, okay, we have the forces that we have that are part of our mercenary company, so we're just going to focus on the war game and add role playing scenarios in it.
Yeah, that's kind of the best campaign that I was in was one when I was in the Air Force, and that's what the guy did with us. Is we just did missions, is basically what it was, and then we got our booty from it. We had to fix our mechs. We had to pay for that. We used the Mercenaries Handbook essentially, and he combined first and second edition for that, and that was fun. It was more accounting and tabletop than anything else, but he understood the limitations of trying to do his role playing. Now, we role played our characters in things like negotiations or whatever, but ultimately we were taking on the scenario. We were going to go fight some bad guys. We were going to go take over a building. We were going to go, whatever, and just left it at that because the guy really understood the limitations of the game itself.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's really where BattleTech shines is it's a war game, right? And yeah, I think it would be cool, like you were saying, to add in some role playing stuff for negotiations, or if you're actually playing like an inner sphere pilot, maybe you're have to do some politicking, whatever. And you can have, it's kind of fun to do that kind of stuff in between games. I mean, we do that a lot in just regular like wargaming. In any kind of like, even in like historical games, when we play campaigns, we're sending like letters back and forth to each other and, doing all this kind of stuff in between the games. And you can do the same in BattleTech, and it'd be a whole lot of fun, to add that extra layer to it.
We did many years ago. When I was stationed, Kirtland and then Korea, we did a play-by-mail campaign, and I was unfortunately House Steiner at the time, but I learned everything I needed to about House Steiner, that's for sure. And I was sending him stacks of information because I had 108 regiments that I had to move around and do things with and so forth. But it was a play-by-mail game. And before I went to Korea, some of these guys may have heard the story, but before I went to Korea, we had this negotiation at an IHOP outside of Albuquerque. And the waitress got to a point where she refused to serve us anymore. Because we were talking, imagine having the Ares conventions, like the six of us were sitting down there and we were having the Ares conventions, effectively like, okay, we're not going to nuke people. What about chemical weapons? What's going to happen with here? Well, she thought we were talking real stuff. Now, this is 94, so this is like before 9/11, but still, this lady's like, where's our waitress? We don't have anything going on. Come to find out, the manager's like, yeah, she's not going to serve you anymore because you guys are talking about all this weird weapons and grades of tanks and so on and so forth. We're like, no, it's just a game. It's just a game. It's a game. She still is like, nope, I don't want anything to do with it.
That's funny. That's funny. We got in trouble one time at a hotel. We were doing a LARP, and we wandered outside the boundaries of the LARP. And some people outside, like, because we were we were like doing the same thing. We were doing these negotiations, but we're outside. The reason we're outside, we're smoking, right? We're all smokers. So we're out there smoking cigarettes. But at the same time, like, I had to negotiate with this dude. So we're out there like negotiating this stuff, and we're in character. So we're like getting hostile, in character. And, it's like getting intense. And then there's like crowds, more people joining in. And then, like, it looked like a fight was developing. And I guess some passerbyers, like, called a cop, and this cop comes by and gets out of the car, and he was just like, what's going on here? Like, it's, I got a call or whatever. And, like, and it was pretty easy to explain. We're like, hey, he knew there was, like, a convention going on or whatever, because we're at a convention. We're like, dude, we're just role playing. Like, we didn't mean to cause a disturbance or whatever. He was like, it's cool, whatever. He's like, just keep it inside, guys. He's like, don't do this out here. He's like, I don't want to get called back out here. All right, y'all have a good night or whatever. But yeah, so
don't prove to everyone you're a nerd.
yeah. Keep that nerd shit inside.
Jinx.
What would you like to talk about, Bear?
I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm good.
Any gift you make to yourself in the coming days, weeks, or?
I bought a new TV finally.
Oh, yeah, what do you buy?
Yeah. I got an open box deal on a Samsung 50-inch 4K from Best Buy. It's coming tomorrow or the day after. Yeah,
that's nice. That's nice. Yeah.
And I got a Star Trek mug that I bought myself that's coming whenever.
Yeah, sometimes it's important to make gifts to ourselves. What about you, Leon? Got something yourself? You buy something for yourself?
I buy stuff for myself all the time. Got a Palladium Christmas package coming in tomorrow. Got some more of my new designed Legion of Mist stuff with our new branding on it. I got to warn people, the hat sucks. Like I got a shirt which was great. I got a mug, which is being washed right now, but that's great. I even got a tote bag, because I'll walk around with the Legion of Myth, the new G.I. Joe version of the Legion of Myth brand. The hat, it looks like somebody took a sticker and just, there you go, have a hat. And that really bothers me because I've ordered 3 hats from before, and they weren't like that. This one, though, looks bad. So I have it over there. Yeah, I might have it to show folks. Yeah, so I don't know if you can see it, but it just looks like a sticker slapped on there.
It's hard to tell on the camera like that.
What's that?
It's hard to tell on the camera.
You can't see the white border around the...
No.
Really?
It actually looks okay. I'm assuming you're saying it's just like an iron-on or something?
Not even that. I mean, it probably is an iron-on, but it looks like it was slapped. See, I have no white in this logo at all. So if anything, it should be messed up black, but somehow I guess whatever sheet that they used to print it out is probably white, and then this just goes on it. And I can see the border around the entire thing, and it looks like I could just peel it off if I wanted to. But everything else was good. The tote bag was good. The shirts were great, and the mug was awesome. But that hat
is an embroidered hat an option?
No, not from Redbubble.
Oh.
That's the back. There you go for people who cared about the back.
If embroidered was an option, that might get around it.
Oh hell yeah! I mean, even if obviously it would cost more. I'd go with that, but
it also costs double probably.
Yeah, they're really expensive. I was looking into them for the Zenith logo at one point, and it was like, no.
Oh, and yours is only 2 color too. It's just that beige and black, right? Oh, is it 3 color? Okay,
it's gold, black, and white.
Gold, black, and white. All right.
But it was like going to cost like $60 a hat or something. I was like, fuck that. Unless I bought 500, and then the price came down to $40 a hat. You know, it was like,
Go back up basement for like a closet full of hats.
what did Bear get me for my birthday? Another hat. What did Bear get me for Christmas? Another hat. You know?
Well, I know you go through them so much.
More copies of his 2 fucking comics. Jesus Christ.
What about you, Curtis? You get yourself something?
Buy myself a gift. I already did. It was the Astartes battle group for Horus Heresy for Warhammer 40K. In fact, the miniatures are up there. They're painted. It's just I need to take some time to actually texture the bases, and then I got to put the transfers on, and then I seal them. But I got to wait till it's warm enough to actually put the sealant on them, and not get distracted by video games again. So,
yeah. And I'm like, that's something about like a miniature. Like, I'm not a big fan of like people like say, oh, you need to make your base and stuff like that. Oh, sorry, Bear, we talk about miniature.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Talk.
But I much rather have my base plain. Like, I don't like the basing.
You can just get clear acrylic
bases. Yeah, clear base I like. Yeah. But if they're not clear, like I'm just fucking paint them black and stuff like that, because like I find like, unless you make like a model for display, but when it's a game piece, right? Then the fucking basing just gets distracting in my like, I don't know. I rather like see like the clear the base like being plain.
I prefer clear bases because then the miniature is actually standing on the terrain that's on the table, as opposed to like we're on a desert terrain. Why are all my models with grass on their bases? It's like we're on a desert. But yeah,
and then the grass travel with them.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely understand that. It's just for Horus Heresy specifically. It's more of like it's Horus Heresy is kind of treated like a historical war game, but it's specifically for a fictional setting. So it's kind of like that weird middle ground, at least for Warhammer 40K. But and for those specifically, I'm like, I will actually go to the effort to actually texture and paint the bases, because that's what's expected of me for this specific game. If I was just doing regular 40K, no, clear acrylic bases for everyone.
What about you, Brian? You got something yourself? You got yourself something?
I've been buying myself a lot of crap lately, so you know,
it's Christmas every day.
Yeah, it's Christmas every day, so nothing specific recently. But I did splurge and get the Robotech Sentinels RPG books that in the
Cyclone Riders, man.
Holy crap. 35 years since I first found the Robotech role-playing game. I've never owned those books. I have like everything else. I never got the Sentinels books. So
did you get yourself like a Christmas package from Palladium as well?
I've gotten one of those. I actually have gotten 2. And
just 2.
Just last year I went a little nuts. But I will admit the package I got after I did the interview with Kevin and Sean seemed to be a little heavier than normal.
Did you open it yet?
Did yours arrive yet, Max Leal?
It's supposed to arrive tomorrow.
Lucky. Mine's somewhere between America and Canada.
Oh, really?
US has handed off to the international delivery, and Canada says waiting for item. It sounds like I don't know where the hell it is now.
So it's in Unterland.
Yes, exactly. It's in Gunderland.
What about you, Cody?
I don't have to buy myself anything. My friends are fucking ridiculous, man. So I did bring this out to show off because I'm still
why not?
Yeah, I'm still overwhelmed by this. This is ridiculous. I wouldn't do this for anybody.
Oh wow!
But
Holy
my friend
crap.
Chase bought me a stack of vintage X-Men comics.
Wow.
And we're not talking just shit comics here either. These are all, there's some pricey books in here. And I got the Christmas issue out on top just because,
Well, just remember, if you win something in any of my contests, I'll have your address. I'm just just telling you that.
But, yeah, well, he also got me some JSA comics because I collect those as well. So, but yeah, just unbelievable, man. I'm just overwhelmed by the generosity of all these awesome comics, and it's just a stack. So I'm one step further on my way to my complete Chris Claremont run.
Very nice.
But yeah, and I also got another Christmas package, which was ridiculous, which I'm going to be showing off on the channel. I'm not going to show off now. One of the viewers on my channel, and he's in the chat. He knows who he is.
Can you tease it without spoiling it?
Well, part of it is comics, but there was some other role-playing items in there too, and some miniatures, some trading cards. It was a lot of cool stuff. So I figured it might be worth showing off on a video because it was so cool and generous. I feel like it's worthy showing off.
Cool.
That's
very
nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool, man. Yeah, my envy. I love those Justice Society comics.
Oh my god, yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome.
And it's Roy Thomas and Conway, I think, did those, right?
Yeah, I don't really know actually. Who did do those? Don't know. I just know I like them. Yeah. I've got about most of the run of these now.
Well, it was
that
All-Star Comics and then it was Adventure Comics, right?
Right. Yeah. But it's a pretty short run that they did in the 70s.
Yeah, I have them all digitally. I don't have them physically. Mr. Banks, did you get yourself anything since you're talking about buying gifts?
Got myself a new TV as well, but mostly because after I moved, the TV I had was like ridiculous for the living room I had now. Sometimes I like to
12-inch black and white.
Yeah. Sometimes I like to watch stream on it, like when I'm up in the living room, and I couldn't read the chat. Right, it was too far away, so I had to buy something go a little bigger. But so I went for 18-inch now.
18-inch.
The 18-inch.
Still black and white though.
Oh, color is degenerate. So
its color is degenerate.
That's funny.
But I'm also waiting for. I'm gonna do some shopping past midnight for the Boxing Day. I got my eyes on some item. I'm hoping there's gonna be some deal. There's something I want, right? Just I want a new turntable. Mine got a bit damaged in the move, and so I'll see what's some deal. Yeah.
How was it damaged?
Oh, I lost a piece of the weight.
Okay. Yeah.
So I can jerry rig something, but it's also pretty old. So it's gonna. Yeah.
Well, you might get a replacement weight. Is it a screw on or does it have a set screw?
It's a set screw.
Yeah,
but I guess the set screw probably got lost at some point because otherwise you wouldn't have moved. But
yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's also there are new run of table run now that are out. Just I could use a new.
Oh
one
yeah.
as well.
No, there's lots of great.
Yeah, because mine, the button were missing as well. So I can still pinch it and turn it. It's one I had for a long time, right? So moved it a lot. So every time there's a little something that come up, just the plastic start to crack, shit like that. So then it breaks and So yeah, so it wouldn't be like too much of a luxury if I can like, and you can get like a decent one for $200, but I'm hoping to get a deal. We'll see. I don't know if they're gonna get it on deal. If not, I'll get it anyway.
I would look at a really good turntable for a reasonable price is U-Turn.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
How much
check them out. You can kind of custom get whatever you want. But even like the basic one it's just a really good standard turntable. It's nothing fancy about it,
Yeah.
you know, like, but it is great. It's got everything you would want in a turntable.
Yeah.
And you can get it starts off around 200, 250. And for
realistically, there's not that much I want. I just want like it to read the record and be preamp. That's
right.
You know, I'm it's not like I'm doing like DJing stuff and stuff like that. You know, I just want like I'm gonna put a disc on and I'm gonna fucking let it play and then like flip it over when it's the A side is done, right?
Yeah. I would not recommend just going to the store and getting a turntable though, because most of those are junk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
but,
they make a lot of junk too, like the one with like Bluetooth speaker and shit like that. Like I don't want that, like the briefcase like that. I want a little more, something a little nicer than that. But
check out the U-Turns; they're really good. And the Audio Technica is another good one.
That's exactly the one I was checking at. I was looking at the Audio Technica. Seemed pretty decent.
It's a pretty good turntable.
Yeah, that's the one I had my eyes on.
Yeah. It's pretty decent, but the preamp in the U-Turns is better.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, something to consider.
Yeah.
So Cody inspired me to want to ask something, with all of his comics. So we always hear about like the Marvel phase rip, but I was at the used bookstore the other day and I saw a few modules for the old DC role-playing game. What are people's thoughts on that? Because I know of it, but that's about it.
I'm very nostalgic for it. I had it back in the day, but I don't remember anything about it. Like I mean, we played it back then, but I don't remember anything about it. I have no idea. I'm sure somebody else knows more about it than I do. I'm sure Bear probably knows quite a bit about it.
It's a 2D10 system. It uses the Mayfair exponential game system, or MEGS. Everything is double what the previous was before. So if you have a 7, it's twice what 6 was. If you have an 8, it's twice what 7 was, et cetera, et cetera. And it's all aspects of the game. And it's a very complex little game. And it has a lot of tables. And it's fun. People love it, but it wasn't for me in the end.
Yeah, I don't remember anything about it. They also did like a separate Batman game too, right? That was the same people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to have that too. Yeah.
I have a couple of versions of it on my shelf. I ran it on my channel about a year or so ago. Didn't catch fire for me.
Yeah. I don't hear a lot about it, so that might be, that might speak right there. Everybody remembers the TSR Marvel game, but I don't hear anybody talking about the old.
Oh, there's a huge community. There's a very large community.
Oh, is there?
Yeah,
I just don't
Facebook
hear
is insanely active. They had they used to have a web page. I think it might still be where they stat up everything and everyone. It's interesting. It is, but it's not for me. It's just not for me. I don't care for it. It's very theater of the mind. First of all, you cannot map with it because movements make no sense because it's exponential. Hello, Yield Geek. How you doing? You want to join us, or are you just stopping in to say hi because it's pumpkin hour in the UK? Brian, you know anything about that? Sorry, guys. I'm really tired. It's just, I don't know. It just hit me like a hammer about 30, 40 minutes ago. Like, I'm just like, I'm exhausted. That's why I let you guys just talk fucking Battletech, because I'm like, gonna go talk, but do something right. I don't have to talk. I should take a nap. I should let you guys talk Battletech and take a nap. The problem is that I have dreams about Vindicators and Warhammers and all that other shit.
Those sound like happy dreams.
If you say so. Hungar was with us earlier. He's still in the ICU. They had to do an extra surgery on him, and that's the last I know.
Oh.
No, John, you have to come and bring some other topics. We're kind of like running dry.
Oh, please, for the love of Jesus, bring some other topics. They just talked about fucking Battletech for an hour. It hurt. I even tried.
We switched over to Mech Warrior.
I got some fucking what's the word? I got Stockholm syndrome because I was like, yeah, I'll play BattleTech. Let's play BattleTech. Sounds great. Let's do that. So.
Yeah. Is it gone now?
It's gone. Yeah, I don't want to play it anymore. Fuck you. Your game sounds stupid. I don't like it. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know, guys. It hit me like a hammer. Like I just hit a wall all of a sudden where I'm just like, I don't have any energy for this anymore.
Well,
You've been streaming a lot the last couple days.
Dude, if I don't stream, I'm going to kill myself.
Oh, really?
Okay, let's keep streaming.
Yeah.
I'm not really going to kill myself, but you know what I mean? Like this is a very depressing time for me right now, which is why I went off on Justin too, because it's like I've made myself clear. I don't know why I have to keep fucking repeating myself. You know what I mean? It's driving me nuts. It's like, this is for us who produce on channels today. This is for us who have channels today. This is our thing. And I'm sorry, some people in the chat are like, why can't I be there? Because it's not at today. This is our day as YouTube creators to go, hey, look at us all hanging out together, and having some fun. That's all I'm saying. So, and I got angry because I'm tired, and I got angry because I'm very depressed at this time of year. And I don't go to bars because I will fucking fight if I go to a bar at this time of year. I will literally find some reason to throw hands with someone. I avoid crowds at this time of year because I will find a reason to throw hands because that works it out. Like it's one thing I learned when I was younger. If I'm feeling bad, a nice old fist fight takes that feeling right out of me, and I feel a lot better after all of a sudden. It's I don't know if it's my Viking ancestry or I'm just a psychotic human being. I don't know.
It's a lot of fun. That's what.
It's like an adrenaline boost.
I don't have adrenaline. That's the problem. I have the thing where I get all the clarity, but none of the endorphins. It's got a name like norpopyrene or something like that. So I don't produce adrenaline. So when you're on a roller coaster, you're going, this is scary. Wee. I'm on a roller coaster going, this is scary. Fuck. So it's not the same. Hello, John.
Oh, crap.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, cheers. So you were talking fighting, were you? Ah.
Yeah.
Now you're in.
Talking about mental
Now he's like, let's fighting. Let's go fighting. Not right 12 days and right the elbows and fall lovely.
No, I'm in fighting mood. I've just been wrestling with my PC, trying to put a 4 gig graphics card in.
It's not that kind of fighting I'm talking about, you fucking weirdo.
It didn't work properly, and now I've found a bit that appears to have fallen off something in there. And I'm a bit
one
worried.
bit. So one bit fell out of your.
Yeah.
For the want of a screw, huh?
No, it's more than a screw. It's a thing. It's a computer thing that appears to have broken off. And I'm worried everything's going to go psh, bang now. So I don't know.
But is it working now? Do you have like a new graphic card up and running?
No. What it is, I bought this very cheap gaming PC. It was a Recon PC because I needed something better than the old Office PC I got for my streaming and things like that. And it came with a 650 watt power supply and a very basic gaming, an old 2 gigabyte gaming graphics card, but it was enough to. It was better. It's 16 gig of RAM, so a better motherboard and so on. But unfortunately, my friend gave me a 4 gig graphics card that has 2 power inputs on it, a double power input, and my 1650 watt power supply only has a single output. So I was splitting the output into the graphics card that was causing it to crash.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I've just tried to put a 750 watt power supply in there, and the CPU power thing doesn't fit on my motherboard, so I've had to swap it all back.
Oh, that's annoying.
So,
it's all like fucking puzzle.
After fighting with all of that, I've got this thing that's fallen out of my computer that's now sat on my desk. I don't know what it is. So it could all go horribly wrong.
At some point, like I was trying to salvage like a piece from an old computer, right, motherboard and RAM and stuff like that. That was still decent, but like I had better now, and I wanted to fit it in the old case, but then the case wasn't compatible because it was the case was too old. And trying to fit it in and modify the case, at some point I just fucking like basically destroyed the motherboard. So trying to be cheap and use an old case, fucking like I wasted all this.
This is me trying to be cheap as well, trying to do it, trying to do it all on the cheap rather than spend £600 or £700 on a proper machine that will last me a while. I'm trying to do it with a second-hand part there and a reconditioned part here, and Yeah.
So that's what I've been starting to do. I bought a case finally for whatever I decided to throw in there next. But I don't know. This computer's probably going to make it 10 years. That's scary. I've never had a computer more than 3, and this one's about to make 10.
Yeah, I don't know. My computer is like a ship of Theseus computer, right? You swap one piece and then another, just like at some point, like
a Trigger's broom, if you've ever seen Only Fools and Horses. It's a comedy show here where one of the characters gets an award for how well he's looked after his council equipment because he's a street sweeper. Having used the same broom for however many years, it's only had 15 new heads and 7 new handles.
I got it.
That was the joke. That was the joke.
Okay. I believe you.
It worked in the contents of the show.
Fair enough. I said I believe you. I don't know why you feel you need to defend yourself further.
No.
British committee, you wouldn't get it. But Brian would.
The British don't get it.
Yeah, Brian's been here, hasn't he? Yeah.
Hey, Brian, can you explain that to us?
It's not my fault.
Well, so what you have to first understand about this joke, folks. Kidding.
Actually, I need coffee. Don't burn down the house while I'm getting coffee, please.
No promises.
Thanks, Cody, by the way.
Let me rephrase that. Curtis and Brian are in charge while I'm gone.
Okay.
Oh. We don't know your address, so we can't send you firebombs.
By the way, thanks, Cody. I ended up buying Might and Magic 4 and 5.
Oh, way to go. That sounds like a good purchase. I need to continue.
That's why I bought them, because you didn't continue it. It was like, I need more of this.
Yeah, I need to get back to that. I just haven't found the time to do it. Unfortunately, my wife uses my computer more than I do. So it's hard to basically I only have the computer in the evenings, like later in the evenings. So it's hard to cram everything I want to do in that period of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Might and Magic, I think I have some here. But I only play like the heroes.
Heroes of Might and Magic.
Yeah. I didn't play like the Might and Magic per se. And I might have access to all of them because I used to work for Ubisoft, and Ubisoft were one like distributing them, and like I have like this account where I have like access to all those games, right?
I played Heroes of Might and Magic until Age of Wonders, and then I never went back.
Oh, really? I never played the Age of Wonder.
I mean, it's dated now, but back then, really good game.
Yeah, I really loved like the Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and then I didn't play anything after that. Because at some point, like I was moving a lot. I didn't have a computer and shit like that, right? Just like, but that was my old fucking childhood. Like, we would fucking make those game in hot seat. Like a friend would come over, like for a sleepover, right? That was great, man.
Yeah, we used to play the shit out of that too. Hot seat. Yeah, same thing. It was. I missed that, like playing those old like strategy computer games. Hot seat. Like I used to do that a lot with my friends and even my dad. You know, my dad used to love. We used to play. It was a Civil War game. What was it? Civil War Generals 1 and 2, and we'd play that a lot. And it was just one of those kind of like Panzer General or whatever. You know, it was just like a hex based kind of game. But we'd have like this week long, like campaign going. And I would make my moves, and then when he got home from work, he'd make his moves, and then after dinner we'd get in there and like actually like really play, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's cool. So your dad was a gamer as well. Was he like into the war game as well?
He was back in the 70s, but he wasn't like as heavy into it as I am. Only because back then he couldn't find a lot of people to play with. But he played a lot of those like Avalon Hill games and stuff back in the 70s. And then when I got old enough, he brought them out of the closet and played them with me. So really, that was like the first games I played was like Gettysburg and Jutland and Wooden Ships and Iron Men and squad leader and that kind of stuff. So yeah, we played a lot of that.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I still love those games.
Yeah. And you have children as well, right?
I do not. I have no kids.
Oh, I thought you didn't know why. Yeah.
Married, but no kids.
Yeah. What about you, Young?
Too young? Is that what you said?
No, so I was asking John, like the old geek.
What's that?
So this is bullshit. First of all, we have two Maxes here. Now we have two Johns here.
And you're one of those.
And I'm both of them.
Yeah, exactly. So like, you're the problem, man. Pick one name.
Max, you're asking about my kids. So
Yeah, all of your kids now. Like they're
16 and 19.
Are you getting them to the gaming as well?
They'll play board games, and the few occasions where my gaming group have been around here, they've sometimes sat and watched, but they've never been interested in playing.
Already.
They like girls, so not games.
Well, one of them is a girl. And as far as I know,
it doesn't necessarily change.
As far as I know, she doesn't like girls. I mean, she hasn't brought home a boyfriend since she was 13, but that's because she's been heavily focused on her studies and a sport. But,
see, that's the problem with the rest of the world. You actually care about things like that, man.
Yeah. Well.
But no, she's 19 now. She's working. She's got an apprenticeship. She plays semi-professional football for a team in a decent level at a decent level.
That's soccer for people like.
Yeah, you'd call it soccer, we call it football. But she's always been heavily into sport. So,
that's cool.
She got into the Great Britain squad for judo when she was 14, 15.
Okay. Just really like a well-rounded athlete.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
But, better athletics, better any sports than I've ever been, and her mother can't even kick a ball. And right, Holly played cricket for a men's team. She was a school long jump record holder, all that sort of thing. My wife, I don't think she has ever played any sport beyond standing on a tennis court and waving a tennis racket for about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
she was shit at that.
Well, at some point there's always like so much time for stuff you can do, right? And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah.
They've just got home actually, so I may well be kicked off the stream in a bit.
Oh.
Yeah, we've been out.
Did they mend you, or did they mend you, or did they mend the computer?
Well, no, my wife will probably be like, "You're not streaming now. It's Christmas." But we've been out to her brother's house for Christmas dinner. I got back first. I thought I'd dive on the stream.
Oh yeah, all right, that's cool.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, I got a question. What D&D should I run?
5e.
You insisting on running a version
Four.
of D&D?
I'm going to run a D&D game this year. What version should I run and why?
Are the players experienced with D&D or not?
Doesn't fucking matter. It's going to be Yahoo. It's going to be Yahoos from our community, so it doesn't fucking matter.
What do I want to play?
I'm just saying, what version should I run and why?
AD&D First Edition, just because I really want to play in a proper AD&D First Edition campaign, because I've only got to run AD&D First Edition. I never get to play. And I would really like to play in an AD&D First Edition game, just the core books, too. I don't want to play with all Unearthed Arcana.
The question is, do you want Bear to run with the properly deciphered AD&D First Edition initiative?
Whatever he wants to do. Because AD&D First Edition
is very
one of those.
okay.
It's one of those beasts where, like, I don't think anybody but like Sean is the only one. Mage's Musings is the only one that I know that's figured that fucking game out. Everybody else, like, kind of, it's like, kind of like wings it. And I think that's part of the charm of AD&D First Edition is, playing it the way you want to play it. But, yeah, really, my only reasoning is because I would like to play in a AD&D First Edition game.
Yeah. That's a valid reason, but like that's the question you have to ask Hubert. You know, like what you're trying to accomplish.
No. I asked a simple fucking question, and I would like the answer to this question before I give you any further details, which is what version of AD&D? Now you got me doing it. What version of D&D should I run from your perspective, and why? And then from that, we can build the conversation, and I will answer more questions at that point in time. But I want to hear everybody's first step. Cody said AD&D raw.
My choice would be AD&D first edition, but using OSE's initiative and surprise rules.
Yeah, okay. I agree.
Why? Because
that takes probably the worst bit out of AD&D, in my opinion, the really difficult initiative and surprise rules. Speeds up combat, but still gives you the balance of races and classes that was part of the charm of AD&D first edition.
Okay. All right. Who else? So we got Cody, we got Yield Geek. Who else?
I'm going to say 4th edition so that Bear gets more comfortable with miniatures.
Not bad news. Okay, I want to make you clear of something, Brian. I have a tremendous amount of experience with miniatures. I'm choosing these days to do theater of mind because I play online, and I'm tired of hunting for battle maps to fit what I want to have happen. Then I can never get what I want. And then we'll use this tool, and then I sit down to use the tool, and I want to punch my fucking computer after 20 minutes. And I theater of mind. You're over there. There's a fountain. It looks like this. It's got things. Okay, great. And people get into it at that point in time, right?
Then fourth edition, theater of the mind.
Okay.
4th edition, theater of the mind.
Brian,
defy expectations.
Defy expectations. So you're saying you want me to run 4th edition because you want to see me run 4th edition, or you want me to run 4th edition because you think I should use more miniatures?
I'm honestly just trolling because I think you'd run a good game.
Answer.
Because I think you'd run a good game regardless of edition, and I don't have a whole lot of experience with all of them.
Pander points.
Pretty much.
Don't listen, I will stick the attack cat on you.
I already have a cat on me.
Brian, I can't see you on camera, but I'm just suspecting you got a little brown right there.
Wow. A little bit. Brian, it's okay. I still love you, Brian. I still love you. Don't let them hate. All right, Curtis.
I honestly have no preference. I don't like how first edition AD&D makes me feel like a red shirt extra from an episode of Star Trek.
See fucking Vietnam.
But I know that third edition makes some people's heads explode because there's a lot of math involved. And 5th edition,
it's a whole other reason,
is 5th edition. And that kind of comes with its own kind of issues. So
okay.
So honestly, at this point, it's whatever system sings to you the most.
Okay, listen. I know it's Christmas, but Easter's going to be here soon, so get off the cross and pick a fucking direction, please.
Okay. 5th edition is the game I have the most experience and familiarity with, so we'll go with that.
Okay, that's a fair answer. I appreciate that. Now, Mr. Boivin, without having a deeper dive into what my thoughts are yet, are you able to say which edition you would prefer and why? That I should run, not your favorite version, but what you think I should run.
Official D&D, or we can go into the clone.
Official D&D, only official D&D. No Lamentations of the Flame Princess, no Adventure Conquer King, none of that.
Cody's timing is impeccable on that one.
Cody's spam.
No, but exactly. That's what I was about to say as well, because like somebody was asking, and I love LOTFP, but I would say like go Road Cyclopedia then.
And why?
Because it's the old school, it's the old school one. Like it's the going back to the you got an odd relationship with the OSR. It'd be like giving it another new fair shake, I guess. I don't know.
Interesting.
Why not?
All right. I can respect that statement. Mr. Liao, Max Liao.
Mr. Boivin just took my answer. Rule Cyclopedia. I'm an AD&D 2nd edition guy. All you want to translate Gygax to English nuts.
I'm a 2nd edition guy too.
But I get your reason you want to try it. Rule Cyclopedia because it starts off the easiest and allows the best growth for the characters over time. Yes, it's race as class, but that to me is something that is enjoyable. I don't have an issue with stuff like that. It's again start simple, but adds mastery. It adds weapon proficiency, non-weapon proficiency, etc. in there as you're growing. So it's a game that will grow with you.
Interesting. Okay.
Also has siege mechanics too and so forth. That's some of the earlier basics didn't have.
All right, Cody and John went. So Bruce, do you have a horse you want to throw into this race?
Yeah, I'll say Rule Cyclopedia because while I spent probably 5.5, 6 years on second edition and all the splat books, all the black books, Rule Cyclopedia felt like it offered the most, especially with the additional appendices in the back where it gives you optional rules to bring in gnomes. It lets you have classes for if you are a dwarf or elf. It gives you up to 36 level, like what Max.
So I'm not going to run that long a game.
if you want a lifetime game, this is your advanced squad leader of the THACO of the Combat Matrix games. This really is.
Yeah.
And it offers it all within one concise tome. It gives you enough wiggle room to make your own rule set or own house rules for your game, and it gives you something that you can actually build upon with the weapon mastery chart that nobody else ever uses except for me. I think it's the best of the D&D brand.
I'm still waiting for Beckme Berserker to make his promised weapon mastery video where he explains it to me, because I've tried reading weapons mastery. I'm just like, I don't fucking understand this at all. Okay, cool. So now you've all basically... Oh, Dungeon Minister, would you like to join us? Absolutely, would be a pleasure to have you on, sir, and we'll keep the blasphemy to a minimum. Though you are Anglican, we get away with a lot more blasphemy in our faith. I'll happily send you the link somewhere if you'd like to join us, or if one of you guys have them, you can fire them off the link. But you'd be more than welcome to hop in with us, sir. Okay, so now that we've done that, now comes the part where you get to ask me questions like Mr. Boivin wanted to do, to see if you can narrow this down a little bit and figure it out from there. And I think that's a good idea, because it'll help me think about what I want to achieve. Because the only thought I have right now is I'm going to run D&D, and that's all I know. So what questions might you have?
Well, right off the bat, I'm going to ask you, why do you want to run D&D when you've been so violently against D&D for the basically half of this year?
Because as I said about 2 months ago, I've changed my mind.
Okay.
I see the benefits for players, and why players enjoy it, and I want to rediscover that love I once had.
Yeah, totally. Okay, I love it. So what kind of...
I want to date that bitch who broke my heart.
So what kind of experience do you want to get out of it? And that might narrow down what edition you want to play, because every edition of D&D is going to play very differently, right?
Define experience.
Do you want the old school D&D experience, or do you want more of the game that you run, which I know the kind of game you run more of a role play heavy, more story focused kind of game. And like, AD&D first editions could do that. Any edition of D&D can do that with the right group of players, but it's not really catered for that kind of play. Or do you want to play like a hardcore old school D&D kind of, experience? Or, you kind of get my drift here.
Yeah. Okay. I will never run a dungeon crawl. That would be what I would say to sort of qualify that. I would always run my kind of game. I hate dungeon crawls. I have no interest in dungeon crawls. I find them tedious. I find them no fun. I don't take any enjoyment out of running them. I don't get to play myself as the DM like I do in the other types of games I run. You guys have seen how I run other games where I get to play as the DM with the world, and that makes me happy. So I get my fix, and I get to watch you guys be agents of chaos in my world, and that's really exciting to me. So I would say that would be the way it is. So that would be the first thing. Hey, Hungar, how you feeling, man?
Hey, guys. I actually got a little bit of sleep.
Good for you.
Oh, good.
Merry Christmas, Hungar.
Fought with the surgeon.
Fought with the
surgeon? Shouldn't do that.
Well, he's an idiot.
No, that's not good.
I fired him. He's like, you're fired. He sewed my stomach closed last night. Like an idiot. And then this morning today he was trying to tell me that I wasn't swollen in my stomach, where part of my stomach's sticking out 2 inches further than the other part. and he violated me again, so he's fired.
So you're gonna do your own surgery now?
No, got a different.
Next Boyman School of Healthcare. What you need to do is when you live in the woods, you have to make the effort to learn how to remove your own appendix, because if your appendix bursts in the woods, you die.
I got a different surgeon, and you know what? It's better than a Canadian surgeon.
Well, that's not us.
Canadian surgeon hands you 2 cyanide pills.
All right. Listen, when I let you guys in the conversation, we don't immediately turn this into the redneck follies like we do every other time, okay? I'm serious. I love you guys like play cousins, but I will boot your asses. I'm
Were
tired.
you guys talking about swimming?
I don't think so.
No.
Well, I was listening to you guys while I was half asleep.
Wow. Swimming.
Yeah. And I saw Max Lau in a Speedo.
Sorry.
I think you were dreaming of your own stream, Hunger.
That's some good meds that got you on, man. Either way.
He's there swimming with the other cocoons at the pool.
Yeah, there you go.
To pick him up.
Seriously, I don't know what's going on. All right, well, let's get back to the question at hand, as we were going somewhere with it, and it was kind of fun. So to answer your question, Cody, I would still run my kind of game.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, I would say probably not first edition AD&D then, because I don't think it would cater well to your type of game. Rule Cyclopedia definitely would. AD&D second edition would fit the bill.
Oh, for sure.
So yeah, that's kind of things I would think about, is what kind of style of campaign do you want to run, and then what edition of D&D is going to fit that bill better, right?
How much? A question for you, Bear. How much sort of focus are you putting on the physical resource management in terms of when they go into the wilderness and that sort of stuff? Are you going to have them being very careful in terms of tracking ammo and food and water and making the wilderness living and breathing, or are you just going to be hand waving that sort of stuff?
I could say that when I first started running D&D, and I'm using that as a broad, generic term.
The part of Bear will be played by Hungar.
That all I did was run dungeons. Because, it would have everything on the graph paper, everything written down. It'd be like, railroad these people. They're not playing, they're listening to my story, damn it. And the more experience and the longer I've done it, I hardly ever run a dungeon. I don't like running dungeons. I'd rather run wilderness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, real quick. I'm going to interrupt here. I have to work tonight, so I'm going to bounce so I can get a nap. Everybody, Merry Christmas. I'm so glad I got to see y'all. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll probably be listening in the regular stream, but anyway, thank you. My present for 2023 was getting to know all of you guys, and so thank you for that. So,
well, Merry Christmas to you too, sir.
I regret everything, Brian.
Have a good.
I regret
Take
everything,
care, Brian. We will
Brian.
talk about England at some point.
All right. Bye, guys. And Bear, you can regret it, but I'm still calling you a friend.
Unsubscribe to me, Brian. Go away. Love you, Brian. Bye.
Bye, guys.
And anyway, my point for asking you that particular question, Bear, is if you want wildernesses to be okay.
I can answer it. Moderate levels of that.
Moderate.
To be honest. I'm not into again. Nothing bores me more than Max, you do your thing, buddy. Nothing bores me more than a game that is logistics. It's tedious to me. We're playing a game where people can wiggle their fingers and fire shoots out of it, but let's track every fucking ration bit, and that just is tiresome to me. I'm not here to play. I know you like. You're British. You guys have rations your entire life.
Like that sort of thing.
It's a whole part of being British. I get it.
I was gonna say, because if you want to do that sort of thing, then certainly don't touch 5e because
Don't block your Locutus of board, Congar. We like you as Locutus.
No, I've got like a sniper pointing at me.
Because 5e can basically nullify all of that by second or third level with a number of the various backgrounds and skills that characters can get. So a ranger can make the whole point.
No. I think 5e is too much. 5e is a bridge too far in that direction, and 1e is a bridge too far in the other way. You know what I mean? Like there's a happy medium between the two, which was most of my adult life role playing was second edition, which really made it all come together nicely. But I like heroic fantasy. I like the idea of the players being the stars of the show, and not just mooks, who are desperately trying to avoid dysentery in the wilds. Like that's just fuck. I can go camping if I want to experience that shit. You know what I mean? Like it's not what I role play for.
So do you
I
like
take middle ground? What?
You like high magic games?
No, I don't like high magic games. I find high magic off-putting. It just becomes a superhero game, and I might as well just run a superhero game at that point in time, or play Ars Magica or something else where magic is mage. You know what I mean? Like if I'm going to play fantasy, I want Willow. I want Lord of the Rings. I want Crow. I want even some Conan. You know what I mean? I want everybody's character to have a purpose and a place and an ability, and I don't want one guy to shoot ahead of everybody else to the point where it's like Wizard and those other fuckers. You know what I mean? Like that's just that bores the living tears out of me. That's why I don't tend to run campaigns that last past level 6 or 7 when using 3rd edition, right? Because that's about the sweet spot. Once you get past level 6, it starts turning into, hey, look at that wizard. Like he's amazing. He can take out an army with one thing. So that bores me. But for resource management, John, my answer would be clearly somewhere in the middle. You know what I mean?
Probably go for World Encyclopedia then, but I know it might sound somewhat heretical, but if you obviously if you're first level character in BECME Rules Encyclopedia, you are incredibly weak. So maybe start at 3rd level. I hate doing that, but
no, I would never do that. I would probably use my experience system at that point in time, but otherwise, I don't know. I wouldn't even debate what level to start at. But I like answering questions right now because it's helping me form thoughts. So if anybody has any other questions, let me know. I'll answer them right now.
I think you should keep it low level.
Okay, that's not a question. That's an opinion, sir.
I think the level is the sweet spot.
There's reasons why I think low level would work best for you. I think if we're going to get into some weeds here, I think you probably don't want to run dungeon crawls, nor do you want to run Birthright.
No, I wouldn't run Birthright. It's an interesting thing, but I would never know what to do in Birthright.
Well, Birthright's an interesting game for the fact that you can basically have random encounters, or you can have like random events happen to the kingdom, or your players can just take the helm and they're literally like, we're going to this hex on the map, what's there? And let them do something of that nature, where it kind of becomes more like a medieval version of Dune, where they're going from parish to parish and doing stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay, but is there a question in there for me, or are you just
what type of game do you want to run? I don't care about what type of rule set you use. I just want to know what type of game.
Heroic adventuring fantasy where they're going out and doing important stuff and facing big monsters and saving the day and rubbing elbows with people and making enemies and all that kind of good stuff.
Is Dungeons and Dragons the system that you really truly want to use?
Yes.
Okay, guys, the point. Okay.
Mr. Bear,
Hungar, talk about whatever you want because I'm giving up on this conversation.
No, how do you?
I've made it clear I want to run D&D, so telling me to consider other game systems is not an answer to what version of D&D should I run, right?
How do you feel about party death?
Oh, I'll kill players. I don't give a fuck as long as it's good, as long as it plays well. I don't mind if players die. Characters die. Players not so much. I'd hate if players died. That would be sad.
I think second edition would be the perfect balance for what you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because it's still got the old school D&D feel, but it's also does really well for heroic play later on. But you're still starting at the bottom. You still got to build up, but the survivability is a lot higher at first level than it is in other editions of D&D. old school D&D before
It's
second
almost
edition.
like
I would argue it's actually a little more difficult to survive in second edition at first level than it is in first edition.
How so?
For example, the Ranger class has a lot more hit points. The default stat generation method in second edition is 3d6 down the line.
No, they have like 4, 5, 6 methods right in the player's
default,
handbook.
The default method is straight down the line, but you can use variant methods if you wish. But the game is balanced around 3d6 down the line. The second edition, that's the standard method in the player's handbook. I think it's more difficult, and I think armors tend to be a little more expensive. Decent armor tends to be a little more expensive in the second edition.
Oh, is it? Is it more expensive?
Certainly, multi-class characters, for example, multi-class fighter mages, elven fighter mages, are much weaker in second edition than they are in first.
I would agree with you there. Yeah, I would agree with you there.
So you've got certain things that certain classes are nerfed a little. But you've got more flexibility in terms of your mages, your pure mages, and your pure clerics. So there is a bit of a balance there, but I think slightly second edition is slightly tougher than first.
Okay.
Well, I would say like the saving throws and stuff are tougher in first edition though, right? Because it's got a lot more save and die kind of stuff as opposed to second edition. It's not purely save or die, like versus poison and things like that.
First edition had variability in its poisons.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you're right. But if you look under the monster manual, a lot of that stuff is, and I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've looked at first edition. I'm no expert on it, but from what my memory is, it seemed like there was a lot more of that in first edition than in second edition.
Yeah, but on the other hand, they beefed up a lot of the monsters in second edition.
Yeah, you could be right. Yeah.
And level advancement is a little slower in second edition. So you don't get the default is not gold.
Right, you don't get experience for gold as default.
Hold that thought, YouTube, because I love the brain trust that's happening. But I would like Bruce to explain what he meant by I stated that maybe you shouldn't play D&D to send you around a mountain and still send you towards TSR version of D&D. I don't understand what you mean there, sir.
Well, the reason why I said that was that you want to play a heroic style game where players kill big monsters and they have fun and do heroic shit. The TSR version of D&D, and I'll even focus even more so on the BECME or BX version, because you only have one damage value, whereas with AD&D first and second ed, you have different values for different size of monsters. So you stay with something that's more streamlined, but yet you still have something that feels very heroic. And the reason why I was doing that was because you have all these options, especially in the Expert and the BECME, the Champions, the Immortal series, all these options to do literal heroic stuff from first level all the way to where you're fucking immortal. If you wish to do that, you can completely change the entire idea of what D&D is to you is going to be completely different than any Redditard that's out there that only thinks Dungeons and Dragons started with third edition because they got rid of THACO.
I love you, Bruce, but I love that you also managed to sneak in a slam against people at the same time. You are the man, sir. You are the man.
I think that the heroic aspect that you have with the pre-1999 Dungeons and Dragons brand allows you so much variance, and they're still so similar that if you decide to run second ed, you can still go back to basic versions of the game and grab an adventure module, have very little pain in converting it to your game. And if you decide to take it to where you're doing property rights and transfers of power and lineage and legacy gaming, it's all available with a small tweak in the rules. A lot of that's also in the Dragon magazine. You can find an article here or there, and a lot of that's been uploaded to the web. And if you guys know where to look, you can find out exactly what Gary might have thought about certain ideas and what other people that work for TSR thought about those ideas as well. That's my piece.
Okay. Hungar, you had something you wanted to say?
I want to bring up the combat thing. I don't mind combat lasting a little long, especially if you're going to be describing what's going on in combat. Everybody's always talking about streamline combat, make it fast, make it fast. But combat is a very important part of the game for the players.
Sure.
So why
I
does
think it depends
everybody
on the intended frequency of combat as to whether long combats are desirable or not.
Yeah,
if you're
but
getting to
your
combat
players
often,
shouldn't be your players shouldn't be running around like in a WoW running it up against a monster every 5 steps.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
You know, combat should be meaningful. If they're fighting nonstop all the time, it's the same as fighting magic weapons all the time. It stops becoming meaningful in the game.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't disagree. Guys, I'll have to step out for a while. I need to go eat something because I cannot concentrate anymore. I'm just
You ever eat just to flex on your buddy who's in the hospital, not allowed to eat?
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Hungar, I'm not ordering a pizza because you're sick and I don't want to eat a pizza in front of you, man.
Whatever you do, Hungar, don't go to our Discord. Don't go to the Discord either, and don't look at the shit talk section of Bear's Discord.
Yeah, but you know, it's my first meal of the day too, so.
You haven't eaten yet?
No. No, I went to walk with the dog and
you
then-
haven't had a chance to go into the woods and kill a small furry animal. I understand.
Yeah, that's where the neighbor lady sits and waits for Max.
Oh, that's what's gonna. We'll be reading about a missing family in New Richmond next week. I understand. Okay, there we go. There we go.
But I'll come back later on.
Okay. Well, we'll be on until I decide to put a bullet in my head or go to bed. One or the other. So we'll see.
Merry Christmas, Max.
Merry Christmas, Angar. I'll see you
Cheers,
back
Max.
later, guys. Take care. I'll keep listening. It's an interesting
Yeah.
conversation you're having now. Take care.
Okay. And like I said, Sean, you want to jump in? You got the link in the Zeg. You already know where to get it. And Dungeon Minister, if you'd like to join us, we'll find a way to get the link to you as well. This is, for us who have channels to talk tonight. Okay, so
Bear, do you know Jade's Tabletop Tavern?
no,
Okay, he's one of my creators.
I know Jade. I've met Jade, but I don't know his channel.
Okay, well, he's got a channel.
Mm-hmm.
It's been up and operating for about a year.
Mm-hmm.
Jade's good, dude.
Yeah, I'll let my peers here speak for him. But if you're doing a creator only stream, I would like for him to get some visibility as well.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I do also have Sean, and Sean is a regular here, and I'd love if Sean wants to come in. I'd take him first right now, to be honest. But we'll see what's up. I've thrown it up. We got 3 people there who have channels. If they want to come in, Dungeon Minister, Jade, or Mage's Musings, let me know. We'll get you the link. We'll throw you into the chat. In the meantime, and in between time, let's continue the chat we're having. Who just showed up? Sean's here. Hi, Sean.
What's up, buddy?
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's up,
Hello.
man?
Yeah, right. I am home from my mother's.
Well, welcome home.
Merry
Christmas. So, Cody, I think for your experience, what you want, Sean is your man. You know what I mean? Because he can run you first edition by the book and understands it and can really give you the experience you want from that. I don't think I would be able to give you that experience. I don't think I would want to give you that experience because I'm just not that in the woods or in the weeds on that game system, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think the main thing I was asking here, I was just saying that for my own personal thing. I actually like many different kinds. I actually like playing many different styles of games, if you haven't noticed. So, I like the storytelling, heavy role playing, but I also like the hardcore, old school experience as well. So, I was just kind of joking about that, but we're mainly talking about what you want out of the game, and I think we're kind of getting the feeling of what you want out of the game. And it seems to me that AD&D in one version or the other in my opinion, would really cater well to what you want. It's not too over the top, heroic, but it's still a little bit more heroic than, say, BX or BECME or White Box or what have you.
Okay, so I want to say, I'm just writing a comment to someone who said something that I need to address, but I want to address that. So give me a quick second. Okay, so there is a misconception about me that I've noticed happens from time to time that Bear runs this type of game. which is absolutely nonsense because Bear has run games since 1985, and Bear runs lots of different games and lots of different styles of games. I've run, hardcore dungeon crawl games, didn't care for them, but I've run them. I've run epic fantasy, tales, story, interactive NPCs, all that crazy stuff, and all stops in between. I'm not saying 100% I'm going to run that level of crazy because I don't plan on doing a long campaign. I just want to do a couple of sessions of D&D to have some fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm asking you guys what system and why. And that was my opening, was because I didn't want to put any of my thoughts onto it until I heard what you guys had to say. Now you guys are asking me to clarify. Naturally, I'm going to default to some settings because those are, that's my safe spaces, right? But I don't know what I would run at the end of the day. I don't know what kind of campaign I would run at the end of the day.
I only came in halfway through talk, so I was trying to catch up. So you're going to run a D&D game, but you only want to run sort of a limited series, a mini series, not a full campaign.
Sure, that's one way to say it. Yeah,
and you're trying to
unless I'm wrong and we start playing and we go, holy fuck, this is amazing. We don't want to stop. You know what I mean? Like I'm just,
But that's barring change. But assuming everything goes as planned, it's going to be a mini series. It's a one and done after a few sessions.
Sure, let's say that's what the plan is.
Okay. Then I would probably my thoughts would be go basic or OSE or something like that, because the more advanced systems are great for longer term campaigns because you have all that more nuance and detail. Whereas you get something like Acme or Old School Essentials is nice and pared back. You're not delving too much into detail. You can just focus on what you're going for. You're going for the overarching story, which is going to include. That doesn't count setting. I'm just talking base system, right?
One other question is: are you planning on streaming it, or are you running it in Discord?
I honestly can't say right now.
Well, that will also make a difference, because if you're streaming, you're going to want something that's a little lighter on the rules, so you can just go and keep the pace going, as opposed to delving into niddly little rules.
If you're streaming, then definitely
that is very true. That is very true.
If you're streaming, then definitely BECME, Rule Cyclopedia, BX would be much, much better than any of the AD&D options, because they can grind you down a little bit with the rules, and they can slow down because there's more to take into account when you get into the inevitable combats. Whereas initiative supplies very, very quick and smooth in BX, BECME, Rule Cyclopedia.
Now, AD&D is great if you really want to delve and have all sorts of detail and nuance and stuff like that. That will slow your game down and can affect the pace. So you want players who are okay with that, as well as yourself, of course.
Of course. I don't think I'd stream it, honestly. I think I'd just run it for some people offline, so we could just not feel the pressure of being in front of humans. Also, so we can get beyond the 2-hour limit, because I don't think stream games should go longer than 2 hours.
I said heresy.
Oh, heresy.
Oh, heresy. Okay, well, there you go.
He likes the 8-hour stream games, right?
I thought you were calling an animal named Z.
But for me, I don't know. I don't know what that would be. That's something I haven't decided yet. I don't know on that. But for me, it would be. I don't know. I honestly can't answer right now. I can't make the thought process connect in my brain as to what would be the sweet spot for me. You know what I mean? Look, it's just I feel like I would like to run a D&D game. That's all I know. That's all I know right now. I don't even know if I'd run it in Greyhawk. I don't know anything else beyond I'd just like to run a D&D game. So I wanted to hear some options from people about what their versions of D&D they'd like to play, or see playing, or whatever the case may be. See played, or whatever their cases may be, because I want to see some outside input on this, because I have all my own stupid opinions about D&D all the time, right? So I'd like to hear some other people's stupid opinions about D&D, and then see if I can come up with a really stupider opinion about D&D and run with that. I don't know.
Then I would say 2E, because it has the dwarf splat book.
You can always take that dwarf splat book and adapt it to basic, right?
Yeah, well, when we played with it, we were playing 1E, but my brother allowed it in, because the differences between 1E and 2E are really not that major. But I've always been a fan of 2E.
They are reasonably compatible, yeah, but there are also some noticeable differences too. It's one of those things that in some ways they're identical, and in other ways they differ so much. You're like, oh crap, I noticed transitioning from 2E to 1E permanently. The 2E was my thing for 30 years, and so I finally decided to go full retro and retire from 2E.
I'm gonna remove Max from the live part of the stream, so I'm gonna remove him from the stage. If you want to give Jade the link, Bruce, go right ahead and he can join us.
He can't come on.
He says he can't come on, but I'll give him the link anyway. Jade, it's in Table Breakers. Garrett was nice enough to put it there.
Jade Levy.
One of the biggest differences I found between 2E and 1E were the general expectations of the game in terms of how rewards were provided, how adventures were planned out. 2E started going more into the extended story quests, whereas 1E still very much favoured the into the dungeon, out of the dungeon approach. And the XP mechanics favoured that, the leveling mechanics favoured that, whereas 2E sort of broke from that.
I don't even have 1E and 2E anymore. Like, I don't even have them in my collection anymore. I sold them all off with you guys, right? So I don't have Rule Cyclopedia, I don't have 1E, and I don't have 2E anymore. All I have is BX and OSE 3rd edition, and that's it.
But that'll do it. BX OSE is your basic, so you're already covered for rule set. Like, it's not like you need to rebuy another system.
Well, I have PDFs of everything, that's for sure.
Well, another thing is, like, if you really wanted hard copies of 1E or 2E, you can get them print on demand for fairly dirt cheap.
You could also run, if you're running a short-term game, there's nothing wrong with 3.0, 3.5.
Oh, there's plenty wrong with 3.0, 3.5.
You know, that people talk shit about that, but people still play it and have been.
No, I ran it exclusively for about 5 years, and I got to the point where I was tired of watching players chase the +1. That's what most annoyed me about that game, was the constant chasing the +1. It was just exhausting.
I don't allow those people on my table.
No, but it's not even a question of those people. It's the way the game is designed. The game is designed to make you chase the +1s to add up to a good mod to succeed at the event. That's why armor classes go to 27 and 32 and all that kind of crazy garbage, right? Ultimately, before I would ever run 3, I would run 5. Before I would run 3, because at least 5 doesn't make me go insane with that. There's other shit in 5 that pisses me off for sure, but 3 3 just pisses me off, like on a regular basis.
If you look at the regular DC chart for 5th edition, it's also a lot more consistent for the edition. Like, for example, like a 20th level rogue in 5th edition still has to roll something like roll 4 or higher to unlock a medium lock, right? So there's still a margin of fail. There's still a potential for failure, even for, you know, relatively routine tasks, as opposed to 3rd edition / Pathfinder, where you might have a 10th level rogue where it's just like, I literally cannot make a lock hard enough for him to fail it because of all the various pluses and bonuses and whatnot. So the DC example chart in 5th edition is at least consistent throughout the gaming experience. Now, you would never go to level 20. In fact, most people say once you get to level 11, stop. But
I'd stop at level 5 personally. But
in which 5th edition or 3?
In 5th edition, yeah.
Look, I would clearly state that I wouldn't run 3rd, 4th, or 5th right now. And the reason why I wouldn't run 3rd, 4th, or 5th right now is I want the diversity and the variety of character classes. I want the level 7 fighter with the level 3 wizard. You know what I mean? I want that kind of stuff. I like the old school XP. The question is, BX gold for XP, right? 1st edition, I don't remember what you get for XP, and then
You
2nd
don't have to
edition,
give gold for XP.
no, I'm just saying that's. I know I don't have to do things. I also understand. I'm just talking about how the games are designed, Bruce. So in that situation, 2nd edition is monsters for XP, if I recall correctly. It's been a long time since I've touched 2nd edition.
Basic with monsters for XP, I think.
Yeah, it's basically monsters for XP.
Yeah. So ultimately, you know, it's weird. It's everyone says, oh, it's all D&D. It's not all D&D. Each edition of D&D sort of suggests a different play style, suggests a different campaign style, and that's something that needs to be paid attention to in making these decisions. Because, like Sean was saying, 1E might not be the right fit for something short-term, quick, and fun. It might be it pays off dividends later as opposed to up front, right? So it's things like that we got to pay attention to. I think I could be wrong because you guys are the D&D experts. I'm not. I'm clearly not the D&D expert.
I know nobody's an expert. We just know what we love.
I mean, I know
love you, Sean.
I know you've already said you don't particularly want to go into all the clones and what have you. But if it's the gnarliness of 1E and how some of it's put together that's putting you off, then Osric is a very, very good alternative. Because it redescribes initiative. It redescribes...
If I was going to get into the clones, I would use this.
Right, okay.
If I was going to get into the clones.
So use it. You've got the book right there. And
well, the thing is the plan is to run D&D, not Myth and Magic.
Well,
don't shrug. There's a purpose to my madness.
If you want to run official D&D, then then BX or Beckme, I think, is your choice for a short-term campaign.
Right. And I agree.
Rules. You're familiar with them. You don't. Yeah. There's not a massive learning curve. I don't know who your players are going to be, if they're going to be regulars or new people. So, but assuming new people, there's not a big learning curve.
It's also the least stress on you as DM because it's the easiest to quickly make things up on the fly.
And very easy to
I do house rule the shit out of BX. Curtis, you had something you want to say? Your hands up like a gentleman. I appreciate
for what it's worth, even in Pathfinder and 5th edition in my home games, it's still I don't track experience points whatsoever. In order to level up, you have to go to a trainer, and that costs a lot of gold. So even in 3rd and 5th edition, I still technically do gold as experience points, but it's one of those things where it's like you need the gold in order to pay the trainer in order to level up. But that's how I do it.
It heartbreaks me that there is no good D&D Saga version.
Cody's holding a white box.
Yes, Cody showing off.
Show off.
Yeah, that D&D needs a good Saga version.
Like, it breaks my heart because Star Wars Saga was such a good edition of a game, and then knowing or believing it was going to be the D&D that was going to be 4th edition was so hot, and then it didn't, and it was like, and it breaks my heart that no one picked that up and did something with it, you know? And I was told, apparently erroneously, that 13th Age did, but apparently it turns out 13th Age didn't do that type of stuff.
That's because 4th edition's license is absolutely abhorrent and is still in place to this day.
But Saga edition wasn't 4th edition, sir. So the 4th edition license has nothing to do with it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Saga was really a tease.
It really was, eh?
Yeah, because I mean, like
the
that's
Tinder
what I
picture
thought.
that's super hot, and then you get there and it's not the girl from the picture. You're like, what the fuck? Who's this?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought they were going to do for 4th edition.
Everyone, they said so. They literally said it at Gen Con that year, you know? It's like, and then, nope, fuck you. We're doing this whole other thing that's going to have powers. And I like 4th edition. I don't dislike 4th edition at all. But, you know, we never got to see that. BX I've run a lot of BX, actually. And it's fun. It's enjoyable.
Well, see, there's your experience with the system, too. It is D&D. It's, you know it. You ostensibly like it.
I don't hate it.
I think that if you're going to run a short-term campaign, you want it to be D&D. That's your answer.
Yeah,
BX is great.
Like, Saga swipe left. Thanks, Dice Tales.
Like John was saying and Sean was saying, it is so easy and fast and fun, you know.
But
and
BX,
even it's a great game. I mean, it's an absolute masterpiece for D&D.
Characters fast, though.
I mean, even if they die, though, it takes 2 minutes to roll up a new BX character. And
have everybody make 3. You'll always have one ready to go.
Bear?
Yes.
Did you ever play Castles and Crusades?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Do you have to run D&D? Because that is the last game. That's the last game that Gary designed or helped out on, and I feel it captures the spirit of the game very well. The system's elegant.
I don't like Castles and Crusades.
Really?
It's got a lot of 3rd edition.
I was a part of the Castles and Crusades community. I was there when the old lore was written with the 1st edition of it all, and I got to the point where I got so fucking tired of asking a question like, how could we do this in the rules type of thing? And so we'll just make it a siege check. And it was like they were fucking in a cult, and the only answer to everything was siege check. And it just got me so tired of the game and the community, and they're a great community, and I love the trolls. They're really nice guys, and they're really good to their fucking fan base and all that. But I like being able to have conversations about game mechanics. That's why Max Boivin and I get along so well, is we can get into these really interesting conversations about mechanics and ideas. And when every answer to your question is make it a siege check, it's like, well, then why don't you just make the whole fucking game a siege check at that point? You know what I mean? Like, why have anything else? So it kind of soured the milk in my mouth for that one game. I still have my 4th printing. I love the 4th Crusade covers. They're really good. But
so the villain in your game that you play is going to be a cult worshiping the mighty siege check, right?
Exactly.
That's great.
No, I mean, like, I like the Castle Keeper's Guide because it introduced some interesting ideas, and I love how they handled multi-classing. I thought that was a really good way to go, to basically stop doing multi-classing, right? Good night, Dungeon Minister. Thanks for stopping by, man. Hope you're doing all right. Don't know whose channel you're in, but nice to see you, sir.
Cheers, Aaron.
Good night, Padre.
But yeah, Castles and Crusades, fine game, just not a game for me. I mean, ultimately, like I said, if I was going to step out of official D&D, I'd probably look at Myth and Magic as something to run, just because most of you have never played it, right? So that's interesting. That should be interesting for you to go, what is this fucking game, right? And B, it's the closest clone that isn't for Golden Glory that is to 2nd edition. Like, it is really a 2nd edition Neo clone, and that's what makes it kind of special in my heart, you know? So that's what I would do there. If I was going to do official D&D, at this point, I would either want to finally take the dive into Beckme and explore Beckme and see where I could go with it, or BX, OSE, because that works really well as well.
Well, you're familiar with BX and OSE. Beckme is a marginal step. Like, it's almost
slightly different. Yeah. Very slight.
Yeah.
But I think that's the other problem, is that I don't think I want to do something I know that well. You know what I mean? I think I want to experience something new as well. I want to try something that challenges me. I want to do something that forces me to think differently. So maybe looking at other D&Ds is the way to go, right? I wouldn't do OE. I wouldn't do white box or brown box or anything. That stuff's way too simplistic for me. I had Swords and Wizardry, and I read it, and I'm like, okay. It feels like there's missing parts to this game ultimately for me. All
That's
the
my
BX
problem.
clones. Sorry, what?
That's the problem I have with Swords and Wizardry. It just feels like there's a part of the foundation. Where's the rest of the game?
Yeah,
and
you got
and
the
I love-
walls. Where
I
the
love
fuck's the
Project.
furniture?
Yeah,
well, the point is you're supposed to fill in the blanks. That's kind of the charm of white box D&D.
And that's not a
Guys,
bad
I'm gonna
idea.
bounce again. I'm falling asleep.
Hunger, rest, man.
Yeah, Hunger, man.
Rest, buddy.
Cheers,
Update us. Let us know how you're feeling, buddy.
Yeah, peace, love, and turkey grease. Merry Christmas, everybody.
No worries. No worries. No worries, Hungarino. No worries. Oh my God, look how far we've dropped down now. We went from 8 to 6. Look at that. Actually, we were at 9 at one point. How crazy was that? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where I'm going with it. I've also got Palladium Fantasy that could be a potential thing to run, I guess, at the end of the day. I don't know. Fucking Cody just got a boner.
Yes, that one. Fuck D&D. Let's play Palladium Fantasy. Because nobody runs Palladium Fantasy.
Fuck D&D. Cody, you're dead to me.
But I'd have to learn it. That's the problem with Palladium Fantasy. I'd have to read the fucking book.
There's nothing to learn about Palladium Fantasy except for the lore. The rule system's simple. I just hate the rule system.
Yeah,
I think it is. Yeah,
I'm dyslexic. That rule system is a fucking Byzantine nightmare of shitty layout. Sadly,
I completely agree. I despise how they write Palladium Fantasy. I despise the rule set. I want one simple die roll for everything, which is why I'm going with D100 for my game. But you guys want to do D20s to hits and D percentiles for skill checks? Go ahead. That's all you.
But don't you do that in D&D?
No.
Yeah. So what does a thief use
D20
for skill
the
checks?
game that I play is Pathfinder. I play a D20 roll plus your bonuses. Give me the target number or you fail.
Right. We were talking about old school D&D though, compared to Palladium, right?
Yeah, but old school D&D doesn't use percentiles except for the thief class.
Correct.
And
but there's no other
ranger
skills
for tracking.
Yeah.
They're rangers, bards, and thieves. But other than that, you don't have percentiles really.
Other than that, what else have the Romans done for us?
I mean, I don't play a lot of second ed. I played a lot of basic, which is all D20 based. I played a lot of years of second ed, but my player base, like, I would turn over a table every 4 sessions because another TPK happened, or the dice got hot on my end. That's just what happens. And so my longest lasting games rule was Beckme or Rule Cyclopedia. So we would always go back to that because we could have a character that would, get to 7th level. That was what happened. And my player base seemed to really like that version of the game better.
And people wonder
No
why
speed
5th edition exists.
Again?
People wonder why what?
People wonder why 5th edition exists.
What's your reasoning?
Because specifically what he just said right there. Because sometimes you're just going to have sessions where everyone freaking dies.
5th edition, a game that exists because it doesn't like TPKs in the editions before that. That's not a real game to me.
I've had more TPKs in 5e than any other game except BX.
I mean, and that's how you run, and that depends on how you run it. That also depends on how stupid the players are. But
No, I just trusted the CR system functioned before we all figured out that the CR system was complete shit.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But that, Bruce, that may be your perspective, and that's still a valid perspective, but that's what players complain about the most, is bad DMs that throw them into bad situations, they get TPK'd, and that upsets them, and we're going to have 4 players outweighing the voice of 1 DM when it comes to Wizards of the Coast.
Sure.
And I'm not even saying 5th edition doesn't have a right to exist. I'm just saying, like, when I get into these discussions with a lot of the OSR crowd, they shit on the game, and I'm like, well, this is the pattern of behavior that has led to 5th edition existing.
I thought it was the pattern of behavior because the shareholders were like, we're losing money on Hasbro. We need a new edition.
I mean, there's that too. That also applies. But
no, it was because 4th edition was such a giant failure and Pathfinder was eating their lunch and they needed to reclaim their dominance in the field. You can't blame them for that.
That's fair.
I mean, I thought it was great that there was somebody that could actually take out Wizards of the Coast as the top dog of the RPG pile.
By taking their idea, making it better, and then selling it back to them. Like,
yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I love Pathfinder 1st edition. I love everything about it. Well, because we played a crap ton of games with it. But at the same time, it's like let's not pretend Peso did anything revolutionary here. They were just like, oh, you abandoned 3rd edition. Well, we'll just take 3rd edition, make it better, and then sell it to people. And it turns out people just wanted more 3rd edition instead of 4th.
They added a grapple that works. That's the part that pissed off the majority of fucking Wizards because their entire push for 4th ed was, hey, there's no grapple. And Paizo's like, we'll show you how this works.
That's fair.
Yes,
I remember reading
White Wolf did overtake D&D for a while in the early 90s. White Wolf is why we had girls come to our tables nationwide. That was not just a niche thing anymore. That was like the entire reason why game stores started selling D10 games, because you could have both sexes go in and buy shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I had girls in my games back in college. I think Canada and America had very different experiences with the whole gender and role playing, because we had girls playing all the time back in high school. In high school, yes, but in college, tons. And that was the mid to late 80s.
I'm so sorry to derail the conversation with my offhanded comment, by the way.
Well, you should be thinking carefully about that, sir, you bad boy. Jade, if you're home, do you want to jump in, or you can't jump in at all, sir? Is that what we're saying? Let's see what Jade says to that. But okay, so without getting into an edition war and arguing about the politics of gaming and the corporate shenanigans and all that good stuff, I think ultimately what we're taking away from this conversation is what I'm taking away from this conversation is the following: long, in-depth campaign, AD&D 1st edition. Short term, could die, might not die, get in, get out, BX. Middle ground, 2nd edition. Sorry, didn't mean to. 2nd edition. Second edition. Ultimately, everyone thinks I should play something else. that's what I took away from this entire conversation.
Well, the real question, you specifically said you wanted to play D&D, so
yes.
Really, let's remove all the other options. Now, here's the other thing. I mean, throwing my hat towards Beckme again. Beckme does have good long-term options too. Like the Rule Cyclopedia had good campaign, domain play stuff, rules like that. So if it's a short-term game that does become long-term unexpectedly, Beckme is a good option because all that stuff is laid out nicely for you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but Beckme, I mean, that's Rule Cyclopedia as well, right? That's the mix of the two.
Yeah.
So, but weapons mastery confuses the living tar paper out of me. Like I don't understand it.
I'm working on my video just for you, Bear.
Thank you, boss.
One
It's
of
just
many that
unfortunate-
I'm procrastinating on.
Yeah, well, being dyslexic and then having a massive table of little symbols that don't have lines connecting them, so I kind of got to figure out what connects to what. And it's wow, that's like difficult for my brain. My
Gotta
brain
have
goes,
the whole mapping slide rule going on.
I need a flow chart. You know what I mean? Like that's what I need. I need like if this, if then that, if not this, then I'm like, okay, that works. You know, but so I get a
Weapon
little.
mastery is actually really good. You know, when you take a deep dive into it, once you grasp it, it's like, okay, because it's simple, it's easy to learn, but it does give you the weapon variation that Beckme lacks.
Okay, interesting.
So, you guys are talking about Beckme. So I didn't suggest that earlier because I didn't know how long of a campaign you were planning on running, and I just thought going straight for Rule Cyclopedia is better. But there is no system better in all of D&D better than Beckme for graduating you through the game, and especially if you got new people of teaching it.
Even as a 3rd edition and 5th edition like master, I can agree with what Max Leo said because
Yeah, but we're talking D&D.
Yeah, I let me get there because 3rd edition and 5th edition all had the exact same issue where high play just falls apart. It just frankly just falls on its face. Beckme does long-term gaming, especially into higher level play, much better than any other system.
Okay, on my channel right now, there is a 14th level game that because of December, we're on hiatus. We've ran it for 4 years. How does Pathfinder 3.x break down for people? I do not understand this.
Because a lot of 3rd edition DMs and Pathfinder 1E DMs just don't know how to properly challenge characters above level 12-ish.
I have 8 players.
I was saying most, not all of them.
Yeah, but are you playing rules as written?
Me?
Yeah. No, you're not.
Yeah,
you've explained it a bunch of times. You're not.
Like I'm not. Like chain lightning requires a touch attack to hit your target, and he gets no reflex save. He's the fucking epicenter of the chain lightning. That really pisses off Kamal because he cheeses a character. He never tells you the right roll that he rolled anyway because he can't fucking fail a saving throw. So I'm fucking pegging you on this, Kamal. I'm sorry, dude, but I've only seen you roll one.
Bruce, it's Christmas. Get it out. Get it all out, man.
Get it all. Yeah, I mean, this has only happened to me over the last 10 years, multiple times. Love you, bud, but we have to help you. We're trying to reform you and get you to be honest with your dice and your bonuses. I had to make that rule change because I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Why does the guy that's the target of the chain lightning and the epicenter of the chain lightning, why does he get a save? That guy of all people does not get a save. Easy fix. Roll a touch attack against his AC. Now he gets to fry, and everybody around him, they get the reflex save. That's awesome. And I've had a whole bunch of other rule changes I've got. Like, you can't play any class out of Pathfinder. I make certain classes available outside of the core rulebook. I absolutely have a prejudice against a lot of shit that Paizo's written because they are on fucking copium trying to make their miserable fan fiction official. So fuck Paizo all the way to the base of my fucking elbow.
Now show me on the owlbear where Paizo touched you.
The owlbear is amazing. Owlbear druids.
Actually,
if I show you that, I get kicked off of YouTube.
Well, it's mine. You can stop co-streaming and then just get me kicked off. Cody, you had a point you wanted to make? I saw your hand go up.
Yeah. So the real question is, are we going to play Stonehenge tomorrow? But yeah, you didn't get the joke. So my real question
is this a Spinal Tap gag?
Yeah, Spinal Tap.
Nice.
But I was going to say,
who were they? Where did they come from?
Stonehenge was in trouble of getting trampled by a fucking dwarf. But no, I was going to say I love D&D, but if I had the option to play in a D&D or Palladium Fantasy, I'd rather play Palladium Fantasy just because nobody runs Palladium Fantasy. It's something.
All right, fuck it. I'm running Palladium Fantasy. Cody made the call, and I'm back in Cody's play. Fuck D&D. We're doing. There you go. Bingo card. Fuck D&D. Go ahead and check it off. We're playing. We'll play Palladium Fantasy. But that means you got to teach me how to play it, dude.
I'll totally do it.
Cool.
First or second edition, and I'm only asking out of curiosity. I don't have a preference.
First revised.
Okay.
That's
Was
what,
that
that's what
before they
I
added SDC?
cover with the red foil.
Okay. Okay.
What was that?
Is first edition before they added SDC into it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Though first edition revised, I think, does have SDC, doesn't it?
For players or just items?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I only know second edition. I've played first edition, but I only know second edition. I like both.
I need to get a copy of this book then.
Hey, Palladium, palladium-store.com. You can get it right there.
You've got 2 more days. Actually, they've extended the Christmas boxes into January, Curtis.
Yep.
So you can actually send them a thing saying, "Hey, I'm really interested in Palladium First Edition Revised," and blah 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 blah.
You
and
put in the
mention
list.
Max Liao and Bear the Gen X GM sent me to you.
Yep.
Orthodox Christmas box.
Seriously, also, if you put in there games you'd like to try, Palladium Fantasy, they'll make sure to try to get you something in that
But you'd
direction.
have to specify First Edition Revised for the
If
core.
you have a copy of the one cover with the wolf end, that's like what, $200? The Palladium Fantasy has the Wolfen Magician or Wolfen Ranger on the cover.
That's the Northern Wilderness book, isn't it?
Yeah. Is that like a $200 book now on eBay?
I hope not, because you can get it.
Okay. For some odd reason, I thought that was like a super rare book.
Maybe there's a version of it that is, but
yeah, I don't know about that.
Nightbane is excessively hard to find book by Palladium. They had to make it Nightbreed. No,
Huh?
Nightbane.
oh no,
Nightbreed
Nightbane was something else beforehand. Now it's Nightbane.
It was Nightbreed or Nightspawn. I can't remember.
Nightspawn.
I think it's Nightspawn. Yeah.
Because Nightbreed is the Clive Barker book. Yeah. Sean went movie, I went book. Look at that.
Well, the movie was called Nightbreed. The book
The
was
movie was called Cabal.
Cabal, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Cody, you won this round of Fuck with Bear's Head. So now that you've won this round of Fuck with Bear's Head, I want you to tell everybody why we should play Palladium First Edition Revised.
Well, my first reasoning is because nobody fucking plays it. I've never heard of, I mean, I'm sure people do play it, but you definitely don't see people streaming it at all or talking about it. The other thing is, I think Palladium, especially the fantasy game, works really well. I think it's a good like mishmash homebrew rule set of, AD&D, and I think it'd be really fun and interesting to play, and probably interesting to watch too, right?
So you think it should be streamed too? Oh.
I think it should, because I don't know of anybody that's streaming Palladium Fantasy.
I've never heard of somebody stream Palladium Fantasy.
That's an interesting thing. Okay, now we're talking with some heat. Now you got me thinking in a new way. See, this is what the point of this conversation was to get my brain working. So now you got my brain working, you sumbitch. So now my brain's working. I would definitely use their world too, because I really like the Palladium fantasy world. I think it's a fascinating setting. Like, I want to read more of it. And like you guys know from when we were on the thing with Max, and I kept saying to Sean, I would really love a book that just presents the whole world as a single book. That would be so awesome, And to his credit, he's like, I should talk to Kevin about that, or and it looks like he did. You know what I mean? From what he was hinting at the last time I brought it up to him in one of your streams, Max.
Yeah, if only there were like 7 other people that work full time for Palladium.
I'm available for work. I hate my job. Please, I'm tired of talking to humans for a living.
You know that the Palladium people are humans, right?
No. I mean, okay. I'm tired of calling people on the phone for a living. How's that work for you, Max? Because I would never say you're a human. That's for sure.
Smart man.
How do you find the holiday box thing?
I'll send you a link. I'll just send you a link. It's just, I mean, you can click sale, but they might have another sale right now. But I can send you a direct link.
Palladium Christmas Surprise Box 2023, I think is the term. Okay, so there you go, Cody. So that's interesting. Now,
if I can interrupt for just a second, because there are 2 ways that you can do this, and one is superior to the other. So I'm going to send you the link to the actual superior way of doing that, so it's easier to do the list. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm still very curious what's going to be in my box when it shows up finally. I'm like,
I hope we get a bear miniature.
Oh, that'd be cool. I got someone that could paint that too. That'd be cool. That'd be real cool. But yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And what it is that we're supposed to have fun, right? Cody makes a good point. He likes the Palladium system. He likes that nobody does the Palladium system. He likes all of that specialness about it, and that's good. Sean, have you ever played the Palladium system, or is it a complete
No, I played
zero
it back in the 80s when I got into D&D. I soon branched out to other Palladium games. I started with TMNT, but a friend of mine got the Palladium fantasy role-playing game because we wanted to try it. And played a couple games of it. And I was indifferent towards it. I didn't hate it, but ultimately we felt we liked D&D better than the Palladium role-playing fantasy system.
Okay,
So
that's
we
fair.
didn't play it very extensively. Our Palladium thing was Rifts. We played Rifts quite extensively.
There you go, guys, in the chat as well. If you want to go buy a Palladium box, use that link that Max just gave us, and you can go out and get yourself some Palladium action. Only people in my channel are going to see it, so if anybody who's simulcasting this wants to copy that to their channel so your people can see it, go right ahead. I only ever played Robotech for Palladium. I almost played Ninjas and Super Spies, but the game never got off the ground because the referee threw a hissy fit and, and quit and rage quit on us. I never got a chance to play Heroes Unlimited, but I used to read the shit out of it because I just
we used to love Heroes Unlimited. That was one of
I love the way they did those full page black and white arts for each section. Psionics, magic, mutants. I love that. I thought that was the classiest shit ever, and I was so sad no other games did it. But I only ever played Robotech. And I don't remember shit other than reflex missiles were the shit. That's all I remember was the reflex missiles are the shit. That's it. That's all I remember.
The thing about Palladium Fantasy in our experience, especially when it comes from people who played a lot of D&D, is you're gonna find your characters are more front loaded than you might be used to, and so when you level up, it's gonna be like that's it. Yeah, I mean, because you're competent at first level. A first level character isn't generally going to beat a 15th level character, but it's technically possible.
Yeah, the increases are marginal as opposed to exponential.
Right. The other thing is each one, this is more second edition, you can correct me on first edition, has weird goofy powers. Like I played a priest and I had weird goofy powers that I had to pay attention to that weren't spells. They were just weird goofy powers.
Okay. Bruce, you have experience with Palladium?
I've got a lot of experience with Rifts. The few times I've played Palladium Fantasy, it lasted one session, and the GM would be like, just go AWOL. I don't know what happened.
That's weird, eh?
Like we had a year-long campaign I ran for Rifts back in 1998, and it was mainly during the time where they were going from the Juicer Uprising to the declaration of war from the Coalition. I was running the game as the books were released. And it was pretty impressive that we were able to get as far as we did, and we started to warble, and we finally ended it as the Coalition. There were 6 Coalition mini books that came out detailing the war between Quebec and Chi-Town. And as I started getting into that, then my player base started folding because they had played for 2 years, and most of us have to move. It's Decatur, Illinois. We've lost our jobs. So that's what happened to that group.
We are heretofore going to pronounce it Quebec.
Quebec, exactly.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay. In French, it's pronounced Quebec, right? And in English, it's pronounced Quebec. But what's really funny is where I grew up, Mrs. Beck used to work for our family, and she ran one of her jobs was making announcements in the store for people when lines were being called in for them. And her daughter's name was Kay, so Quebec. And my mother would every now and then just call up and ask for Quebec because she would pissed off Kay when she heard Quebec on the speaker system. Just weird, shitty things you do when you live in the country. John, have you ever, you old geek, have you ever played any Palladium in your life?
Nope, never even seen a Palladium book.
Would you be willing to try?
Yes.
It's fantasy. And we know you love fantasy.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Kevin doesn't have the same hatred that you do, but he definitely moves away from the whole dungeon crawl thing. And it's one of the complaints that people sometimes have about Palladium is that it doesn't cater to dungeon crawls the way D&D does. So that actually might be really up your alley.
Yeah. And first of all, I don't hate dungeon crawls. I just don't like dungeon crawls.
Yeah, tomato.
No. Hatred requires the same level of emotion that love requires, and I'm not putting that much energy into something I'm not interested in. Fuck that.
Bear, did you ever play X-Crawl?
I read X-Crawl. I never played it because I read it and went, that's funny, and threw it away.
Okay. Because
Why
I think
do you ask?
that style of dungeon crawl would be more to your liking.
It wasn't. It was like professional wrestling dungeon crawling. It was reality TV dungeon crawling. I was like, okay, this is weird.
You've got a dungeon.
It would be kind of fun to be like, listen, we got to go down against the black pudding, so I'm going to need some extra resources.
Trying to drink in your
That would actually be really fun to run like an X-Crawl game, but you have to take on the persona of like a professional wrestler.
Yeah.
That would be
brother, I'm going to heal you, brother, but I'm only going to heal you if you believe in the power of Paladine.
Power of the Bayou. Power of the Baja.
Yeah, I think Savage would be a warlock, right?
Yeah, totally.
Actually, no. Sorry, no, that's warrior because he's always talking to the other.
Oh
paladins
yeah,
and stuff, right?
yeah.
Actually, technically, wouldn't Jake the Snake be a fucking warlock?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Jake the Snake would be the wizard for sure.
He'd be a cleric because he turned into a preacher in real life, didn't he?
Yeah, but we're not talking about what he did in real life. We're talking about what he did in the ring.
He played with his snake, so he'd be a part.
Jacques Rougeau wasn't really a Mountie, you know.
What?
Wait, Sergeant Slaughter wasn't Marine?
No, Sergeant Slaughter wasn't
He
really
ate 2
on
Marines.
the side of Iraq, you know, like
Sergeant Slaughter wasn't a G.I. Joe? What?
He was built like one,
Ric
though.
Flair's the Bard. Come on. Ric Flair's 100% the Bard and Roddy Piper's 100% the Rogue. You know what I'm saying?
Dog Vachon. Even I recognize that name.
Mad Dog Vachon is the barbarian. You know what I mean? We used to. You guys don't have this, but there used to be this
There's
commercial
Wham Bam
that played
Bigelow's
in Canada.
the acrobat.
Yeah, he's the thief acrobat. We used to have this commercial that played for a Canadian candy bar here in Canada called O. Henry, and the selling point was that they had a big piece of fudge, and in one of their commercials, they had a teeter-totter with the O. Henry on one side and the Vachon brothers on the other end, and they're like, "What's going? Why it's so heavy? What's going on?" And then Mad Dog is like, "It's the big chunk of fudge." Fuck, we used to cry laughing at that commercial. It was so funny. Woo!
To a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill this bill.
Friend of mine was the Wunderbar Viking from the late 90s.
Oh, really?
When they redid the
Nice.
campaign in the late 90s, he got cast, yeah.
I remember that commercial series. Yeah, it's always scary when you see a friend of yours on a commercial. You're like, well, you're a whore, aren't you? But you got more money than me, so fuck, you know.
Well, then I started getting recognized for the commercials I was doing. You know, I was walking down the street in Vancouver once in was it 2006, and so, hey, you're that guy in the Holiday Inn spot because they had played the fucking shit out of it.
Okay.
So it was like, oh my god.
I'm gonna tell you a funny little weird story. There's a Quebecois actress named Masha Grenon, and Masha Grenon was very popular in the 90s in Quebec. She was very big in the French cinema. She was trying to cross over into English, but she hadn't hit yet.
Mm-hmm.
I walk into my job at the casting agency one day, or the casting, not agency, but casting directors one day, and I see Masha there, and I look at her and I go, fuck, I know you, because I didn't recognize who she was. And she looks at me, she goes, fuck, I know you too. I'm like, that's so weird. Oh, well, whatever. And we just, well, that was the day. A week or so later, I walk in, she's there again. She's back for something else. And I go, I remember where I know you from. And she goes, I remember where I know you from. I said, where do you know me from? And she names the show that I had been on that had played in French as well. And she goes, where do you know me from? And I went, those Cumberland drug commercials you did. And her face fell. Like, she looked so, and she just started naming French movies she'd been in. I'm like, yeah, nope. She was so offended. It's like, well, what do you want, lady? I'm English, fuck. I'm not in your world. But yeah, I've done 2 commercials in my life. And the only reason I've done them is one was for a regional airline in Nevada,
Mm-hmm.
and the other was for an internet company in France. Why? Because no one anywhere I live will recognize me from them. Like you just said, getting recognized as you're the guy from, you know what I mean?
Yep.
It's that moment Joey has in Friends where he's in the subway station and the poster for the herpes ad he's done is behind him on the wall as he's trying to pick up the girl. You know, what is he hiding from you? He sounds good. Ooh, Cody made a good choice. So what'd you ask for in your box? What'd you ask for in your box, Curtis? What'd you say? What'd you say?
Palladium Fantasy First Edition revised.
That's all you put?
And I hang on. Do I still have to? Okay, this is what I sent them. Yeah,
Okay,
put it
let's
into
hear
the
this.
private chat.
Oh, I want to read it. I'm going to read it. Can I read it? I'm
Yes,
reading
you
it.
can read it.
Okay. I have no idea what I'm doing here. I was recommended this service because I might be getting into a Palladium fantasy game, and I have no idea how to play the game or what I'll need.
Yeah, don't mention Legion of Myth or Bear the Gen X GM now.
I did mention you. I put you both into the comments section of it.
Okay, fair enough. That's
Sean, are you watching? We need help.
But
Sean.
because it was either do I spend an hour going through their catalog, or do I just go, here is the title of the book I need. Please help me.
Yes, Bob Ross was a drill sergeant. That's absolutely true.
Yep.
Absolutely true.
Yeah, he didn't like yelling at people, so he changed after he got out.
Yep, 100%. So, John, you're going to play then if I run a Palladium fantasy game?
If I can fit it in, yeah.
We'll figure it. We'll work it out. I know Cody wants in. I know Curtis wants in. That's 3. I have to find a 4th. I'd invite Max Liao, but he doesn't like playing games online, so we'll just leave him out of that. Oh, I'm sorry. Was something you wanted to say, Max? I couldn't hear you over the sour grapes.
The sour grapes here. I would love to say yes. The thing is, I don't know if I would have time. I mean, I'm sure I could make time, but
I feel like someone in the chat wants my attention right now, but I don't know who it is. I don't know what's going on.
Malachi's like me.
Who? Sorry, what? Randy Orton. I see it right there. Randy Orton. Yeah, there we go. Randy Orton wants to play. He's going to do an RKO out of nowhere on me and be like, "You failed." No, I didn't. And I'm on the ground with a broken neck.
And Hungar is going meat.
Who's going
Hungar.
what? I don't hear these voices that you're hearing. I think you need to see a therapist.
Hungar wants in.
I would be terrified to run a game with Hungar in it.
You have to admit, you're also intrigued.
You know what? Palladium is a
system
where Hungar can explore his chaotic neutralness, and you can counter it with variable ease.
Well, chaotic neutral doesn't exist in Palladium. He'd be anarchist.
You're right. He'd be anarchist. I get that, but I'm just saying that but his he could try weird stuff, but the world would envelop around him.
I just realized that there are people who are not in my channel here, so I'm going to add my channel name underneath.
Yeah, I noticed that too on my stream, because like stuff is popping up in my chat, but it's like, but none of you are on my stream. You're on other chat.
Yeah, a bunch of them are on mine.
Yeah.
How many do I have watching you guys from my channel? I've got 16 viewers.
We have 52 in total. We have 28 on my channel. Hungar's channel, I don't know how many people are watching from there. Max Boivin's channel, I don't know how many are watching from there. Legion of Myth, you said you had, and Curtis, I don't know how
16.
many you got. Yeah, so between you and me, we account for 44 of everybody watching. So there's another 10 people spread out over the other channels.
16 and 27 likes, so that's awesome. Thank you.
I'm only at 10
likes.
Sean, shall we confuse it even more by adding?
Stop looking at me, Bear.
If you want to simulcast, John, please, by all means, go ahead. The whole point of today was to bring our communities together to celebrate Christmas together, because some of us are alone. So Mr. Boivin and I were like, being alone sucks. So why don't we get together on Christmas and have something to go with, right? Cody's not simulcasting though, which breaks my heart.
I will do that right now. I forgot.
I'm about to log off. So Cody's like, I'll do it now. I'm kidding. I'm not about to log off. Okay, so here's the question of the hour. Why Palladium First Edition Revised over Palladium Fantasy Second Edition? And go, Max Liao. Because I know you have opinions on this.
No, I don't actually have as many opinions on Palladium First. I know Second better because it's what I have and what I played the most. I'm pretty sure I played a Palladium First Edition game. The people that like First Edition tell me, one, it's easier to make a character. Mm-hmm. You don't. It's much deadlier because you don't have the SDC, so you have to think about things a little better. And apparently, I don't know what this means, but per a couple of people, it is better balanced because of its deadliness. When he added all the stuff for Second Edition, which again I've played more and I enjoy, I've had no issues with it. Apparently, that ruined some of the balance. I also don't know what classes are in Palladium Fantasy First versus Second, but I know like Heathen Dog hates pretty much all of the Magic classes in Palladium Fantasy Second Edition. He thinks the Diabolus is worthless. It's a heavy role play class, but so I can understand his point. He thinks that the Witch is like the Shifter in what do you call Rifts, where it's just it's a time bomb waiting to go off in your face because they deal with demons. So he doesn't like stuff like that. He wants things to be much more controlled. Where Kevin, when we talked to Kevin about this, Kevin and I are on the same page in this one, where it's like, no, it's a role-playing opportunity. So,
it boils down to what you want at the table, right? If you want that controlled game where everybody's working together and there's no chaos, then yeah, something like a Shifter or whatever is not going to help you. But if you just like to see what happens, everybody sits down, you play your characters, go all out and see what happens, then yeah, the Shifters.
I have an entire separate video just on the Diabolist for Palladium Fantasy because of our back and forth that we had over the Diabolist that I don't think went public because it was a pretty heated back and forth because I think the Diabolist is a great class. And he's like, nope, it's NPC only. If any player plays it, that player's, bad, yada, yada. It's only an NPC. And I'm like, no, I can find a lot of reasons for it. Now, it's not an in your face, here's your fireball in your face constantly. But if you have time to set up defenses, the Diabolus is absolutely amazing.
Okay, so again, I sorry, you guys went down a really interesting rabbit hole there, but I'm coming back to the basic point of, and if Cody, maybe or someone in the chat can explain it better, and don't just use one word. I need context because I don't know the Palladium system, so just saying SDC means nothing to me. What is the difference between first edition revised and second edition Palladium Fantasy, please?
I've never played first edition. I've never even looked at the book hardly. I mean, I've glanced at it or whatever. So I've only played. I haven't played it, but I only have second edition Palladium. Also, I have to step away for a few minutes, and I'll be back. But I'll be watching.
Thank you.
And I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Honestly, Bear, I wish I could answer the question better myself, but I'm kind of in the same boat as Cody, where I know I played it at some point. It's just.
Okay. I want to say hi to Mike Percival and how's Ruby and Merry Christmas to you both, by the way. Okay, what do you got, Curtis?
The difference between first edition revised and second edition is the first edition revised is the one I asked for in the box.
Hey there, DK. What's up, man? What's up? Hope you're doing. How it do. Guys, I'm going to share again in the chat here the link for the backer kit interest page for Heroic. I've got my 200, and now they're still saying, well, we don't feel you have enough people that are interested, but they're not giving me a magic number anymore.
Could it just be one of those things that it's on a bot timer?
No, because the email I got now says you need 3,000 people. And I'm like, what? There's a glitch somewhere in the system on that one. But no, sorry. What to do next? We recommend that you aim for more than 4,000 people interested in your project to reach your funding goal of $5,000. I'm like, so everybody contributes 75 cents? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I think that might be a glitch. But it currently says I need 3,806. That's obviously wrong because when I go into it, hang on, let me go in. It says 201. Thank you, whoever just hit that. I really appreciate that of you. It says this is the total number of people who campaigned, and then it says, because I updated the score to $35 being the average of the 15, 35, and 45 that are going to be the three tiers. It says you need at least 143 backers to reach your funding goal. You have 201 people interested in your project and 199 members subscribed to you on BackerKit. And then right above that, not yet. We don't think you're ready. You do not have enough people in your community that are excited about this project. So if we add more people, and then I can go to them, and because I'll reach out to Susan or whoever it was who reached out to me, I'll be like, hi, this is what your system says. This is how many people I have. What the fuck's going on, please? And that's the one benefit of BackerKit is they assign someone to work with you, and I have someone to work with me. So I will push that with them. And if you don't feel like doing it, I completely understand. But if you can, it helps out an indie publisher. It doesn't cost you anything. Hey, Kabuki Kid. And thank you, Squirrel Hermit. I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, there's a few people diving in on my channel at the moment.
Thank you.
For those who are diving in on my channel, you might not see all the chat from all the other channels, unfortunately. But I'll engage with you.
Okay, so we don't really have an answer other than SDC at this point and something about the magic classes, right? Oh, and magic system is different. 2E, it uses PPE, and 1E uses castings. What is PPE? Psionic potential energy?
Psychic energy, yeah.
Potential
so I guess
psychic
they
energy.
unified it with their other systems like Beyond the Supernatural and Rifts, which use the same system.
Poly Robotics 1 Heroic is my game that's coming out in February. It's a superhero game. It's an advancement and a neo clone of essentially the old Marvel superheroes from TSR with elements of astonishing superheroes because Tim Bannock is no longer going to be publishing that. So we're bringing that over to my game, bringing it together. Tim's acting as an editor with me. And we're going to be bringing that to Backer Kit in February. And the money I'm raising is not to write the game. The game's written. The money is to pay the writers, pay the layout, and pay the artist. That's ultimately what's going on there. And maybe buy me a pizza. That would be nice if I could have a pizza after all is said and done.
So Mike Percival has a pretty, like another one that Heathen Dog doesn't like is the Elementalist for that reason. He's got a pretty good anecdotal story up there as to what can happen in Palladium Fantasy.
Who said what? Sorry, what's this?
Mike Percival. It's in your chat.
I'll scroll back. What
Yeah, you have to scroll back a little bit.
Hang on. Is this one here? A random bear showed up and killed the Elementalist, causing Earth Elemental to go wild. Between it and the bear, we all died.
I think that was the second. I think that was the second post. The one right above that starts it.
Hang on, going back. It was hilarious. I made a wolfen with shit stats who sucked at combat. There was a tree blocking our path, so the Elementalist summoned an Earth Elemental to remove it. And then we follow that up with a random bear showed up, like we do, killed the Elementalist, causing Earth Elemental to go wild. Between it and the bear, we all dies. Wow. Your English is awesome tonight, Mike. We all dies. PPE is the system where you have the right to kill. You have to kill children to cast spells. What the fuck?
Well, the way it works mechanically is your potential psychic energy is doubled at the point of death. Thus, ritual magic, where there's sacrifice involved, doubles the energy that a wizard can extract from the subject. Right? And children have a high reserve of potential psychic energy because they haven't focused it into their potential.
But you can sacrifice people, but it's evil, says Malachi.
Yeah, it's an evil act, 100%. Yes. But mechanically, that's how it works.
Polyrobotics
escalated quickly.
Just sign up for the say that you're interested in the kicks in the backer kit when it goes live. If you want to back enough of a cost of pizza, sir, I'll be very happy to take your money. No worries at all.
The thing is PPE comes back over time, and it's not that big of a deal. But yes, I mean the thing is the elements of the game. You can do pretty much anything.
Wayne's, if we ever become friends, I'll tell you a story over a beer about my college experience, but very similar to yours, sir. Okay, moving on. I'm not saying anything more about that. Won't even tell you her name.
All I have to say about that.
I have yet to do anything but repel women for running role-playing games. So,
yeah, well, maybe it's not the games. Love you, Sean. Okay, so are people SDC instead of hit points? That I understand is a difference between the two, right?
So SDC is like your bumps and bruises. Hit points are your like hit points. It's your life. Yeah. So what second edition does is because it kind of unified with rifts and so forth is gave your character SDC. So now you are a lot more survivable than you were previously.
I don't like systems that do that. I don't know. Star Wars did that, D20 Star Wars, and it drove me nuts. You take this much damage. So I got hit by the blaster. No, it went near you. Why am I taking damage? Well, it's stress damage. What the fuck?
Vitality for Stargate. Yeah, I get it.
Give me damage or give me mist.
Well, SDC is still damage. It's just your ability to shake it off. And once you're into hit points, now you're into your life force, and you're like bleeding out or near death.
Yeah, in fact, if you don't even have to lose all your hit points, and you can still suffer permanent damage, like critical injuries, so to speak. I think it's at 85% of your SDC, whatever. You can start rolling on the chart's optional rule, but you can start rolling on the chart to have permanent -1, permanent -2.
Yeah, it's effectively more hit points. It's just it's
exactly
superficial stuff. But yeah, they
Malachi,
added
you can play.
Sorry,
Malachi, you can play. I'm done fucking with your chain, dude. And Hungar, we'll talk. You gotta get out of the hospital and be healthy first, brother. Come on now. Now, here's what I fear. Here's what I fear about running the Palladium game. I don't know it well. I don't have system mastery of it, and therefore I would feel it might be a bit of a shit show, and that would be embarrassing.
Well, what do you mean by a shit show? Because here's what I'll say. Everybody I know has house rules for the game. I don't know anybody who plays it rules as written. So my assumption, and I've been watching some Rifts Let's Plays, my assumption would be people would just think like, oh, you've got a house rule for that.
Problem is, before you start house ruling, you need to have some degree of system mastery and some experience with how the rules work. So if Bear
roll
hasn't
a
got
d20
that
for
system-
combat, roll percentile dice for skills. Okay, there you go. You got the master.
Yeah, Palladium is not a.
Is that how simple it is?
It
I mean,
really is easy.
I've never even seen a Palladium book.
You roll a d20 to attack. If you roll a 5 or higher, you hit. Armor will change that, but generally speaking, roll 5 or higher, you hit. And the defensive abilities for on the target are their own. So like you might declare, I'm parrying that attack, in which case you got to beat his roll and you'll have your bonus to parry. And I can't remember if Palladium does this, but or Palladium Fantasy does it, but the other ones do, whereas most people who are combat trained have automatic parry in that it doesn't eat up one of your attacks, right? Whereas dodging, getting out of the way, does eat up an attack. Very few classes have an automatic dodge, because you'll have, say, 3 attacks in a round, and then, all right, you can parry an unlimited number of
That's
attacks.
another one. Characters in Palladium Fantasy only have 2 or 3 actions per round, where it starts at 4 for 2nd edition.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because like in Rifts or the other games, you usually have 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's after the game's converted over to, they call it riftifying it, but yeah. But in the original Palladium Fantasy, you
only get the
2.
1 or 2. Yeah.
So, and that's one of the things I love about the system is that action reaction. So I roll to attack because people be like, so what? I have to roll a 5. I've got modifiers that are higher than a 5. Like, right? That means you pretty much are guaranteed to hit. But I also get to roll to parry or dodge or entangle.
If I have plus 10 to parry, you're gonna have a hard time hitting me.
Exactly.
Okay.
And dodge is different, and automatic dodge is exceedingly rare, but usually your bonus to dodge is higher than your bonus to parry, and it will get you out of danger, but it eats up one of your actions.
John, I just sent you something on Discord. Curtis, I just got to find you. I'm going to send you something as well.
Okay.
Now I should offer the caveat that my Palladium knowledge is 30 years old. I haven't played in almost 30 years, so
dude, your 30-year-old knowledge, I'll put more money on than someone else's 30-minute-old knowledge. 30-minute-old knowledge. That is a legit. You have a mind for system that I really respect, and therefore, if you're telling me something, I'm going to listen. Even though if you make a mistake and we'll have to correct it later, I trust your basic knowledge really a lot, John.
It's
so
funny
for
because
sorry.
I was going to say Palladium. It's Palladium that actually gave me the grasp of 1st edition combat and the way you're supposed to spread out attacks. So I remember a friend of mine, we were running Rifts. He had a Bearman of the North, and if you know the Bearmen, they get like 2 bonus attacks. So he had 8 attacks per round at one point, and everybody else was limited to their 2 or 3. And it was like, okay, how do we do this? Because it didn't make sense that somebody would get 10 attacks and somebody else goes. So I learned to spread them out, right? And that's how you're supposed to do it in AD&D. So that just a little sidebar of my mental processes.
I would like to respond to Mr. Mex. Says, so if you stand there, you do nothing, you get it. Right. And if you're out of attacks, you're slower than the other opponent. It's like Bruce Lee fighting, me. He would probably punch me 15 times before I'd be like, So yeah, I mean, it makes sense to have that. So you have to play a little more tactically. You have to hope your armor holds up. You want to use positioning. You want to go 2-on-1. But yeah, he with the most actions tend to win, because I always have that extra dodge that you're not going to have.
Mm-hmm. Palladium has another option that almost never gets used, but I think advanced players will do it, and that's the ability to roll with punches.
Oh yeah.
You can do that if you take a hit. If somebody breaches your defense, you can say, well, I want to sacrifice one of my actions to roll with the attack, and then you can reduce the damage.
I don't think it takes an action, though.
I remember that in Robotech, actually.
Thought it took an action, because you're reducing your damage.
Okay. All right. Hang on, you two. Curtis has a question. Go ahead, Curtis.
I actually just wanted to say it's about that time for me to hit the hay. So
all right, man.
Wish all of you have Merry Christmas, and thank you all very much.
Are you working tonight?
No, I'm not
You're
working
in the morning, though. You're back to work tomorrow?
No, I don't go back to work till Wednesday.
Oh, well, then don't be a little girl. Stay up late.
Okay, well, I'll need to use the restroom first, so I'll be right back.
No, go ahead, man. Get your rest. Don't let me bully you into not getting sleep, man.
Okay.
But yeah, thanks for hanging out, Curtis. You were here most of the day, and I really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
And thanks for streaming it on your channel as well, by the way.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for hosting. You all have a good night.
You
Don't forget to turn on your simulcast.
Oh, yeah. How do I do that?
Click end simulcast or whatever it is. I don't know. I can turn it off for you. Go. I'll turn it off for you.
Okay. All right. You all have a good night.
Bye now.
Yeah, Poly Robotics. I know any character can roll. I can't remember.